This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. Give me a second. All right, we're ready. We're starting early here. Thanks for tuning in. We are getting a very early start to the stream here because we've got a tornado on the ground right now, I believe, already in the Indiana, Kentucky area. In fact, I think it might be on the Ohio River right now between Indiana and Kentucky. This storm just went through Madison. Madison, and it's moving towards Brooksburg and Carrollton. Carrollton's in Kentucky. This is over here on the northwestern side of Kentucky. More specifically, we're talking about Jefferson County, Indiana, and Trimble County, Kentucky. Also Switzerland County, Indiana, and Carroll County, Kentucky. We've got a confirmed
new tornado
on
watch
the ground
has been issued
for this storm right here as it crosses the Ohio River. This is going to be a long stream tonight. We're doing wall-to-wall coverage of a massive severe weather outbreak that's going to take place from the Great Lakes all the way down to Mexico. But we're getting started early here with a tornado right on the Ohio River here between Indiana and Kentucky. So we're just now starting the stream. So please, if anybody's tuning in and you have time and you know anybody in the Midwest today or even in the South, please copy the link to this stream and share it everywhere you possibly can throughout social media to help us get in front of people who vitally need this information, who may not even know anything's going on today. That's our goal, okay? Okay, so what you're looking at right in front of you here is a nasty hook echo on a storm that is producing a tornado, or at least it was just moments ago, over here near Madison, Indiana, and it's moving over towards Carrollton, Kentucky. You can see the big rotation signature here. I don't think for sure that we have a debris signature here, but the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue that confirmed tornado warning, meaning that there is enough evidence via just radar alone to determine that this thing is on the ground. So we've got a confirmed tornado warning once again for Jefferson County, Indiana, and Trimble County, Kentucky. If you are in the path of this thing, you got to get preferably underground. If you can't get underground, then get into the most interior room of your home. Or if you've got something like a Survive a Storm shelter, something like that, something that's built to withstand, these tornado winds, you've got to get there, and you've got to get there fast. Bring a charged phone. Okay, I'm going to be with you through the entire thing. As long as you got cell service and a charged phone battery, we're going to be able to talk to each other. And then also make sure you're wearing shoes. Make sure you are ready to potentially evacuate your property if there's damage. You don't want to be wearing socks or flip-flops when there's nails and stuff on the ground. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in Brooksburg over here in Indiana, please take shelter immediately. Also, 5 Points, Braytown, and these are all in Indiana, Long Run and Vevey. And then just south of the river here in Kentucky, we've got Locust, Carrollton, and Easterday. All of you guys need to be getting to shelter as quickly as possible. All right. So this is associated with the line of storms that went through portions of Indiana and Ohio. It's going through there right now. But it's not even the main event. The big storms that we're going to be watching for the majority of the day today are still popping up way back here in Oklahoma. In fact, we do also have a tornado warning out here as well. This one's going to be for, what is that? Ofuskee County in Oklahoma. Big rotating storm here coming up towards Clearview and Wilitka in Oklahoma. Tornado radar indicated. That's going to expire in 21 minutes. We'll see what happens after that. But hey, this one isn't as convincing as the Kentucky storm, but this one's definitely a stronger storm in general. So even if you don't get hit by a tornado here with this storm, we're worried about up to 2-inch in diameter hail causing all kinds of problems along I-40 between Okemah and Henrietta. And then for the towns of Clearview and Wilitka, you guys have got to get to shelter immediately. We've got a huge line of storms forming down here all the way back towards Texas. We've got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in place all the way down here towards Ada and Sulphur. This is all going to be in accordance with when we are expecting 70-mile-per-hour winds and up to 2-inch in diameter hail. Some places in Oklahoma and Arkansas later tonight will probably see baseball, maybe even softball-sized hail before the day is set and done. Okay? That's the kind of storms that we're dealing with here today. This is, looking at the data before we started the stream, it reminds you more of something you'd see in May, not March. So there's a lot of, energy out there, and it's all exploding currently as we track these storms in, once again, from the Great Lakes down to Mexico. Our most impressive storm right now, though, is still back here on the Ohio River. My goodness. That is that's a textbook supercell right there. The rotation still looks quite impressive, and I do think we have a debris signature now, meaning that it is very likely that this thing is still on the ground and throwing debris into the air as it heads towards Brooksburg. Okay, I'm going to open up the mesoscale here and try to get us a little bit better of a vantage point to kind of, talk about some other areas that are going to be impacted. Once again, Brooksburg, Indiana, Locust, Kentucky, Carrollton, Kentucky, especially the areas just to the north of the Ohio River and Carrollton up there in Indiana near 5 Points in Braytown. You're in a very significantly dangerous situation. Please take shelter right now. Let me open up the mesoscale once again. Once again, we got started early, so if you are just now tuning in, please help us by sharing this link everywhere. Let's get this in front of as many people as possible. If you don't have social media and you don't want to share it, we can still get in front of a lot of people by simply liking the video, like the live stream right now, and YouTube's algorithm will hopefully get us in front of those people who desperately need this information. Okay, Brooksburg, Indiana here, right on the Ohio River. All right, so right now this tornado, I believe, is just a few miles to the west of Locust. Okay, Locust, Kentucky. It's probably south of the Ohio River near the Hoagland Cemetery. If you know where the Hoagland Cemetery is, that's around where I think the tornado is currently. Beyond that, I think that it's going to continue on its trajectory. Let me watch this. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's hanging on, that's for sure. It's going to continue on its trajectory almost directly east, okay?
New information. This tornado warning
and
has
5
been
Points
upgraded.
in Braytown. I think that if I was trying to call a place where the tornado is going to cross the Ohio River, right now it's in Kentucky. It's going to cross into Indiana, probably around the Sandy Beach campground. Okay, so if anybody knows where the Sandy Beach campground is in the Ohio River area, in Indiana, that's about exactly where I think the tornado will try to cross the river into Indiana. It's going to meander in southern Indiana for a while between Braytown, the Old Bethel Cemetery, the Swiss Haven RV Resort, the A to Z Lawn and Garden Equipment, and then it's probably, if it continues on its current trajectory, it's probably going to cross back into Kentucky over the Ohio River just south of the Moe's Steakhouse in Vevey as it moves towards Ghent and North American Stainless and the Cabot Corporation along Highway 42 in Kentucky. Okay, if I was trying to draw a line of where this thing's going to go as it crosses the river, that's pretty much it. But if you are within a 20-minute drive of any of the locations that I just talked about, you need to be hyper aware, because this thing can skip and jump around, and it might not go in a straight line. Okay, I'm just trying to give you an idea of who's in the path currently. This is a very strong storm, and it does not look to me like it's weakening. In fact, it looks to me like it's just getting going, which is unfortunate for the residents over here along the Kentucky and Indiana border. Farther down the line, if this supercell continues to cause problems, we've got to be concerned about places like Glencoe, Warsaw, maybe Crendenton, Kentucky. So keep that in mind. You guys watch out as this storm continues to grow and it moves east. This is a very discreet supercell with a tornado on the ground. I'm surprised we don't have a higher priority warning. We do have a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Sometimes something like this would maybe warrant a PDS tornado warning, so we'll see if that comes through. But even if it doesn't, all of the residents out here that are in Switzerland County, Carroll County, Jefferson County, and those counties are in Indiana and Kentucky, you guys have got to get to shelter. Got to get to shelter fast. Hey, Jordan, we're live on YouTube. We hear you loud and clear, man. Give us your synopsis on the day if you've got time, man. What's your plan?
Yeah, so I'm actually the west side of Fort Smith. I'm in Oklahoma, and we're kind of just waiting to see what this line does. Possibly might even go into Arkansas and just kind of see if we can get any bubblers to fire out ahead of this line and get going. But right now it's just a hurry up and wait situation.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who is part of our team of storm chasers who is out there helping us today. We've got Chris Hall, Zach Hall, Jordan Hall. None of them are related to me, surprisingly. Ryan Scholl. Man, we love our... we got a bunch of Halls. We got a Ryan and a Brian. What a daggone coincidence. And also, we've got Freddie McKinney over there. All these guys are positioning themselves where the big outbreak is supposed to be today. This is way outside of where we're supposed to be looking, guys. This is kind of unexpected, this tornado here in Indiana and Kentucky. So that hopefully that's not a sign of what's to come for the rest of the day. But all of these storm chasers have positioned themselves in places like Oklahoma, Arkansas, farther west into Illinois. Okay, because there's going to be another round later today that we're going to be focusing on. But we had to come on the air early here to talk about this significant supercell producing a tornado currently chugging its way through portions of Indiana and Kentucky. This black line here is the Ohio River that separates Indiana and Kentucky near Carrollton. Okay. All right, I'm just looking for updates here. Once again, if you guys want to be a part of the show and be a producer, essentially, if you have X or Twitter, I always really appreciate if you send pictures and videos to me over there on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all, or just tag me in newsworthy or noteworthy things that you see over there. Twitter is still the best platform for rapid sharing of news, so I'm constantly monitoring that. But yeah, the signature on this is certainly something. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a tornado there, at least for a moment. And I would also be surprised if it's not still there. But I don't have, unfortunately, none of our storm chasers are on that storm currently, so we don't have 100% verification, which might explain why we also don't have an elevated warning. We don't have a PDS warning. We've just got that confirmed warning. But the residents of Carrollton, Braytown, Long Run, Vevey, and Ghent need to be running, okay, not walking, to their safe spots if they haven't made it there yet. This is one of the more dangerous storms we've ever seen in this particular area on a live stream. I've been doing this for 3 years. That is a unique supercell for this part of the world, that's for sure. Okay, so I am starting to see some pictures now online of a tornado in this area, so it's legit.
A new tornado warning has been
there
issued.
definitely is, or at least was as early as 3 minutes ago, a tornado down near the Milton, Kentucky area. So that's just west of Brooksburg. I think it's safe to assume that this is going to continue to produce. So everybody downstream needs to just be hyper weather aware. So, yeah, we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Switzerland County, Indiana, Carroll County, Kentucky, and Jefferson County, Indiana. We also just got a new warning here in Oklahoma. I do want to make sure we go back and forth between these and we don't get too caught up on one storm. We're trying to do coverage for the entire United States here. Sometimes it's a little much, but we're doing it. That most recent warning in Oklahoma was for McIntosh County and Okmulgee County, Oklahoma. That's going to go for the next 25 minutes. 2-inch in diameter hail and possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds there, possible with this storm as it moves into Henrietta. This is going to be a nightmare along I-40 from Henrietta all the way over there towards Richardsville in Oklahoma. And boy, we've got to watch these discrete cells that are popping up out in front of the line here in Oklahoma as they work towards Arkansas. We have to watch those very closely because they are going to have even a much better, environment to spin in than even this one up here in Indiana and Kentucky. And this one's doing some crazy stuff up here as it is currently a monster supercell. And once again, I do believe what we are looking at here is at least the remnants of a tornado debris signature. So unfortunately, I think we are going to hear about some damage from the Madison and Milton area before too long. We do have Chandra with us today. If there's any news, I'm sure she will bring that to us. But my main focus right now is going to be to focus on, where is the storm going next? My goodness. This is a really unfortunate situation for the residents of northern Kentucky because, the environment for tornadoes is actually really good out here. We just didn't expect for a storm to kind of get this strong in this area. This is supposed to be just like a fizzling line of storms, which it is, okay, as it moves through central Ohio, Columbus. You guys are about to get a passing rain shower. But back here in Kentucky, right on the back end, we've just got a cranking massive supercell here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we had a tornado on the ground between Madison and Milton, Kentucky, and Brooksburg, Indiana. All right, it rode the Ohio River. Now the storm, the rotating part of the storm, is in Indiana near Vive. It's moving back into Kentucky. We're not 100% certain if the tornado is still down, but it looks like it could be just based off of radar. What'd Chris say?
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. You got a copy?
Yeah, can you guys hear him? He's really quiet on my end. Yeah, Chris, we are live on YouTube now. Give us your thoughts, man. What's going on out there?
Yeah, Ron, we are just to the east of Henrietta, Oklahoma, cruising down I-40. I messed up and didn't get gas in Henrietta, so we're going to kick a little bit of gas up here and go back west. That is one mean storm coming up I-40 right now. And I've noticed here lately, too, If you watch that storm, it's starting to take that hard right turn. It's no longer moving northeastward like the rest of these storms. They're starting to move more east. So I think this is one storm that we're going to have to watch over the next little bit, and this is going to be the storm that I'm targeting for the next little bit as well. So.
Okay, so that's Chris Hall, who, once again, is one of our storm chasers that we're working with today. We've got Chris Hall, Zach Hall, Ryan Scholl, Brian Empfinger, Jordan Hall, and Freddie McKinney. Most of these guys are in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Illinois, anticipating the next round of severe weather. But now we're focused on this storm over here in Kentucky, which we just got a new warning. Okay, now there's a tornado warning that goes all the way over to Glencoe, Kentucky. This is a radar indicated warning, so we're going to see if the tornado is still confirmed.
A new tornado warning has been
whenever
issued.
It reaches the Carson, Kentucky area, and then they'll likely upgrade that warning again to another confirmed tornado warning. But right now, this is a radar indicated warning. But my goodness, man. I mean, I would just be so surprised if there wasn't a tornado down or another one forming here. Near Easter Day, Kentucky. Some of the places that are going to be hit by this, the rotating part of the storm, are Easter Day, Carson, Glencoe. Now, some places a little bit farther north, which you guys should still be taking shelter, but you're more than likely going to be getting hit by the big hail core. Okay, it's the tornado parts to your south. The hail is mostly what you've got to worry about, and we're talking about golf ball to maybe tennis ball size hail here in places like Etheridge, Florence, and Warsaw, right along the Indiana-Kentucky border. Big time supercell producing a tornado here, moving into Kentucky right now. I also want to make sure we're showing some love to our folks over here in Oklahoma. I know we've got a lot of people watching over here. We've got supercells popping up all over the place in Oklahoma. We've got a big one bringing 2.5 inch in diameter hail up towards Jay and Colcord in Oklahoma right now. We've also got a one producing a 2 inch in diameter hail moving up towards Muskogee. And then we do have a tornado warning for Henrietta. Everybody in Henrietta, Oklahoma needs to be taking shelter. And then the rest of these storms are also doing some pretty significant damage, and just in terms of the straight line damaging winds and the very large hail as they move to the east. So all up and down Highway 69, McAllister, Toka, you guys are next. This is going to be moving all the way through Oklahoma and then eventually into Arkansas before too long. And one of the things that I'm concerned about here is, especially after seeing how impressive our storm is over there in Kentucky, our supercells that are kind of all by themselves in this environment out in front of the cold front, out in front of the line, they're primed to spin. So we've got to watch storms like this near Paradise Hill in eastern Oklahoma as it kind of moves up to the north and east towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. This could become a problem for us, so we're watching that very closely. We started early because of this storm. Which at this point, it looks like it's pretty safe to say that it's going through some sort of cycling phase. We had a lot of rotation back here. We did produce a tornado near Madison. And now the rotation is still there. It's a little bit more broad. The storm is it's trying to find its balance. Okay, we'll see if that happens. It's certainly it has the ability to. Nothing's really stopping it. So we'll see. But even if there's not a tornado down at this very moment, we absolutely need every single person in Warsaw, Sanders, and Glencoe in Kentucky, and everybody in the I-71 corridor between Carson and Napoleon in Kentucky. You guys need to be taking shelter right now. This just produced a big tornado. It's probably going to do it again. Here's a look at some of that hail from Indiana. This is from around the Vevey area. Shane Smith, thank you for sending that. Thank you very, very much. Unconfirmed This is unconfirmed, but it looks somewhat legit. A photo of a tornado. A photo of the tornado that went through or near Milton, Kentucky, just moments ago. Yeah, so this supercell is going through a phase. It's going through a cycle here. It looks like the rotating part of the storm has been absorbed into the parent supercell, which is good news. It means that it's probably going to stop producing a tornado for a period of time. But, I mean, it's still in the environment that allowed it to produce a tornado in the first place, so it could recycle. So once again, we need everybody in Glencoe, Warsaw, and Sanders to take shelter. And hey, listen, even if you don't get hit by a tornado with this storm, you're going to get some big hail, maybe 2-inch, 3-inch in diameter hail, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. This is going to be probably the strongest storm you've had in this area in quite some time. So, brace yourselves whether or not there's actually a spinning cone on the ground or not. It's VV, not Vive? Okay, all right, sweet. Holy smokes, look at this. That's some big hail. This is from Madeline and Madison. This is hail from Madison, and it's VV, not Vive. Okay. Could have fooled me with that spelling. Wow, yeah, lots of hail pictures coming in. Remember, always, we welcome your pictures if you can do so safely, but if you can't do so safely, please don't send it. Holy smokes. All right, so we do have an update from the Storm Prediction Center for a big area in the middle of Missouri. This includes St. Louis. They're saying supercell development is likely early this afternoon. Hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes are possible. A watch is likely in the next hour. So we're about to add a whole lot of people to the list of people who need to be watching out for severe weather here. I'm still watching this storm closely in Kentucky, guys. Everybody that I've been calling out, you still need to be in your safe spots, but there's no news. Okay, there's nothing new to report on other than, unfortunately, we do have what looks to be a new big area of inflow trying to come in here. So we'll see if that converges with the rear flank downdraft and produces another big area of circulation. If it does, we're going to have another tornado here. But let's hope for the best and just stay in our safe spots, and hopefully we don't need another tornado warning that goes farther east. Gosh, that is one heck of a hail core, though. 2.5 inch in diameter hail. Goodness. That's going to cause significant damage. All right, let's go back a little bit farther to the west. I mean, it's just chaos out here. There's so many supercells popping up in such a short amount of time. The good news is none of these back here in Oklahoma are really rotating that much. It doesn't seem so right now. There's one that's rotating a little bit near Henrietta, and that one's got the tornado warning. Hopefully everybody out there is in their safe spot, but it's not anything crazy. Yeah, like none of these are spinning much yet. They're not really expected to spin much until they get into Arkansas, though. That's why we have our 10% hatched risk over there, and not in Oklahoma. The biggest threat right now in Oklahoma is going to be the gigantic hail.
A new tornado
Okay, so
watch
a new
has been
tornado
issued.
watch has been issued. And it's for that area that we just talked about. Right here. Let me show you 3, 2, 1. New tornado watch. This includes Springfield, Illinois. This includes St. Louis. This includes Columbia, Springfield, Missouri, Fayetteville, Arkansas, and Fort Smith, Arkansas. 7.5 million people are included in this watch. So this is another reminder. If you know anybody in these areas or anywhere close to them, or even if you know somebody that knows somebody in these areas, please share this with them through Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. I don't care how you do it. The more people we get watching this, the more people will be prepared. And it's proven, okay, if people can see the tornado, if they have somebody guiding them through it, if they've got access to information, your odds of survival, your odds of escaping even property damage in some cases, especially with an approaching hailstorm, your odds exponentially increase with the more information that you have, and that's the whole goal here. So. And then also please like the stream on YouTube so that YouTube's algorithm puts us in front of those people who may just be on YouTube right now watching Mr. Beast and they don't even know that a tornado outbreak is imminent. We need to be in there recommended. All right, so a few tornadoes likely, widespread hail up to apple size likely, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. So that's a big tornado watch there. I'm sure we're going to see very many more of those tonight. And lots of tornado warnings. This big, nasty supercell that has produced a tornado in Indiana and Kentucky near Madison and Milton is now a hail machine. Look at that black. You see that big black blob in the middle of this storm? That is, there's some big-time hail happening right now in Etheridge. Around the Highway 1039 area. That's going to be moving into Warsaw and Glencoe shortly. If you've got a vehicle that you can put under some sort of covering and you're out in front of this thing, I would do it now because this is the kind of hailstorm that causes significant damage. Power outages. We do have about 1,365 people without power in Trimble County. So that's associated in from what I can tell, with the tornado that we had come through near Milton.
Yeah, copy that. The atmosphere is just juiced up. We've got everything we need for extremely large hail, especially in the northwest part of the state, up around Bentonville and Berryville and Fort Smith and the such.
No DVD-sized hail just yet, nope. Not yet.
There's some really big cells up there in Oklahoma getting ready to track over the northwest corner.
Leanne says, Ryan, what city or town is that purple city on top of?
There's a good chance.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Sage. Sage, thanks Ryan and team for all you do. Chat, stick with Ryan. He'll focus on the severe areas as they come up. Trust him, he knows his stuff. Sage, I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, if you're new here, if you're just now tuning in, and I'm not talking about your hometown, you might feel frustrated. You might feel like, oh, why can't he talk about my area? And what we always tell everybody is it's a very good thing if I'm not talking about your area, because my job here today is to focus on the areas that I think are most likely about to experience significant damage, in some cases catastrophic damage, and try to guide those people through that. So if I'm not talking about your neck of the woods at that moment, that's a good thing, okay? But I am trying to cover everything. I'm going back and forth as much as I can. Okay. All right. So we do have a news update here. So let's test this out. Chandra, talk. Let's see if I can hear you. Okay, I can't. I don't know if Allie's got to do something with the mic or what. But just keep intermittently hollering at me, and whenever I can hear you, I will cut to you, okay?
We don't get this hail.
Okay, so we do have some news that we're about to relay, but we're going to give them a second. And outside of the tornado warning in Kentucky, we do have one other tornado warning that's over here in Oklahoma. The rotation on it isn't as impressive. In fact, there's not much rotation left with this one at all. We still want to stay in our safe spots and hit ya and Stidham, but I'm expecting that this is going to be allowed to expire.
Looking at the Fort Smith radar, been watching it for quite some time. You already got we got a tornado warning up there in Indiana and Ohio, and that's kind of like in a
Ali, it says that you're muted. It says that the mute button is hit on my end.
look at that one way up there, and but the line
In Zoom.
definitely starting to form back there, and monstrous one cell on the northeastern end of.
Let's check back in on this bad boy. Man, this thing is still sucking up a ton of air. I mean, you see all this bright orange and like kind of creamy color on the southeastern side of the storm? That is just an incredible amount of warm, moist air getting sucked up into the storm. There's just not a lot of competing rear flank downdraft on the backside. And that's pretty common in storms like this. It's trying to find its balance. If it does, this is still a supercell. This is still discrete, and it still has the very real chance of producing another big tornado here as it comes towards Glencoe. And the National Weather Service agrees with me there because they just issued an even bigger tornado warning farther east that includes Crittenden and Dry Ridge and Williamstown, Kentucky, the I-75 corridor there. Crittenden. Need more, you're included in this as well. So everybody along I-75 there from Williamstown up to Crittenden needs to be taking their tornado precautions. You've got a lot of lead time. You've got some time before this thing gets to
Ryan,
you, so
if you got
get
a copy,
ready.
I've got Madison clouds popping up here just in front of this old tornado-warned cell.
All right, so that's Chris. He's got some Mamatis clouds popping up out in front of the tornado-warned cell in Oklahoma. And that storm that he's getting ready to go through, or the one that he's close to, is it's big. It's strong. There's going to be a lot of hail with that one too. All the storms in Oklahoma right now are packing a punch with very large hail. Crittenden. Okay, I got you. This is my home state, so I shouldn't be pronouncing any of these names wrong. If it's outside of Kentucky, I think I get a pass. But some of these towns in Kentucky, I might be embarrassed here. The closer we get to the eastern side, the more, that's where I'm from. So I should get all those right. So this is a live view from Storm Chaser Chris Hall back there in Oklahoma as a big storm is approaching him. And we got a bunch of chasers out there today. They will hopefully be able to show us the actual tornadoes instead of having to rely on these big blobs, because when it comes to trying to talk people into taking shelter, this big colorful mosaic here doesn't always do the job, but a live picture of a big tornado in a place that you recognize, that always does the job. And that's what we're trying to do here, is we're trying to get people to take the warning seriously. Oh, yeah, I know. If you've ever watched a live stream before, I have butchered your town name. I've butchered all the town names. It's a part of the show. I'm doing my best here. And to my credit, some places have a Crittenden. Maybe the one in Iowa, they pronounce it Crittenden or something. Seriously, it's different everywhere. So I get used to saying it one way, and then the other state is like, no, man, that's not how you say it. So, Yeah, the supercell is cycling. If you're in Crittenden, Dry Ridge, or Williamstown, I would seriously be getting ready right now, okay? Get ready to take shelter. This one could be a problem for you. Speaking of problems, a lot of them are trying to happen, trying to form back here in Oklahoma. If you're in southwestern Missouri, if you're in northwestern Arkansas, get ready. These are all coming for you. This one right here is trying to rotate. This one is in the beginning stages of really trying to rotate. You see that uptick in the last little bit in the rotation? It's very broad right now. It's certainly not producing a tornado right now, but this is the kind of storm that could produce a tornado very shortly. That one, we're going to have to watch that one very close. Y'all watch out in Jay and Colcord, Oklahoma, eventually up there towards Bella Vista in Arkansas. So that's not a good sign either. We're already seeing some of these storms look really impressive in their formation stage. Oh man, yeah, that one's going to be a problem. Okay, so we're going to come back to it. We're going to go back over to Kentucky really quick. Okay. I mean, the storm is still there. It's still very much there. One of the problems is we're really far away from a radar site. So this is somewhat of a radar hole. Okay. My goodness, we need a daggone radar probably in Cynthiana or Barry or Sadieville, somewhere in northern Kentucky there. There's no excuse for that to be a dead zone. But I mean, we've got enough data here to tell that the storm is there. It still has the hook, and the rotation is still building up. Okay, it's not quite there yet, but we have a lot of inflow coming into the storm. I don't believe that there's a tornado down at the very moment coming into Glencoe, but a rotating storm that could produce a tornado at any time is moving into Glencoe. That's why we've been telling you to get to shelter for forever now. Zion Station, Mount Zion, Sherman, Dry Ridge, Williamstown, you guys all need to get to your safe spots as well. Even if not for a tornado, then just for the huge, ginormous hail that's heading your way. Okay, there's some big hail heading your way. You don't want to be in the living room when 50-mile-an-hour baseballs start coming through the windows. And that's something that could happen with a storm like this. I'm not over-exaggerating. I mean, this ain't TV. Man, that's crazy how fast that one has kind of picked up here. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that have storm anxiety. On a day like today, whenever there's big storms and, you have to use some of the language that I'm using to properly communicate a message, it can seem scary. But just know that if you're watching this stream right now, you're fine. Okay, nothing. You're not going to miss anything as long as you heed the warnings. You're fine. And also, even on a day like today, where there's probably going to be a lot of tornadoes, the odds of you being hit by a tornado are astronomically low. Even if you're right in the middle of the highest risk area, tornadoes are small. Counties and cities and states are very, very big. Even on days where there's a million, like the biggest tornado outbreaks, you're still very unlikely if you get hit by a tornado. All right. So don't be scared. Just be prepared. Know what you're going to do when that warning does come through. Yeah, our most recent watch was from that up in Missouri. Few tornadoes likely. That does include St. Louis, yeah. Are we still expecting pop-up sales later today around North Texas? No, I think North Texas, I think you're fine. I think that all the action is going to be in East Texas, especially Northeast Texas later today. Hey, Thomas, thanks for being a Slight Risk member. Bailey, thanks for being a member for 20 months. There's a town in Louisiana called Iowa, and it's pronounced Iowa. Yeah. There's all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And I've missed your chat here. I'm sorry, it's going really fast. I try to read all of them, but I don't always get the opportunity to, especially when things get busy. Rebecca, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's super generous. Lori, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you guys so much for helping out. We couldn't do what we do without you. We also couldn't do what we do without Radar Omega. If any of you guys are wondering how the heck is this guy looking at the radar and it looks so good, and he's switching back and forth seamlessly between correlation coefficient, velocity, and the radar, and he can just click on these little dots, and they're storm chasers, and he's got, boom, a storm chaser in his radar app, and he can move it around and keep browsing, the radar. Like, how's he doing this? Is he got some sort of special state-of-the-art weather broadcasting software? No. Well, technically yes, but no. It's like $9 on the App Store. You can get it on your phone right now. And they're a supporter of the channel. There's a link in the description. The only reason we do that, the only reason we do this partnership is because it's actually so helpful. If you've got your own radar app and it's a good one, you can track these storms. If I'm being annoying and I'm looking at one over here in Oklahoma and you wish that I was still looking at that one over in Kentucky, you can keep listening to me and wait for me to come back to that one and follow along on your own radar app with the same exact tools that I have. You know what I mean? So we always like to mention that during big severe weather outbreaks. You don't have to get it, of course. It's just a suggestion. All right. So the rotation in our storm up here in Kentucky is letting up quite a bit, which is good. We like that. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we like that. Still big time tornado. No, I'm sorry, big time hail threat in Crittenden and Dry Ridge and everywhere in between. Get ready. I-75 is about to be a mess out there. We've got 358 people without power now in Carroll County, Kentucky. 142 people without power now in Switzerland County, Indiana. Whoa. Look here. It looked like it just snowed. This is from Ryan between Etheridge and Sanders, Kentucky. It looks like after a big snow squall, but that's hail. That's hail accumulating on the ground. That's how intense some of these storms are today. Thank you for sending that in. Remember, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter, if you want to send stuff like that. Holy smokes, look at that. So this is a video.
That is insane.
Language warning, I don't know what is said in this video. You know how these tornado videos get.
I have never seen that on the water. You see it? There it is.
Credit to Samantha Starr. This is from Facebook, and exactly as we
thunderstorm warning has been
expected, this tornado earlier today did cross the Ohio River. You can see it there very clearly.
Seen that on the water. You see it? There it is. Look at spin. Did you see it spin behind the rain? You can see it.
Samantha Starr on Facebook. It's actually kind of hard to see, except for right there at the beginning. You see in the bottom left side, you can very clearly see the rotating the rotating part of the base of the storm. It doesn't look like at this point maybe it's not fully condensed, but my goodness, it's not every day that you see a tornado crossing the Ohio River. So that is why we started our live stream early today. The storm that produced that tornado is still producing, but I don't think it's still producing a tornado at this moment. I think it's in northern Kentucky over here producing very large hail, moving into Dry Ridge and Crittenden. We're looking to see if the rotation is going to pick back up here, and it looks like it's going to try to. Okay, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But the tornado threat is lower than it was just 30 minutes ago. We still got a tornado warning for Williamstown and Dry Ridge. You guys need to be taking shelter. Also, it looks like this little storm out here in front of that one is starting to get a little bit of a curvature to it, moving over towards Georgetown, Ohio. Nothing to worry about just yet. But, with how successful this one was at producing a tornado, we have to watch all of these storms now in Kentucky and Ohio. So I'm keeping an eye on the one that's moving towards Georgetown, Ohio, and you guys should as well. And, buckle in, guys. I think that this is going to be a pretty long live stream, especially since we started early. We've been going for an hour. We will probably be here for a total of 12 hours before we call it a night. And not because we're just going to sit here and talk about nothing. I think that we're going to have an action-packed evening of severe weather. I don't think we're going to get very many breaks. This, right now, might be the least active part of today. I hope I'm wrong. I've definitely been wrong before. But that's my opinion based off of what I was looking at before we started the stream. Also, while all this stuff is happening, we're getting big-time snow back in Colorado. Cynthia has got a yolometer out there near Littleton, Colorado. Looks like over a foot of snow has fallen. Honestly, one of the biggest snowstorms in years for portions of Colorado currently ongoing, and it's the same storm that's causing the tornadoes in Kentucky. It's a big storm. Tulsa, Oklahoma is definitely showing up in chat. Be safe out there. Thanks to Ryan for these updates. Yeah. Thank you so much, 5G, for that. Tulsa, Oklahoma, I'm sure we'll be talking about you more before these storms completely move out of your area. But the strongest storms are currently to the south and east of Tulsa right now. Smokey says, I'm enjoying watching all your videos and live streams. Helped out at work today to be able to watch the time frames for when it could hit Tulsa. How many people we got here from? Why don't everybody go ahead and put your state? Where are you from? Put that in the chat. Let's make sure we've got representation from everywhere today. And if there's a state that's lacking, we need to share the video more in that area, because we all know, if you've been watching for a while, you know how useful this resource has been for some people. And we want to make sure that continues to happen and new people continue to find us. Oh, man. I've got some damage from the Carrollton, Kentucky tornado. Oh man, it hit that RV park. You guys remember me calling out that RV park? It looks like it hit it. I don't know if this is a copyrighted video or not, but there's pretty significant damage here in Carrollton, Kentucky. I'm just sharing that video now on Twitter if you want to see that, over at Ryan Hall, y'all. Stormfront Freaks shared it. And unfortunately, I think we're about to get back into straight up tornado mode here, because the rotation that we were concerned about earlier is continuing to show up. And now it's also being kind of overlaid with a little bit of a hook. So this storm is trying really hard to become tornadic. We'll see what happens as it moves up towards the Arkansas border near Decatur and Gravette. We currently don't have any tornado warnings active right now in Oklahoma. Our only tornado warning is still the one in Kentucky. And my goodness, it looks like this supercell is trying to breathe a second life as well. You know what I mean. Yeah, here's a snippet of some of that damage. In Milton, Kentucky. There were several RV parks that are right along the river there, and it looks like a couple of them got hit. Go ahead and try talking through Discord, Chandra, see if it works. Just give me a test. Also, Chandra, if you're on the LSM back end, B. Dean Barry, he's in Cincinnati, moving towards that storm in Kentucky. I think that would be a good vantage point for us to have if we can put him somewhere real quick. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ask Riley. He'll know. Yeah, there's a little bit of a cell merger getting ready to happen here, right around Dry Ridge. You see, we've got the parent, the big supercell that produced the tornado back towards Milton, Kentucky. It's still there. It's about to crash into this other one that's just popped up, though. So, we'll see how it handles that merger. Sometimes when supercells, they merge with other cells, sometimes that completely tears them apart. They're very sensitive. Sometimes if it's absorbed correctly, it can actually enhance the rotation. So we'll just have to monitor it and see what happens. For now, the National Weather Service has decided to only go forward with a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this instead of a new tornado warning. So Goforth, Falmouth, Butler, Neve, Powersville, Brooksville, Kentucky, all you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. 2-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible, but the tornado threat is much lower for now. We'll see how long that lasts. Also, want to remind you again, some of these storms up here in the southern part of the line in Ohio are looking a little sketch. Not looking bad yet, but we're watching them, okay? We'll see if they start spinning. What is going on with our storm out here? Oops. Yeah, we've still got a pretty significant amount of rotation with our storm in Oklahoma. It is just, it's not connected, right? The storm doesn't have that balance like the storm up in Indiana and Kentucky did earlier. We'll see if that changes, but you can see very clearly the rotating part of the storm down here on the southern side. It's trying its best to get going, but so far it hasn't been able to produce a tornado. Let's hope that continues to happen. Trying to find other areas of interest. Where is... Okay, so way back here on the tail end in Oklahoma, we've also got a rotating storm coming together here near Sulphur. And that is actually the view that we are getting from Brian Empfinger. You guys saw the big nasty looking wall cloud on his stream not too long ago. That's this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning. And it's for the storm that we've been watching up here. This is the storm that's in Oklahoma now. It's getting ready to cross into Arkansas. And we do have a pretty significant amount of rotation here. We've got a radar-indicated tornado warning for Maysville, Gravette, Iona, and Decatur. Okay, so Maysville is, I believe, in Oklahoma, right on the border. Cherokee City, Decatur, and Gravette are all in Arkansas. That's going to be for Benton County, Arkansas, and Delaware County, Oklahoma. Other than that, the only other tornado warning we have in the country right now is Grant County, Kentucky. And that'll be allowed to expire before too long. All right, let's come back over to our chasers, and let's just bask in the beauty, honestly, of this storm back here in Oklahoma, out in the middle of a field, not hurting anybody. But you can see it spinning. You can certainly see it spinning. This is the base of a supercell thunderstorm near Sulphur, Oklahoma. It's always interesting to kind of analyze these tail end supercells in environments like this because it tells a lot about the system overall. Usually they're the most visible. And this one, I mean, you can very clearly see it spinning. It's broad, but if that, lower level shear kind of picks up even just a little bit, this storm and many others in Oklahoma, as they move into Arkansas later this evening, will produce tornadoes. And if whoever's editing the text, if you guys can just put for Brian's location, because I know we don't have it live updating, put southern or south Oklahoma, just so we have it on screen. And we've also got B. Dean Barry on his way to the storm in northern Kentucky. He's in Cincinnati, Ohio right now. Hopefully we can get him on the screen here soon as well. Gravette is pronounced Gravette. I mean, would you look at that? Oh, that's a cool view from Dean. On the top right there, you can see the top of the storm that's going through northern Kentucky right now, how it's kind of exploding into the atmosphere there. Hopefully we can get the name changed on the screen. Jamie, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Abba the Great, thank you so much for the support. They say, what could you do if you're in a trailer and a tornado hits? So unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do. And in fact, it's widely recommended that you don't stay in the trailer. It sounds unconventional. You want to stay with something over your head, but trailers get tossed around so easy. You're just about better off anywhere else, including in a ditch, or something like that. The way that I would go about it, if I was in a mobile home and it was a severe weather day, if there's tornadoes are supposed to happen that day, even if there's just a slight risk of severe weather, I would pay attention to the warnings. I would watch the news or watch me, whatever is, works best for you. And I would, early in the day, I would call my neighbor or like maybe there's a convenience store down the road that's made of that has a more substantial foundation. Be like, hey, listen, I live in a mobile home. There's going to be tornadoes today. You're less than 3 to 5 minutes away from me. If there's a tornado today, can I come take shelter with you? Maybe you've got a good friend or maybe there's some public shelter near you. That's the way I would handle it. Make sure it's not too far away. Don't try to drive half an hour to get away from a tornado. That's never a good idea. But I would become friends with somebody close by that had a good place to take shelter. And I would try to get there as soon as the warning's issued. A lot of times when a tornado warning is issued, you've got 20, 30 minutes lead time. Sometimes you don't, but a lot of times you do. And especially if you're watching something like my show. If you're watching this, even before a tornado warning's issued, we're talking about, hey, man, like maybe an hour from now, Bentonville, Arkansas needs to be watching out. There's no warning or anything right now. But at least, if you were in that situation, you could go ahead and get the plan set up. But in a last-minute, last-ditch effort, if there's a tornado coming for you and you're in a mobile home, evacuate it and literally get into a ditch. Or if there's a, more substantial shelter. We've got Riley. Yeah, Riley, what's up?
We did get a chaser that's on that tornado warning in parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. We are working on getting him switched in now. Just from watching his feed, I can tell you that the tornado is not yet on the ground, but there is a rapidly rotating wall cloud. That storm chaser is going to be Jaden Poppenheim. Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Looks like we're going to have eyes on this storm over here in Oklahoma. I'm telling you, the last couple of frames, it looks a lot less impressive than it did earlier. But, we've seen how this works. It can look not impressive 1 minute and then very impressive the next. So we're still going to be very much on high alert in Gravette and Decatur in Arkansas as this tornado warned storms moves towards you. Sorry, it's time for a drink of water.
Hello?
Okay, I hear Chandra now. What do you got for us?
Okay, so we have a lot of updates going on back here. These storms are really causing a lot of problems in a lot of places. So we have power outages in Trimble. That is down to 800. It was at 2,000 the last time we checked Trimble, Kentucky. There's a lot of structure damage. I'm seeing a whole lot of structural damage in Milton, Kentucky. And so much hail. There's hail everywhere. And Trimble is at 2,095 for power outages. Now, sorry, everything just keeps on updating. This day is crazy. What in the world is going on? But anyway, we're keeping up to date and we're trying to keep up with as much as we can. And I just want to let your viewers know that if you see anything that is newsworthy and that you feel like the community should know, please feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, y'all it's Chan, and that way we can get that information out as soon as possible.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chandra.
Thank you.
Guys, Chandra is she helps a lot with the 501c3, our nonprofit, the Y'all Squad. If there's a big tornado today that causes significant damage in a town, and we need to go, bring supplies or whatever, Chandra will be the person that makes that happen. So I think it makes a lot of sense for her to be here and kind of absorbing all of the news and stuff as it happens, so she can immediately start talking to those people. And we figured, why not also turn the camera around to her every once in a while so I can take a break and drink some water so she can read off the news. And I think she's doing a great job. Thank you, Chandra. Okay. So the tornado warning in Kentucky is no longer there. All right. We no longer have a tornado warning in Kentucky. We still have a massive severe thunderstorm producing up to 2-inch in diameter hail, though. Okay. And that is going to be continuing off to the east towards Falmouth, Brooksville, and Powersville in Kentucky over the next little bit. We also have a storm chaser now up there in the top right, Dean Barry. He's in Cincinnati, Ohio, and he's following that storm. So if something happens with it and it starts going haywire again, we're going to have a bird's eye view, or we're going to have a ground's eye view of that storm, thanks to old Dean. Okay. Where we do have a tornado warning, though, is back here in Arkansas. And check this out. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm now, by the way. Even without a tornado, we've got up to 3-inch in diameter hail expected with this bad boy. So we've got giant hail moving towards Gravette, Sulphur Springs, and Southwest City. This is right in the tri-state area between Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. The rotating part of the storm, though, is a little bit farther back here into Arkansas. It's not the cleanest presentation on radar, so that it's hard to pinpoint exactly where that tornado would be. The conventional, the initial thought would be right here, right at the edge of the hook. But if I do go ahead and switch now to the velocity, right? There's not a lot of rotation here. There's a ton of inflow. There's a ton of wind moving up into the storm right here. But we don't see that couplet. We don't see the other ones. What you want to see if you're looking for a tornado on this kind of imagery is the red and the green being really close to each other, indicating counterclockwise rotation. So I don't see a lot of that. But there's a lot of inflow there, and it could change very quickly. So that's why we've got the tornado warning. And you need to be in your safe spot if you're in Decatur, Arkansas. Let's see, what else we got going on here. This storm's starting to rotate as well up here north and east of Anderson, Missouri. Looks like all these storms are rotating now a little bit more than they were before. But none of them are as, I guess, impressive as the Kentucky storm was earlier. So that's good. Hopefully we don't see any more that impressive. That would be a win for us today. Oh, thank goodness. The St. Louis radar is back. Storms are firing. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Storms are just now starting to pop up over here in and around Columbia, Missouri. This is the other tornado watch that we have. This hasn't even started yet. And it looks like these are going to be absolutely mean. We've got actually probably some of the highest instability ratings out here in Missouri right now. So when these storms do get going, they are going to explode. And that's happening now just north of Jefferson City. Yeah, check this out. Out here in Missouri right now, we've got 3,000 joules per kilogram of storm fuel, essentially. 3,500 joules per kilogram, the closer you get down into Arkansas. There's a couple of pockets of 4,000 surface-based popping up out there in Arkansas. So this shows you where the atmosphere is most unstable, where big storms are more likely to start popping off. And it's pretty much anywhere in this region. That's where the greatest instability is right now. So it's honestly kind of crazy that the storm over here in Kentucky did what it did, being on the edge of the instability. What else can we look at here? Wind shear. Let's look at the hodograph map. So, I mean, one of the things that's not very surprising is the fact that that storm produced a tornado over here just based off of the wind environment. So the hodographs, or the wind shear, the turning with winds with height, is actually much more favorable right now in this region than back here. But the reason why that didn't get really accounted for in the tornado forecast, I believe, is because storms weren't supposed to interact with this. Storms are obviously interacting with this. But what concerns me is that we have such a positive profile for tornado genesis in this area, and new storms are forming back here, right? So these are going to move into that environment and take advantage of it tonight. There's a chance that even though we do have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes tonight, even though that is focused down towards Arkansas, and I do think we're going to have some bad storms down there tonight, there's a chance that there's an equal tornado problem, I guess, tonight in the Midwest up here in Illinois and Indiana. If those storms get going and they take advantage of that environment and they maintain their discreteness, in fact, there's probably a better environment for tornadoes up there. So we're going to be watching Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas hard tonight. Tara, thanks for becoming a member. Jill Duck, thanks for becoming a member. Bernie's Weekend, thank you guys so much for all the support. An update on Northern Kentucky, you've got it. The reason I'm checking in on that one a little bit less is because the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. You can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that the storm, for the most part, is weakening. But I do want to mention that the storm itself isn't really weakening. Like the tornadic part is, okay, but the actual storm, the part that's hitting Falmouth, Kentucky right now is still a monster. Okay, we got 2-inch in diameter hail. We've got winds 60, 70 miles per hour. This is going to be the strongest storm you've probably experienced in this part of the world in quite some time, with or without a tornado. So Neve, Powersville, Brooksville, everybody downstream here from this supercell thunderstorm needs to prepare and get ready for what this is capable of doing, which even without a tornado, it could cause damage. We've got a huge slew of power outages trailing behind it. A couple thousand people without power in Indiana and Kentucky, all thanks to this storm. We're up to, it looks like 4,000, almost the entire county of Trimble County, Kentucky is without power now, according to this. Falmouth, gotcha. Yeah, really, really favorable conditions for tornado genesis right now, in my opinion. Mostly in the Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky area, and then especially back there towards central Arkansas. We'll see if those primed environments maintain as the storms come towards them. And a lot of times, if it takes too long for the storms to get there, the wind shear can, let up. There's a lot of different things that can happen. What part of Indiana are you watching tonight? Let me show you the SPC outlook here, which I think it should be updated. But let me show you the latest here. So this is the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for the rest of today into tonight. So the dark orange there is a enhanced risk of severe weather, okay? The yellow is a slight. I think that enhanced risk could very easily be extended up into Indiana and Illinois. So pretty much everybody in the yellow, that's where we're watching tonight. And we just got a new tornado warning for Benton County, Arkansas. That's the same storm that we've been watching, so I'm going to take a brief look at it just to make sure there's nothing crazy new here on the reflectivity, and there's not. So we'll get back to covering that, but first we've got something from Chandra. Chandra, what do you got for us?
Hey y'all. We're still observing everything that we're seeing online, and it looks like Brooksburg, or let me confirm that real fast. Brooksville, Indiana, has a lot of significant damage in a specific area. A lot of campers turned over, structural damage, all of that. So we're gonna keep a close eye on this area and see if any more information comes in. So just wanted to report that for you.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Really appreciate that. Chandra's monitoring the past. I'm up here monitoring the future, looking at the radar and everything. Chandra's making sure we don't forget about everybody that we've been covering for the day that are looking for updates. Maybe you've got family in this area. You're looking to hear what happened. We're in contact with people there. We're monitoring the scanner feeds. We're looking at social media. And we're coming to the conclusion that this area, the area between Milton and Brooksburg, it was the hardest hit area by this storm. We don't know the exact extent of the damage. Most of what I've seen is overturned RVs and trailers and stuff like that. I don't know how many. I don't know what else happened, but we're starting to hear that Brooksburg, especially in Indiana, was hit pretty significantly hard by the tornado. Once again, it kind of rode the Ohio River here between Milton and Brooksburg. So yeah, we'll see what's going on there as we continue to learn more. And then that new tornado warning out here in Arkansas is for Bella Vista and Bentonville. Okay. The storm is honestly a mess. It was looking really impressive a couple hours ago, or I'm sorry, like maybe an hour ago. Now it looks less impressive to me simply because it's become like this big, giant, multicellular mess. There's no defined area of rotation. It's just all kind of a big blob of rotating stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. This is for some people that get hit by this storm, it's going to feel like a tornado. It might even be worse. We're going to have 3-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for an extended period of time in Bella Vista. Whether or not you get a tornado, that is going to cause damage. That is going to cause injury if you're out in it. So you want to get to shelter in Bella Vista and Bentonville immediately, because this is a very dangerous storm coming right towards you. And it is capable of producing a tornado at any moment. Anyways, back to the SPC. The orange down here is the enhanced risk. That's where we're most focused on tonight. I think that could be expanded up into Illinois and Indiana. The reason that is enhanced down there is mostly because of this 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. Once again, I think even that could be moved up north a little bit. But even the brown there, that's a 5% probability of seeing a tornado within a 25 miles of any given point tonight. Green's 2%. The biggest threat out of everything with these storms is going to be the hail. We've got a significant risk of damaging hail for everybody in the yellow and red hatched areas tonight.
Hey, Ron, you have a
So
copy?
be on the outlook for that. And we've got old storm chaser Chris Hall reporting in. Let's hear what we got. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, we're east of Warner, Oklahoma. We're still riding down 40. We have shifted our plan. There's no way I'm catching the tornado warning up there in Arkansas currently. But there is a new storm that is catching my attention. It's down around Canadian, Oklahoma. It's going to be a tail end Charlie. So we're going to move on a little bit to the east to get in position for that one, because that one's now got my peak attention.
All right. So there's your update from Storm Chaser Chris Hall. He's following these more southern storms in Oklahoma so that we have eyes on it. We've got eyes pretty much everywhere today. So if there's a tornado pert near anywhere, we're going to see it for the rest of the evening. We've got widespread coverage now, thanks to our Storm Chasers. The man says, I've got a friend in Gravette. He said he's getting pretty bad hail and rain. Here in Oklahoma, it's raining pretty hard and pretty windy. Stay safe. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, all these storms are starting to spin more. They're just not like, I don't know how to really explain it without getting too nerdy. And I don't like doing that too much. But you've got like the spinning motion of the storm, like that. They're all like getting started to spin. And then instead of that spinning motion kind of condensing on itself, it kind of, all of that energy is spread over a larger area. So that, honestly, that's kind of what was forecast today, because those larger spinning updrafts are usually what leads to our bigger hailstorms, which we're definitely getting today. But every once in a while in a system like this, you'll get one that tightens up, and they sometimes produce the biggest tornadoes. So that's why we're concerned about significant damaging tornadoes tonight. Arkansas, thank you. S. Parker, thank you. Estimated forecast for Maysville, Kentucky. Maysville, Kentucky, I think you're in the path of that big chunker of a storm coming through Kentucky right now. Yeah, Maysville, you're probably going to get hit by that before it weakens. I would expect hail maybe up to 2 inches in diameter within the next hour and 15 minutes. And also, this storm is capable of producing a tornado still. Like, actually, the rotation is picking back up here near McKinney'sburg, Kentucky. So, the farther east this goes, the less favorable the environment will be for a tornado. So I'm hoping that Maysville is going to pretty much dodge a bullet there. But we do have to watch for this to try to pop down another tornado. If it doesn't, though, Maysville, this is definitely going to bring you some hail, some lightning, some rain. It's going to be a wild storm for you, so go ahead and get ready for that. But you've got a little bit before that happens. We'll see here. Thank you guys so much for sending stuff in. Remember, you don't have to do that unless you can do so safely. And even then, you don't have to. We do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning
in Kentucky
has been issued
for our storm. So I'm going to go back to that right here in a second. But first, Kim Morton sent in this video of the storm going near Bella Vista, Arkansas right now. And it is a doozy, as you can see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got another new tornado warning in Oklahoma as well. Let's go back to the radar. There it is. Tornado warning now for, what is that? Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma. And I see why they've done that. We've got a huge rear flank kind of influx here. So this is going to try to spin up some rotation here and try to increase the inflow. And we'll see what happens there. But that definitely could cause a tornado here. So we need everybody in Westville to take shelter in Oklahoma. All right, let's go back to Kentucky. Man, we're going to be going between so many states later. It's going to be wild. All right, so we got that new tornado warning. This does include Maysville. Okay, this does include Maysville, Kentucky. We've got a tornado warning that also includes Brooksville, Powersville, Bridgeville, Abigail, Murphysville, Sardis, Mays Lick, and Lewisburg. All right. All these places are under tornado warnings. So please take shelter now if you're in any of those places in Kentucky. More specifically, this is Bracken County, Kentucky, Mason County, Kentucky, Pendleton County, Kentucky, and Robertson County, Kentucky. Take shelter immediately. This thing has a history of producing a tornado. All right, and daggone it, something about this storm really loves the Ohio River. The last time it was near the Ohio River, it dropped a big tornado. It stopped doing that in Kentucky here, but now that it's getting close to the Ohio River again, closer to Maysville and Ripley, it's trying to produce another tornado, okay? So as it gets closer to Bridgeville, we'll see what happens here, but right now it looks like it's raring up. It's sucking in more air. It's got a pretty decent rear flank downdraft here. We'll see what happens, but it looks like it's going to try to produce a tornado, so take shelter now. Actually, that warning doesn't include downtown Maysville, but it might as well. Like, it's pretty close. Like, Country Club Heights, the western side of Maysville is included there. Regardless, I'd say the tornado sirens are going off in Maysville if you have sirens. The hail in Kentucky is wild too. This is from Daniel O'Brien. This is from Falmouth, Kentucky. Daniel, thank you for sending this in. Yeah, that'll do. That probably caused some dents. Gosh. So if you're in Maysville right now, this is what you can expect. Even if there's not a tornado, this kind of storm is on the way. And speaking of, yeah, look, this is what the aftermath looked like. Tell me that ain't snow. It looks like snow. The hail has just accumulated on the ground. Now they're probably experiencing some really crazy hail fog. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is from Tyler Rhodes, a video of the tornado in Madison, Indiana, crossing the Ohio River. Wow. Tyler, you should have been in your safe spot, but man, you had an amazing view of this thing. Holy smokes, what are you on your back porch? Look at this. It looks like that's like his backyard, and he's just on the porch having a cup of coffee. Look at that. Obviously, we hate to see tornadoes do damage, but that is, that's a spectacular view there of a rare storm producing a tornado right along the Ohio River earlier today. Unbelievable footage. That same storm is the one that we're watching move into Bridgeville right now. Now, I don't know if it's still producing a tornado. It could be. That's why we've got a tornado warning, and we want you to take shelter. Yeah, that was a breathtaking view of that storm. Rotation with our storm near Bella Vista has let up a little bit, but the hail hasn't. We just got a report in a little bit farther to the west of an almost 3-inch in diameter hailstone. The tornado warning a little bit farther west is also still rotating. It's not formed a tight couplet yet. We still want to be in our safe spots if we're in Westville. And we're still watching all these other storms out here in Oklahoma and Missouri. Springfield, Missouri, you guys should get ready. There's a Pretty big cluster of storms heading to you that could cause some problems within the next little bit. It looks like some of these storms that are popping up in central Missouri now are starting to become severe. We've got our first warning for Fulton. That's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. And then, of course, we still have that tornado warning up here in Kentucky. That's kind of our main thing right now. Dave is sending me this from Milton, Kentucky. Some damage from Milton, Kentucky. Look at this. Every damage picture I've seen has had the Ohio River in the background. That's how closely this thing hugged the river. What do you think about the DF Metro? I think you're talking about Dallas-Fort Worth. I think you guys are fine. The majority of the stronger storms have already moved past that area. I'm sorry, Alan. Thank you so much for the support. I don't know what you're trying to say. Teresa, thank you for becoming a member. Savannah, thank you for being a member for 23 months. Should I tell my cousin in Chicago to be weather aware today? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just for reference here, they're a little bit outside of the main concern area, so they shouldn't be like hyper weather aware. But we've seen what can happen even outside of the risk area. There's a chance of anything happening today. So here's just a reminder of what that looks like. The severe weather risk zones today. The orange is the most severe. The yellow is going to be a little bit behind that, and the green, you know how it works. But I think that everybody in the yellow, especially, should be very weather aware today. This is one of those systems that any storm could produce a damaging tornado. Okay.
Hey Ryan, do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
We are no longer 10 sig in the newest outlook. We are now just 10%.
Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center has updated their outlook. This part still looks exactly the same. So for the most part anyways, we still got the same enhanced risk and slight risk. It's still driven by the hail. Okay, the hail is going to be the biggest threat tonight. But the Storm Prediction Center did decide to reduce the probabilities down here. Not really the probabilities, but there's still a 10% probability in Arkansas and Oklahoma for tornadoes tonight. But they've removed that hatched indicator, meaning that they think that maybe the storms won't be as strong, or the tornadoes won't be as strong. But I don't know. I think that we definitely still have. I've seen them issue 10% hatched risks for a lot less. So I'm surprised, to say the least. I also believe that pretty much.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Anybody in the brown tonight should be hyper weather aware. I wouldn't pay too much attention as to whether or not I'm in that yellow zone. But if I am in that yellow zone, obviously you should be hyper weather aware. Chris, what's up, Chris?
South of Webbers Falls, Oklahoma, right off of I-40. I do believe we have a potentially
going tornadic storm here. Looking at it now, I'm visually seeing rotation here. You can see now on radar, it's sort of trying to get a little bit of a hook on it, but I'm visually looking at rotation here. Actually, right over I-40 currently. So watch this one pretty closely.
Okay, so this is the storm that Chris is on, moving towards Weber's Falls in Oklahoma. It currently doesn't have a tornado warning with it, but it does look like it could be trying to rotate a little bit here as it moves towards Weber's Falls and Vienna. Also, we've got a live shot from Chris of that very thing. So there it is. Yeah, you can see the rotation. Within the first couple of frames, I could see the rotation. So we can certainly see what he's talking about there. But this is, once again, this is another one of those things where even if this doesn't produce a tornado, all these storms are rotating today. Not all of them are going to produce a tornado. Even if this one doesn't, the Weber's Falls area, the Vienna area, the I-40 corridor between Weber's Fall and Muldrow in Oklahoma over the next little bit is about to get clobbered by 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's what that's the main threat right now. Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center did update their outlook. There's no significant changes. Everything's still the same. The only thing that changed really was the removal of the hatched zone. Direction of the storm in Benton, Arkansas. That storm's moving off to the north and east. And by the way, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We are down to this one tornado warning here in Oklahoma, and then the one in Kentucky. This one, the rotation is letting up once again, thankfully. Let's check back in on our storm in Kentucky as well. I would be surprised if this one was, so this one's also letting up a little bit. It still has a little dangly bit here. Okay. It's still trying. Okay. This storm is still trying its best to produce a tornado. It's having a hard time right now though. Let's hope that continues to be the case, as it approaches Maysville. But Maysville, you're about to get hit by the storm regardless. 2 inch in diameter hail, strong winds. Get ready. It's about to start. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Matt, for the 5 gifted. That's huge. And congratulations to the people that got the memberships. Athene, thanks for being a member for 15 months. Love seeing the live stream. Hate to see the reason you stream. Thank you. And Crisano, thank you for the 5 gifted. You guys are super generous. The gifted memberships are like the coolest thing you can do. A lot of people are saying thanks for streaming, etc. You don't have to say thank you. I'm here because I want to be. Also, the reason we're streaming today is because of that 10% hatched risk. Anytime the day starts and there's a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes for a pretty significant, like as long as it's not just for like one little corner of an unpopulated area of Wyoming. I don't know. Like if as long as there's storm chasers that's going to be there and there's people that we can help, the 10% hatched risk is our criteria for going live. I know we weren't live last night. We had some big storms in Kansas, but that criteria wasn't met. And we're trying to make it consistent. We're trying to make sure that you guys always know when we're going to be live and when we're not going to be live. So when you know when to tune in and maybe when to go to your local news or whatever else it is. We're trying to figure out ways to go live more often, but we found that the most effective, the most efficient way of getting our message out is by reserving our live streams for the big events, so that people always know that, if I'm live streaming, there's probably a good reason to pay attention. Chandra's got something for us. Go ahead, Chandra.
Sorry, the camera has been a mess back here. So we have a couple updates from Hanover and Hanover County, I believe it is, but there is significant damage in that area. There's a lot of There's a lot of structural damage and power outages, and also we have an update from the Hanover College. It says there has been no physical damage on campus. However, power is out and it's estimated to return from and be repaired by 8:15 tonight. They are working, there's a team working to plan a dinner. Please stand by for updates. And it says if you need immediate access to power, you may use the orange receptacles in the Science Center. So if you're in that area or you have family members in the area or students in Hanover College, just know that there's no structural damage, but the power is out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chandra. So yeah, no damage to the campus. We've been hearing a lot about the campus over there between Milton and Brooksburg. No damage to the campus directly, and it actually might be a place of refuge if you need power, if you need an outlet for whatever reason. You can go there. So that's good to hear. Some of the hail that you guys are sending me is nuts. Here's some more significant damage photos from the Hanover, Indiana area. It's too early to rate it, but the National Weather Service will give it an official rating probably as soon as a couple days from now. And look at that, the sun's already out back behind that where that tornado hit. So that shows you that the atmosphere is destabilizing back there. And it's making way for storms like this. We've got a pretty big one. Pretty nasty looking one up here near Gasconade and Chemoy in Missouri here. All of these storms are going to be working towards the St. Louis and Springfield region, okay? These are concerning because these supercells are going to have, honestly, access to a very similar environment as the storm that went through Indiana earlier did, okay? So if that storm was able to produce a tornado, these storms will probably also be able to produce tornadoes. The limiting factor here, the thing that would keep them from producing tornadoes, is that too many of them form, right? One of the reasons why the Kentucky-Indiana storm was such a big deal earlier is because it was discrete. It was by itself. It had the entire atmosphere to use up for itself. Competing thunderstorms very close to each other often ruin the ability for them to produce tornadoes. So, we're going to hope that happens. Oh my gosh. So Chamois. I went with chamoy, but apparently it's pronounced ShamWow. You see what I'm saying? Like, you guys got to cut me a break every once in a while. If you're just now tuning in, this is wall-to-wall coverage of a severe weather outbreak that is ongoing from the Great Lakes all the way down into Texas. We started off pretty active, but now things are kind of cooling down in terms of the tornado aspect, but they're actually really ramping up in terms of storm coverage. So we're about to get into the weeds of having a bunch of stuff to cover. But in the meantime here, I'm trying to interact with chat, go over the forecast a little bit before we get locked into the next stage of this. This is classic. We always have to share this one. You don't want me to talk about your town. And it might be funny when I first pronounce your town name wrong. But why am I saying your town name? It's not always a good thing, right? You know what I'm talking about whenever I say it. You know what I'm talking about. That's the point. As long as you understand what and where I'm talking about, and I get it mostly right, that's my goal. Wow, this is from Kansas City last night. This is from Noah. Oof. We're going to have lots of this tonight in Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, and Illinois. Get ready for it. If you can move your car under some sort of covering, I would do so. Felicia, thank you so much. Rob, quick shout out to my wife Holly and son watching at home. Love you guys. Rob, that was nice. And shout out to Holly and Rob's son. Deb, thanks for becoming a member. It's okay, it's either ShamWow or Shammy. Either way, it's not how it's spelled, y'all. I don't care what you say. Let's check back in on our storm in Kentucky. It's still tornado warned. But the rotation is, it's very minimal, okay? I don't think there's a tornado down with this storm right now. It's still a warning, though, so if we're in Maysville and Shannon and all these places, we should stay in our safe spots. But I still think the main
Ron,
threat
it's Chris.
with this...
We're near VN, Oklahoma. Visually have a wall cloud with this storm now. Been looking at it for the past 2 or 3 minutes. We're looking back towards it right now.
Okay, so that's Chris Hall down there in Sequoia County, Oklahoma. Yeah, and you can see the lowering there within the rotating part of the storm. Chris has given us a live view of that. But Maysville and really just south of Maysville, Kentucky, near Selma and Lewisburg, that's where the biggest part of this storm in Kentucky is going to go. And the biggest problem is going to be the hail, thankfully, not the tornado problem, I believe. The storm that Chris is on right now, honestly, it's pretty impressive with the amount of rotation that it's got. So I'd say what he's looking at there, the rotating part of the storm is near Carlisle. It's moving east towards Vienna, Oklahoma. So we will probably see a tornado warning for that shortly. Okay, it's Vian or Vian. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm just not doing well today with the town names. Tyler Peters from Alma, Arkansas says, the sky's looking very ominous. Everyone, please stay safe tonight. Thanks to you, Ryan. Thank you. And you stay safe, too. Let's see here. Flare. Around what time are you expecting Northeast Arkansas to get the worst of it? I have to work tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay tuned to your live stream the whole time. Northeast Arkansas, it's going to be much, much later. I don't have an exact time for you. I can try real quick to pull up the models. Let's see here. Forecast models, HRRR. This is not an exact science, but the latest run of the HRRR is usually pretty close to the arrival time. The biggest storms in Northeast Arkansas, and I'm using Jonesboro as a marker for Northeast Arkansas. The biggest storms will be arriving around 11 p.m. to midnight tonight. They'll be moving past Little Rock around the same time. So, yeah, 11 p.m. to midnight tonight. That's when the biggest storms will come through. There is a possibility that some smaller storms will pop up over the next couple of hours, though, that could still contain hail and winds and an isolated tornado, and that'll be occurring between 4 and 6 p.m. Here's what that looks like for everybody. I know everybody's curious about the future radar here. Excuse me. Peak primetime tornado potential, in my opinion, is going to be between now and 8 p.m. Then this becomes mostly a linear storm system, in my opinion. So this is what the radar could look like just 3 hours from now. We expect some big supercells to be popping up here in Illinois, Indiana, up into Ohio. Some of those will be tornadic. We expect some of the similar stuff that we've been seeing continuing down here in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. What about 10 p.m.? Things get a little bit more linear by that point. You see how there's not as many supercells and it's just one big line. That's when the threat goes from tornado to damaging wind, and that's always, it's not a good thing, but it's usually better. So we're hoping 8 p.m. comes fast, and we haven't had a bunch of tornadoes by then. We've really lucked out, and I would say the past 5 severe weather outbreaks that we've covered, we've really lucked out with them being on the low end of what they could have been. I don't know if this one will be the same, but I'm hoping so. FedEx Mobile, thanks for becoming a member. Close says, can you show me that tornado rotation? Looks like I'm 24 and I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, here we go. Mike T says, my band Garage Fire is playing at Half Baked in Columbus, Ohio. Are we going to be safe from about 8 to 11? Mike T, I don't know if you're going to be safe. It depends on if you're paying attention to warnings. That is around the time where some big storms could be going through that area, so keep that in mind. Just keep me up in the background. Put me, if you've got a big projector screen that you're supposed to have like really cool graphics going on behind you while you're playing your show, just put me up there instead. It's if the tornado warnings are going off, there'll be just as much flashing. It'll probably go right along with your show. Autumn. Hello, Ryan. When should I expect storms in Wheatland, Missouri? We don't have a storm shelter, so we will have to drive to the neighbor's house. Wheatland, Missouri. Let me look at that. Don't know exactly where that is. So here's the good news for Wheatland, Missouri. The storms are going to be happening soon. Okay, so this will all be over for you before you know it. Right now, I would watch, if you've got your own radar app, hopefully you've got the Radar Omega radar app. If you've got that, I would watch these storms back here in Kansas. Okay, find the storms back here towards Pittsburgh and Girard, Kansas. These are the ones that are going to be working towards you over the next hour or two. Once they get past you, it's done. You're finished. Okay, it's like the storm's over, like in a positive way. So keep that in mind and just watch these storms as they move towards you. They're probably going to become severe warned. They may even become tornado warned. So just, heed warnings and watch those storms. Once they get past you, you're good. The storms out here in Missouri are really starting to blow up. They're not really rotating yet, which is good. Starting to see a little bit more rotation from this storm up here in Missouri coming towards Aurora and Springfield. You see a little bit of a hook trying to form there, but still nothing substantial. The tornado warning in Oklahoma has been allowed to expire, so now we don't have any tornado warnings, even on the storm that Chris is on, even though that storm still looks pretty impressive. There's still quite a bit of rotation there, and there's still a hook. So that could produce a tornado at any time. There's a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm about to move through Marble City and Solisol in Oklahoma. Back to our storm in Kentucky. The tornado warning should be allowed to expire very soon. I think the tornado warning is pretty much over at this point. Let me switch radars here. So we'll see if they reissue it because it is still rotating. But for the meantime, they have issued just a severe thunderstorm warning for Tollsboro, Ribolt, and Kinneconic in Kentucky. That's going to go over towards Vanceburg as well. So we'll see if the rotation starts to pick back up on that. Oh, and also, if you've noticed on the bottom right of your screen, obviously we've got the Radar Omega thing there because we love them. We've got another partner that's working with us today, Survive a Storm Storm Shelters. There's a link for them in the description too. Somebody that I just answered their question mentioned that they didn't have a storm shelter. Most of us don't. I didn't for a long time, but we got to survive a storm shelter because we really didn't have the place to do it underground. If you click on that link in the description, you'll see what I'm talking about. It can like sit in your garden, it can sit in your garage, and it's rated for EF5 winds. Really cool, affordable. I think they sell them like this is something that you could get at it seems like something you could get at Lowe's. You know what I mean? But it's heavy duty, it's real. It's awesome. So if you're interested in a storm shelter, there's a link in the description for that. The best way to go about it, though, is to just have a basement. If, like, you know, like having a home with a basement in this part of the world that gets hit by tornadoes so often is so valuable. But it's also kind of uncommon. Roman says, I'm from Southeast Missouri, and we are regularly missed by strong storms. However, tonight, it looks like we're going to be hit by giant hail. What do you think, Ryan? Thanks to all you do, sir. Yeah, I think that you guys definitely have a very real shot at getting hit by some big hail. I would go ahead and prepare for that. But obviously, as with any storm system, there's a chance that you luck out and it goes by you. Just prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Man, this cell right here is looking like it's going to try to do something. And it's moving generally in the direction of St. Louis. And St. Louis had some big problems last night. There's still people without power up here in and around St. Louis, thanks to the big storms that we had last night. You should. I think it'd be better. Okay, so it's official. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So we no longer have a tornado warning in Kentucky. We don't have any in Oklahoma. We do have a boatload of severe thunderstorm warnings, though, and also a boatload of storms that are close to being at the criteria that would warrant a tornado warning. So the storm that Chris Hall is on right now down here near Marble City, that one is one of those. If it just gets a little bit stronger, it'll probably have a tornado warning. There's another one up here just south of Springfield that we're watching, south and east of Aurora. And then I think that I really do think that these storms up here in Missouri, just to the west of St. Louis, are going to cause some big problems. I think that these are probably going to be our main show stoppers tonight. If they continue to look like the way they're looking now. Oh, yeah. I'm telling y'all something. Like, it's crazy to me that it's March 14th. You could have shown me this radar screenshot and told me it was May 14th, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, huge, giant supercell thunderstorms in Missouri. Yeah, May. March is, for this kind of stuff, is a little early. And, you know, right now, these storms are not warned for tornadoes. I think that'll change in the future. But what they are warned for is very big hail, and these things are going to produce very, very big hail as they move towards the general St. Louis, Jacksonville, and Springfield area. So you guys should definitely be paying attention to that. And, yeah, so what do you got for us, Chandra? The lights are orange.
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay. So we've been back here doing some updates and stuff, and we have noticed a lot of hail. And I know you've been talking about it a lot today. And I just want to refresh everyone's memory or show people that have never seen it before. This awesome new item is called the Helimeter. And if you actually have gorilla-sized hail, this can measure it. So that way you can tell all of your friends that you actually have proof that you had gorilla-sized hail. Now, all jokes aside, I would really recommend you guys being super safe and obviously not going out there and just like picking up hail balls for fun if it's hailing. But we do have something fun for you to have in this situation, just to lighten the mood a little bit. So I hope everyone's staying super safe. I'm really enjoying the live stream today. I'm a little nervous on here. I don't know why. This is just crazy. But yeah, so hopefully I want everyone to stay super safe and to keep in mind that if anything does happen in specific areas that the Yacht Squad can show up to help, you can donate to the yachtsquad.org. And hopefully that we would be able to get the team together and go administer storm relief. So yeah, just want to let you know that.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chandra. And once again, if you guys are just now tuning in, this is your first time meeting Chandra, Chandra is with our nonprofit organization known as the Y'all Squad, where we go help people when they get hit by tornadoes. Chandra makes that happen. She talks to the emergency managers. She talks to Lowe's, Walmart. She takes the card, she swipes it for $50,000 and buys whatever it is that we need and takes it wherever it needs to go. And she does a really good job of that. When she signed up to work here, she never did agree to be on camera, but we just put her in front of it in the last couple of streams, and I think she's doing good because she's got to be here to, understand what's going on anyways, to be able to do the next steps for our nonprofit organization. So thank you to Chandra. And also, shopryanhall.com, the halometer thing, that's another way to support if you want to help us stay on the air without having to run commercials and stuff like that. So that's a big deal for us. Yeah. So 1 second. I'm reading. There's a mountain of text in front of me. Hold on. Yeah, so these supercells here are in a pretty favorable environment for rotation. I do think they're going to, probably cause some problems. In the meantime, before, we get into the weeds with that, I do want to go back and kind of walk you through what's going on in Oklahoma here. A lot of people are asking about, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. If storms form that far south, which, right now it looks like maybe not, it'll still be a couple of hours before they move into the Dallas region. Just stick with me. Keep checking back in every once in a while. If we do get a big storm to your west, we'll track that as it comes into Dallas. But right now, nothing is convecting to your west. It's all up to your north. But like if you draw a line from this line of storms here back down this way, that's where that's where the storms would form. They would form over here and then go through Dallas. If this line makes it past Dallas before that happens, Dallas, you don't have anything to worry about. Okay? So that's where we're going to be keeping an eye on there. We've got a couple of storms down here in the Oklahoma City area to the south and east. They're not doing much at all. The vast majority of the strongest storms that we're seeing right now are over here in East Oklahoma, near Stigler, Fort Smith, Arkansas. The strongest storms are moving past Siloam Springs now, and now moving towards Eureka Springs, Berryville, and Huntsville, Arkansas. No tornado warnings with this line, but the whole thing's warned for 1 inch in diameter hail.
Hey Ron,
60
it's
miles
Chris.
per hour
One more
winds.
time, we are heading east. Spotting some prefrontals just south of Fort Smith. We're going to go ahead and get past Fort Smith, and it can maybe go south or just sit somewhere around town and let it come to us. Those prefrontals are the ones that we really need to watch here in the next little bit, because that's definitely in a favorable area.
So that was that's Chris. He's watching the storm down here that's moving towards Fort Smith, and we're going to keep him up on the screen so you guys can see what that looks like. We do have a pretty significant storm approaching Springfield, Missouri right now. We got a 1 inch in diameter hail and 70 mile per hour wind warning associated with that. It's also trying to rotate. It's not doing a good job, but it is trying to rotate here. You can see the outward motion of the rear flank. You can see how the inflow's coming in and kind of squeezing in the top of the storm there. It's not doing enough to actually produce a tornado yet. So that's what's going on back here. Then just to the west of St. Louis, we've got some crazy supercells forming. This one is nuts, dude. Look at that. Huh. Yeah, another incredible representation of a supercell here. Obviously rotating. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on at the base. We've got some contamination here, but I would just about bet that this is forming a couplet right now. This is going to be a dangerous storm as it approaches McCritic, Bridgeport, and Herman. This storm has that look. You guys, I don't know. Some of you guys have been watching for 3 years. I've been doing this for 3 years. This is what they look like before they produce a tornado. Sometimes they don't, but this, before they produce a tornado, they almost always do. So if I am in Herman, Gore, Pinckney, or Warrenton in Missouri, I would be hyper vigilant and be getting ready to potentially heed a tornado warning here soon. Wow. I hope the contaminated part of this, velocity reading here is just hiding some weak rotation and not a very strong couplet. Look at that. Okay, so we've got some big-time supercells forming that are already rotating here just west of St. Louis. We're watching those. And we do have the remnants of a tornado-producing storm still moving through northeastern Kentucky. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Tollsboro, Ribault, and Kinnickinnick out here in northeast Kentucky. This is the storm that produced the tornado back towards Milton, Kentucky earlier, in New Haven, Illinois, and all these places. It's not producing a tornado anymore, but it's still a big, bad storm. And look at this. We've got new storms, new cells popping up in central Kentucky. Look at that. Your weather dude here lives over in eastern Kentucky, so these might be moving towards me. We're installing our 24/7 HD weather house camera right now. I don't know if it's completely ready or not yet, but hopefully we can get that set up before that storm gets here, and we can show you that as it comes in towards the weather HQ here in the mountains of eastern Kentucky. My goodness. This is just like for somebody who enjoys analyzing radar data, that storm is just eye candy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Herman, y'all need to watch out. Warrenton, y'all need to watch out. Was the whistle too loud? Sorry, I didn't even realize I was doing it. Ryan, I'm near Ozark, Arkansas. What time do you think the storm will get to this area? Probably around 9 p.m., give or take an hour. Today is my late father's birthday, and I'm missing him a lot today. I'm a weather nerd, too, so I want to thank you for your team and giving me a bit of distraction watching your live coverage. Rebecca, I'm glad that we could help. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that, but I'm glad that we could help. Brenda, thank you for becoming a member. Kinsey, been a member for 21 months. Also been manager of our online store for quite some time now. Says, if you're thinking about getting a halometer, now's the time. They're currently 10% off. No code needed. Thank you, Kinsey, for the reminder. That's important. Matt, thank you. Guys, there's so many of these. But thank you for being an official sponsor for 15 months. In West Tennessee, the clouds are bubbling up. Yeah, these storms will eventually make it to West Tennessee as well. I think that the tornado threat will be a lot lower by then. But it's coming. All right, we're going to let these storms continue to mature here in Missouri. We're going to go back to Kentucky and check these out. Get ready for the big hail in Kinnickinnick. Kentucky. Also, this storm that's popped up just to the south and east of Winchester, if it continues to grow, will likely cause some problems for Jeffersonville and Stanton and people traveling along the Mountain Parkway near Clay City within the next little bit. There are currently 0, I repeat, 0 active tornado warnings. Yeah, Brian Buchanan, yes, you can do that, and much more. Holy smokes. Stephanie has been a member for 37 months. That means I've been doing this for 37 months now. Stephanie's my wife and was my first member. Great live coverage today. The boys and I will be with you all day, staying weather aware. We love you. Love you too. Thank you so much. Steph always renews her membership every time we go live because it's been working out to where it's been just about once a month. I think we're about to be a lot more active than that. But yeah, Steph was our first member. It's 37 months ago. It's crazy. Yeah, the storm up there in Missouri, the eye candy supercell, is structured really well aloft. It's struggling at the surface. Classic supercell. Yeah, it's up there near Rhineland, Missouri, and it could be a tornado producer eventually. Yeah, still trying to look for little areas of rotation along that line. Not seeing a bunch. It's still a very strong line. So Springfield, I would still be getting ready for a storm, and I would still watch that little area right there as it approaches southern Springfield. That has the potential of producing a tornado. So just be ready. You got 70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way in places like Battlefield, Nixa, and Ozark. So please, take shelter if you can. You don't want to be outdoors for a storm like that. Ozark, moments away. Okay. All right. I mean, every frame, this thing looks more and more like a tornado producer.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
Yeah, what's up? This is Hunter Hurley.
Yeah, I'm looking east, or I'm looking west for this supercell near Herman, Missouri. Got a pretty beefy mesocyclone going on, coming right at us from the west going east. Just waiting to see if it can mature a little bit more and drop a wall cloud for us.
Oh my goodness. Hunter Hurley has come to save the day, giving us a view of the ground. I'm so excited to see this. Yes, that's exactly what I thought it would look like. Just looking at radar sometimes can be a little frustrating because you know what the radar is showing, but you just don't know what's going on the ground. But this is the big eye candy supercell in the middle of Missouri. This is what it looks like at the surface. This is the base. It has a huge, beefy, rotating mesocyclone. And it's rotating a lot, especially a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. But as you can tell, even here, it's having a little bit of, trouble at the surface. That's why we don't have any ground connection. We don't have a tornado yet. Will that happen? Will there be a tornado? That's the question. There is no question, though, that this storm is very dangerous and it is extremely capable of producing a tornado. Everybody in front of this thing should be paying very close attention because this is the kind of storm that can produce a big one, okay? So Warrenton, Macedonia neighborhood, Absenhof, all these places in Missouri to the north and west of St. Louis need to be paying very close attention to this storm as it continues to wrap up, and it's going to try to produce a tornado. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a developing tornadic supercell just to the north and west of St. Louis, Missouri. This is probably the first of many, tornadic supercells that we will see for the rest of the day. We expect there to be a pretty significant severe weather outbreak tonight. Probably not mainly focused around tornadoes. There's certainly going to be some tornadoes, but the biggest threat tonight is going to be hail. Even, with this storm that we're looking at here in the forward flank up there towards Jonesburg and the I-70 corridor between Warrenton and Wright City to the north and west of St. Louis, you guys can expect, 2-inch in diameter hail very shortly. And all of these supercells are going to be dropping potentially as large as baseball-sized hail in the general St. Louis region over the next little bit. So if you know anybody in that area, please share this to get the word out. Put it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. If you don't want to share it on social media, I understand. Just slap that like button here on the stream so that the YouTube algorithm puts us in front of those people who may not know that this is coming and don't normally watch the news. So the number one way that they're going to find out about something like this is happening upon it on YouTube. And the only way that can happen is if you guys interact with the video and share it and like it and all that good stuff. So thank you so much for helping me get this stuff out to people. Hey, Chandra, let's put Hunter in the number 1 spot, please, whenever you get a chance. Got a lot of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings popping up. Most of these are for hail. St. Louis, you're getting surrounded, okay? You've got a big hail producer to your south. You've got a big hail and potential tornado producer to your north. All of this is going to converge on the city here over the next hour or so. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Back over here in Kentucky, the little supercell that could, man, I don't know when this thing's going to give up. It's been with us. It's literally traveled across the entire state of Kentucky now. It's on its way over towards, Ruggles, Boone, Furnace. Eventually, it'll probably make it all the way to Huntington and Ashland, honestly. And what it's doing right now is it's just dropping some big hail. Okay, we've got 60-mile-per-hour winds and some really big hail associated with this. It's still in an environment that could produce a tornado too. So we've got to watch this one closely for it to try to start rotating again as it approaches the tri-state area between Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia, guys. That little thing has traveled much farther than it should have. And then, of course, we've got other storms popping up over here in Kentucky as well, near Winchester, not nearly as strong just yet. We've got an incredible amount of storms down here in Oklahoma, but the majority of these are not tornadic. They're actually just wind makers. We've got some 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards places like Stigler, Muldrow. That's going to go towards Fort Smith as well. And then, the tornadic activity really starts to become more apparent the farther north and east you go. Even in this line here, right here on the southern side of Springfield, Missouri, There's something going on here I don't like. I think that we're going to try to see a little bit of a spin-up tornado here, maybe somewhere between Jamesville and Battlefield over the next little bit. It's not confirmed. There's no warning yet from the National Weather Service, but if I'm in Boaz, Nixa, Battlefield, or Gwen in Missouri to the south and west of Springfield, I would be getting ready to take shelter if a warning comes through, as it looks like that could be pretty dangerous. Regardless, that storm's going to bring about 1 inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The most impressive storms we have right now are in Missouri, just to the west of St. Louis, and this one continues to produce jaw-dropping imagery of from the radar here, and also in real life, which you can see above my head. That's the base of the storm there. It looks like it's about to go behind the hill. So I don't know. I guess Hunter will be repositioning here shortly, and we'll probably lose sight of it for a little while, but he'll put us back on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there it is, tornado warning for the very storm that we were just talking about down here south of Springfield. Yeah, that does include Ozark, McCracken, Linden, Sparta, and Oldfield. Okay, here it is. So there's Springfield, Missouri. Here's our tornado warning. There's our area of rotation. We've been watching that one for a while, so hopefully people have been watching and got the early heads up on that one. If you haven't taken, precautions yet, if you haven't gotten to your safe spot, please do so. If you're in Ozark or Sparta in Missouri, this is a dangerous storm. All right, y'all. I've got to get myself another water. Give me a moment. Be right back.
Hey Ryan, do you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a little bit of information on the supercell that you have named, the supercell that could. So the reason I think that we're still seeing that exist is the whole reason that there wasn't supposed to be storms in that area today was that was a heavily capped environment. Well, obviously that storm managed to break the cap, and once that storm has broken the cap, it's no longer subject to the normal limits that a capped environment has. So that's why we're still seeing that there, and that's why there's nothing else popping up around it, is because it's so heavily capped.
Yeah, and that's also why storms like that are so incredibly dangerous, especially when they first pop up. If you've got something in an environment that is capable of producing tornadoes, stopping storms from forming, and for whatever reason one storm forms, that's the worst thing that could happen, because there's no competition, there's no possibility of a merger kind of throwing the balance off within the storm, and it just all of those tornado ingredients in the atmosphere are reserved for that one storm. And that's what's happening with this storm. In the beginning of its life cycle, it was the tornado ingredients, and now it's just the general severe weather ingredients. There's plenty of convective available potential energy out there. It's warm. It's 82 degrees here in my neck of the woods. We've got high moisture. We've got everything's in place for storms, but there's a warm air inversion or something. There's something stopping that lift from happening. But a hole has popped open around this storm, and it's allowed for everything to kind of come into it. And who knows how long that'll continue for. Probably, certainly, at least to Huntington. So you guys should get ready for, some hail, some winds, and all that good stuff. Thank you, Riley, for popping in and every once in a while. You guys have seen Riley before. A lot of people are asking about Andy. Andy's not with us today. He's in the middle of a big move. Okay, he's moving to, I think he's moving to Illinois. I don't know if he's getting hit by tornadoes today or not, but yeah, so he can't be with us today, but he'll be with us next time. Well, looky here. We might have another watch in Mississippi. Oh, look, there we go. Tornado warning for Christian County. Actually, hold on. Yep, that's Charles County and Warren County, Missouri.
A new tornado warning
official.
Has been issued.
This storm is officially warned, and it's going straight for St. Louis. So there you go. We've got a tornado warning officially on this storm. All right, but real quick, what I was talking about before that, a severe thunderstorm watch more than likely is about to be issued for Mississippi, like the whole state. An isolated hail and wind threat may exist with any storms that can develop. Watch issuance is not expected in the short term, but I believe that we'll see a watch at some point tonight for parts of Mississippi for these storms that are popping up in the southern half of the state and will get stronger as they move north. All right. Hunter has a great view of the base of this storm still. Wow. So this is a live look at the newly tornado warned storm in Missouri. It's huge base as it rotates and spins right towards St. Louis. Like, no joke. Like, this is going right towards St. Louis. Places like Wentzville are in the path. You guys need to be taking shelter. And then beyond the actual tornado warning, downstream, we've got places like O'Fallon, St. Charles, Maryland Heights, Ferguson, Maryland Heights, and maybe even downtown St. Louis in the path of this dangerous supercell storm. Holy smokes. And this is a live look at that very storm. Hunter is currently, I would say a 45-minute, maybe an hour drive to the west of St. Louis, close to Warrenton, but probably in the Marthasville, New Male area. That's his precise location. He's in Warren County. And we've got another mesoscale discussion. Let's go check that out real quick, and we'll come back to Hunter's view of the humongous wall cloud here. Rapid air mass recovery is ongoing in Ohio and Indiana. New storm development with all hazards possible. A new watch could be needed. So this has got a 60% probability of there being a new tornado watch in Ohio and Indiana within the next hour. I think that that's definitely coming. It'll be a tornado watch. We'll see what happens with the probabilities there. So Hunter is repositioning himself. He's turning around so he can continue to watch this thing. But you saw it. This is a monster of a storm that's moving into the greater St. Louis area. Okay, we've got a potential tornado maker here moving into the western suburbs of St. Louis. Right now, it's mainly a hail maker. Okay, and we're seeing that hail over here in Warrenton. We're going to see it in Wentzville pretty soon. The rotating part of the storm, which is down here. That's the part that we're most concerned about, and that's the part that you see above my head. You see the little dark bit of cloud that's hanging off the bottom of the storm? That is what we refer to as the mesocyclone. There might even be a wall cloud associated with that. That's where the tornado would happen, and that's the base of the storm. That's the bottom of it, and that's what we're looking at here on radar at the bottom of the storm on the southwestern side. That's where the tornado would likely form if we were to get one. So my goodness, Hunter's is just giving us the view of a lifetime of the supercell as it approaches a major metropolitan area. St. Louis, you guys should get ready. Well, even on the south side, big hail producer is about to move into the southern side of St. Louis as well. As far as radar is concerned, the surface rotation isn't that incredible. And that's been the story of this whole storm. Like, it's very well organized, especially higher up. There's tons of rotation higher up. But just like on the surface, it's not that impressive just yet. Wow. So he's in some pretty rough terrain here. We're going to see that wall cloud kind of dip behind the hill every once in a while. And sometimes there's stuff called scud. There's little pieces of the cloud that'll, come up into the wall cloud. And if it's behind the hill at the right angle, it'll look like there's a tornado down. But I don't think that's what's happening right now. I think that we've still just got that big mesocyclone, and we don't actually have the tornado down just yet. Oh, man, but it could be very close. It could be very close. Hunter, give us your verbal assessment of what we're looking at there whenever you get a chance. Once again, this is a live look. A live look at a developing tornado. I think it's safe to say that. Just to the west of St. Louis.
I think it's just trying to cycle right now, reorganize itself. I don't think it's going to produce for another 15 to 20 minutes if it were to produce. From our angle right now, you can see it's really tilted as well. We don't even have that good a view of the base where we want to be. We're trying to find a more elevated road here pretty soon where we can see straight down into the valley rather than have hills blocking our area.
So that was Hunter just pretty much saying what we were just talking about with the hills being a problem. The storm definitely is capable of producing a tornado, in my opinion, imminently. But it's also there's a lot of things that it's got to fight to make that happen. So that's why we've got the tornado warning. That's why we need you in your safe spot. If you're in Innsbruck, New Mel, or Wentzville, this is an extremely dangerous storm, and you can see why here. Like that base of the storm, the rotating mesocyclone that extends down from the cloud, is where the tornado would form if we get one. And yeah, this is just to the west of St. Louis. Some of the other places that are kind of in line for this are Lake St. Louis, O'Fallon, Weldon Spring, Chesterfield, all these places on the northwestern side of St. Louis. And we got ourselves another new tornado warning down here near Springfield. So it's that other storm that we were talking about earlier, just south of Springfield. It's still spinning away. producing maybe another tornado here past Ozark near Pembina, moving up towards Rogersville, Anchor Hills, Henderson, Palmetto, Panther Valley, Fordland, Diggins, and Northview. Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous storm here. Please take shelter, especially if you're in Fordland in Missouri. Take shelter now. Yeah, we've got two different storms that are trying to produce tornadoes here. One is just to the west of St. Louis. The other one is just to the south and east of Springfield, both in Missouri. Oh, wow. This is beautiful. The little supercell that could, that's traveling through northern Kentucky. This is a view of that storm from Moorhead, Kentucky. So for a little bit to the south, he's looking to the north here. And you can see very clearly what we were talking about earlier, where there's just one storm that's allowed to burst through the cap, and it's just exploding into the atmosphere there with nothing else around it. That's why it's allowed to, go on for as long as it has. Okay, so here's another, live look from Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley of this storm that's trying to produce a tornado as it goes towards St. Louis. It looks a little bit less impressive now. It looks a little bit less organized. Let's hope that continues to be the case. But in the meantime, we've got some updates from Chandra. What do you got for us, Chandra?
Hi, y'all. I hope everybody's doing good. I know a lot of people are traveling right now, so I wanted to encourage some safety tips if you're traveling or know someone that is traveling. First, I want to tell you guys to make sure you're driving slow and using your headlights. Very, very important. But also, if you know where you're going, just kind of keep an eye out on the radar. Radar Omega is pretty good for that. And if you have a family member, obviously keep them up to date. You also want to prepare your vehicle. So make sure your vehicle is in good condition. Your brakes work. That's pretty important. And then just be clear of all headlight and window damage and all of that. Also pretty important, the thing quit working.
Oh, I don't know what just happened. There's a loud noise and everything froze. Are you guys okay back there? Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay, all right.
I'm telling you, I should just get struggle tattooed right here across my forehead. So anyway, I just want to encourage you guys to be safe and to pack an emergency kit. You never know when you're going to need it, whether you're going to be on the road for bad weather or not. So yeah, I just want to let you guys know.
All right. Thank you very much, Chandra. Giving my voice a break, allowing me to drink some water here, reminding us to be safe on the roads, and scaring me to death. I don't know what the noise was back there, but something sounded like it exploded. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, the reason we're talking about being safe on the roads is because this is a very highly populated area that these storms are getting ready to go through. Tons of interstates. I mean, there's going to be millions of people out on the roads through some of the strongest storms of the year so far. So yeah, it is important actually to make sure your vehicle is in tune and you've got everything that you need to, to get through a sticky situation if you find yourself in one. So yeah, thank you, Chandra, for that. And back to tracking this storm here. The rotation at the surface is just not there, man. Which is a good thing. Very good thing. But that's why we aren't seeing a tornado on Hunter's feed, despite the incredibly good presentation on radar. This looks like a tornado that would be producing or it looks like a storm that would be producing a tornado on radar, certainly. But it's not enough rotation at the surface. Jessica, thank you for becoming a high risker. Rogue, thank you for that. That one that just hit next to Missouri was half a mile from my mom's house. My sister's car got pelted by hail. I'm sorry that happened, man. I'll tell you who else is getting ready to get pelted by hail, and that's going to be Wentzville, Missouri. You guys are about to experience probably some 2-inch in diameter hail, golf ball size or larger. The storm south of St. Louis is trying to rotate. It's actually doing a little bit of a better job than the one north of it, despite not having as good of a presentation on radar. But yeah, these storms are blowing up just as we thought they would. The storm to the south of Springfield, or now to the southeast of Springfield, that's got the tornado warning for it for, I believe that's Christian County, St. Charles County, and Webster and Greene County. That one, it's hit or miss. Like it's been producing a tornado, and then it kind of lets up, and then it produces again, and it lets up. It's in another one of those let up phases right now. We got a report in from around Ozark, Missouri of 1-inch tree limbs broken and shingles blown off of houses. Oh yeah, let's check in on the little storm that could, the little supercell that could over here. And man, it still could. It's still doing it. It's well on its way to Ashland, Huntington, that general vicinity there. Still producing large hail and damaging winds. So I expect that we'll see a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Interstate 64, maybe around Grayson, Kentucky, before too long. There it is. It just now came out. This is the same storm that produced a tornado earlier today over here in northwestern Kentucky, near Madison and Milton. Just trying to keep updated on everything. There's some new storms popping up here in Illinois as well. We've got to watch those closely. They're also starting to pop off in Indiana. So this will be the main round here that's popping up right now. Wow, this one's got some big hail with it over here. Storm moving towards Paynesville and Clarksville in Missouri, right on the Indiana border. That's probably got some golf ball size hail with it, if not larger. Grayson Wolf, thanks for becoming a member. James, or Lauren James, thank you for being a member for 22 months. If your wipers are on, turn your lights on. It's the law in many states. That is a great reminder. Leslie, thanks for upgrading your membership. Thank you guys so much. If you're just now tuning in, we're covering a severe weather outbreak. It's currently taking place from Kentucky to Ohio to Texas to Missouri, Arkansas. It's happened a little bit of everywhere. Here's another view, a beautiful view of that storm in Kentucky from Moorhead. We must have a lot of people watching from Moorhead, Kentucky right now. Honestly, this is my favorite form of storm chasing. Whenever it's possible, going and looking at the big supercell storms from a distance, seeing them like this, is almost more fascinating to me than being right under them sometimes. I love this. In fact, if we had our daggone camera working, I just about bet we could see it from here. Yeah, that's where Morehead State, the college, is. Another update from the Storm Prediction Center concerning tornado watch number 43. They're highlighting this area where all these supercells are popping up right now for, just noting that the severe risk continues and large to very large hail and tornado, and the tornado potential is increasing. So these storms are going to continue to mature and try to produce tornadoes as they move into Illinois. Something interesting is, our big bad supercell here, the one that looks so impressive on radar, notice how there's not much rotation at the surface. But if we just go up to some of these other storms that are kind of forming up here and moving into closer to the Springfield, Illinois area, there's actually a little bit more rotation with these. So they might be something that we have to watch as we go into the future. Yeah, the tornado risk will increase over the next few hours. It'll only start to decrease, in my opinion, after 8 p.m. And then, something could change by then, too, to where maybe at 8 p.m. the sun setting starts to increase the lower level jet and we get another round of activity with these storms. But as of right now, the tornado threat is increasing everywhere that's having a storm. Especially in southern Illinois. Yeah, we've already got some storms that are forming in Indiana north of Indianapolis. I don't know. I don't think much is going to come of these, but we're going to watch them. This little pocket of sales back here is our main focus, our main target area right now anyways. Andy says, "Hey Ryan, thanks for all you do. We're in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and we need to drive to Huntsville, Arkansas very soon. What's the best window to avoid the worst?" Well, definitely not right now. Right now, everywhere between Huntsville and Fayetteville is pretty much getting some really bad heavy rain. But wait an hour and a half.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The majority of it will be past you by then. Maybe 2 hours, because this is moving pretty slow here. And we got ourselves a new tornado warning. This one's on the southern side of St. Louis. It's with that storm we were talking about earlier. It had pretty good rotation with it. It still does. It's not very convincing, but you can see big time area of winds blowing this way. Area of winds blowing this way. Okay, you can infer that there is at least the tendency for counterclockwise rotation here. So that's why we've got a tornado warning for Hillsboro, Missouri, Festus, and Pikeville, Missouri. Take shelter now. We still also have a tornado warning for Wentzville. But it is not producing a tornado at the moment. We know that because we have a storm chaser directly under it. Pretty much. Here's some photos from Warrenton, Missouri, from Findlay. That's like a hail shower. Hey, can you update me on North Mississippi and Far East Kentucky? East Kentucky is going to get some storms tonight, but they're not going to be that bad. Same thing for North Mississippi. It's just a regular spring night where, you know, it'll be really nice all day today, and then tonight it's going to storm a little bit. Some places might get missed by the heaviest rain and storms. But yeah, for the most part, it's nothing spectacular. Yeah, so let's go over these tornado warnings again, and then we will kind of jump back out and look at some of the reports. Uh-oh. Okay, so we do have a tornado warning here for Fordland and Diggins in Missouri. There's still a pretty good amount of rotation here, so we want you guys to take shelter all the way up towards Northview, Missouri. That warning, though, will probably be allowed to expire. Okay, that warning will probably be allowed to expire. We'll see. The other warnings that we have, one of them is going to be up here just to the south and west of St. Louis. Okay, this is a big rotating storm near Hillsboro right now, moving towards Festus and Pikeville. It's not producing a tornado at the moment, but we believe that it could. So please take shelter if you're anywhere in the path. That's a similar story with our storm over here near Wentzville. Okay, it's producing large hail, damaging winds up there near Wentzville right now. That's going to be moving towards St. Paul, O'Fallon, and St. Peter's over the next little bit. But this southern side down here, okay, the little dangly bit hanging off the bottom of the storm, that has the potential to curl up and try to produce a tornado. So we've got a tornado warning just in case that happens for Lake St. Louis and Gilmore. So please take shelter if you are in those areas. That is all when it comes to, you know, who's under a tornado warning right now. We've got a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings on top of that. There's some big hail, okay, associated with some of these. We've got a potentially 2-inch in diameter hail getting ready to move into the Jacksonville and Springfield area of Illinois. Similar hail over here towards Louisiana in the Missouri-Illinois border. We've got some big-time hail and some wind moving up towards Crocker, Missouri. And then we've got new cells. We do have new cells popping up back here in Oklahoma, which is interesting. They are rotating with big hail moving up towards Wapakoneta and Colgate, Oklahoma. And then we've got another one down here moving up towards Maud and Seminole, Oklahoma. So make sure you guys are paying attention to these storms because these are also in a pretty favorable area for potential tornado development. Our little supercell that could in eastern Kentucky is still doing it. It's still producing big hail. It's still a supercell. Is it still trying to? It's still trying to rotate. It's not doing a very good job, thankfully. But this is going to cross Interstate 64 right around Grayson, and it's going to cause a mess out there. This part of Kentucky was not forecast to have hail today. This part of Kentucky was not really forecast to have rain today. And now probably one of the stronger storms that they'll see this year is about to cross the interstate out of nowhere here, as it has just kind of floated from the northwestern side of Kentucky over to this area over the past several hours. I don't know when this thing will stop. We're probably going to track this well into West Virginia as the night goes on.
Hey Ryan, I have an update on Oklahoma.
Yeah, go ahead, Riley.
So I know that was definitely not forecast to be that good today, but we actually had a couple reports of a few different horseshoe vortexes down there. So for those of you who don't know, that is when there's a cloud that looks like a horseshoe and it's just kind of floating around and twisting around in the air up there. And almost always, without fail, when we see a horseshoe vortex, we get tornadoes in that area.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Riley. That's definitely interesting. Oh. And I really do mean that. I was not aware of that. Sorry, I'm reading. Reading. Okay, so just to get back into the swing of things here, this tornado warning up here, wow, look at that. Look at this swirl. We've got ourselves a little cyclonic bookend vortex here with this storm that produced probably some tornado damage back here towards Ozark. There's some reports of tree limbs being broken off, some shingle damage. There's another report of billboard damage. Could have been straight line damaging winds, but from radar, it looked like it also could have been a tornado. That circulation has kind of broadened out a little bit, and it's turned into this larger circulating bookend vortex. And that's going to continue to go up to the north. That's probably going to bring some pretty strong winds into Seymour and Mansfield over the next little bit, so you guys watch out for that. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Our Wentzville storm still isn't rotating that much, thankfully. This storm is rotating probably more than any of the other tornado warned storms, but it's very broad. If you're looking for a tornado, you want to see that rotation to be a little bit more tight, a little bit more compact. This is over a very large area here. And remember, y'all, we're still at the very beginning of this, so the tornadoes, these storms are still yet to move into the most favorable environments. So I think that's once these get into Illinois, they're probably only going to become more likely to produce tornadoes. And the National Weather Service is seeing that pattern, as well as they have just issued one of the biggest tornado warnings I've ever seen in my life in terms of size for Wentzville all the way over to the border of Illinois here near Alton. That's a tornado warning. And it's associated with this big bad supercell here that Hunter Hurley is following. You can get glimpses of it above my head as he makes the correct turns around the landscape there. But big hail and a potential tornado is possible in O'Fallon, St. Peter, St. Charles, and Florissant and Spanish Lake, Ferguson, Maryland Heights. You guys are also included in this. The sirens are probably now going off in St. Louis, so people are probably just now starting to get concerned. So hopefully we can calm those concerns a little bit by continuing to provide coverage of the actual storm here through Hunter Stream, not producing a tornado, But the moment that it does, we should be able to have that here for you. And regardless of whether or not it does, you need to get in your safe spot if you're out here in any of these places, especially O'Fallon, like specifically the areas that are right underneath the circulation path, all right? O'Fallon, St. Peter's, St. Charles, Florissant, Spanish Lake. Get to shelter, all right? On the northern side of the warning, I think your main concern is actually going to be hail, okay? So places like the Crossroads, Vans Camp, White Corn, West Alton. The main concern is by far going to be hail. It's the southern part of the warning that's most concerning.
A new
as far as the
tornado
potential
watch has
tornado
been
threat
issued.
goes. And I believe we did get ourselves a brand new tornado watch. We sure did. This one goes until midnight tonight. This includes Toledo, Ohio. This includes Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Cincinnati. In Indiana, it includes Fort Wayne, Muncie, Indianapolis, Terre Haute, Lafayette. Florissant. Okay, my bad. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. A few tornadoes likely. So pretty big, pretty ominous wording here for this watch. 10 million, almost 11 million people are under that tornado watch. So we're something like 30 million people currently being affected by some sort of weather watch right now. Rotation on our southern storm is definitely starting to pick up. I'm concerned about what this means for the future in places like Redbud and Maeystown, Illinois. You guys should probably get ready for a pretty big storm here, potentially rotating storm that could cause a tornado. That's honestly the most impressive one that we have. All these storms down here in Arkansas and Oklahoma, at least for the most part, are pretty tame in terms of their ability to produce a tornado. This was expected. I think now what we are expecting to happen is for these supercells to kind of carry the show and move into that environment and maybe produce tornadoes as we go later into the night. So this is the new batch that we're watching down here, whereas this big, linear system is mostly going to be just a damaging wind and hail producer. And even the hail is looking to be a lot smaller in the linear mode than it was whenever this was a supercellular mode. Back here just to the west of Bella Vista, we had a 2.7 inch in diameter hailstone report. The most that we've gotten here recently, since this has turned into a big cluster of a mess, is a 1 inch in diameter hail report. So as this moves east, these are going to come in behind it and kind of fill the gaps and probably cause a lot of problems in Arkansas tonight. Yeah, the sirens are going off in St. Louis. If anybody knows anybody in St. Louis, you might as well text them and be like, hey, listen, I know the sirens are going off, but don't worry. Calm down. It's going to be all right. Tune into this guy called Ryan Hall. I just come across him on YouTube. Or your local news, whatever works for you. It don't have to be me.
Hey, Ryan, you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're in the town of Mulberry, Arkansas. Just looking at radar, watching those storms come through southeast Oklahoma, but can't help but to notice there is now an outflow boundary ahead of that squall line pushing through Fort Smith right now. So we're going to see how this affects our storms over the next little bit and may reposition from here.
Hey, I'm dropping down in front of this storm, the supercell by Festus. I got what looks to be a wall cloud off to my right.
Okay, Steven. Can we get Steven up on the stream, Chandra? Can we get Steven's feed? I don't know if we've got him up yet or not, but yeah, Steven is on our storm down here near Festus, and we desperately need to see that one. And he's got a wall cloud developing. I can see why. The rotation is definitely picking up down here. Yeah, so Freddie McKinney is also on that same storm. So we need Freddie McKinney and Steven both back, Chandra, if you can get them back up. Let's just drop, just for a short period of time until this storm passes them, probably Jordan Hall and Jaden. And replace those with Freddie and Steven, just so we can see what the storm looks like. And we'll get Jordan back and Jaden. Luke says, do you think there will be a twister threat for northwest Pennsylvania tonight? A minimal one, yes. There's some storms that'll form in Ohio and move towards Pennsylvania. I think by the time they get there, the tornado threat will be drastically diminished. It's not zero. Actually, Chandra, okay, yeah. All right, let's tell me when the names are changed, because I need to pull this up quickly. Hey, Ryan, we are traveling. What are your thoughts for southern Indiana tonight between Bloomington and Bedford?
Yeah, Ryan,
and Hanover?
I got that wall cloud on my feed right now, directly in front of me.
All right, so this still says Jordan Hall, but we're changing that. This is from, I believe this is from Steven. Is this Steven or Freddie on the bottom? Anyways, this is what the base of the storm looks like right now. That's moving through Festus in Missouri and moving into Illinois. This is the tornado warned storm that's moving into Illinois right now. Gosh, I don't know why our overlays are lagged. Is there something we've got to do to get that to change?
A new tornado warning
We got
has
a
been
new
issued.
tornado warning for Monroe County, Illinois, and that's specifically for the storm that we're looking at now. Sorry, we're working on some technical difficulties as well. But the bottom line is that we do have a tornado warned storm now in Illinois. This one's moving towards Valmeyer, Maeystown, and Waterloo. The rotating part of the storm is down here near Festus.
Hey Ryan, I have that wall cloud on my feed.
We've got Stephen on it right now. We're gonna here we go. All right, so this is gonna say Jaden. Unfortunately, our thing is broke right now. This is not video from Jordan Hall or Jaden. This is actually Stephen. I don't know why it's not working, but you can see that this is what the storm looks like right now. It's not producing a tornado yet, but it's very close. That's why we've got that tornado warning. And this is what's coming towards you right now in Mitchie, Maeystown, Monroe City, Burkesville, Lemons, Tipton, and Waterloo in Illinois. Okay, there we go. All right, great. Names are changed now. Everything's good. So yeah, very close to being a tornado here. Monroe City, you got to get to shelter immediately. Holy smokes, guys. This is a live look at the storm that's just coming out of Festus and moving into Illinois. This is south of St. Louis. Are you noticing anything on the ground out there, or is this mostly an elevated rotation from what you can tell right now?
It looks pretty low to the ground. It's got some rising motion on it right now. It looks very weak at the moment, I would say.
Okay, so nothing on the ground, no signs of debris. This doesn't. I a lot of times when you see something like that, you immediately think, okay, yeah, that's a tornado. But this is not yet. But you can see it's very close. It's very close, and that's why we've got that tornado warning. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a storm it's south of St. Louis, but it's approaching Waterloo. If you're in Waterloo, Indiana, or Illinois, sorry. This is the storm that's approaching you. This is why you've got a tornado warning. Pretty dangerous storm currently on the way to you. There's another dangerous storm a little bit farther to the north, moving on the northern side of St. Louis towards St. Charles. You guys are also under a tornado warning as well. And we expect that these tornado warnings are going to continue as we go into Illinois. And sorry, we don't have locations on these guys. Freddie and Stephen both are in Maeystown, or near Maeystown, Illinois. They're looking to the north. Freddie and Stephen both are in Zello, so their location should be automatically popping up. I'm not sure what's happening there. I'm just scanning these storms here to see if there's any more pockets of rotation we need to pay attention to. There's one. Getting close to Springfield, Illinois. This is probably something that will eventually warrant a tornado warning here southwest of Waverly in Illinois. None of these rotations are really crazy, though. That's the thing. The storms, meteorologically speaking, these supercells are perfect for tornado production. They're discrete. They're huge. They're powerful. But the wind shear at the surface is just not it's not enough to make the tornado touch the ground. We've got big rotating mesocyclones. We've got huge rotating essentially tornadoes up in the air, but the ground contact isn't happening due to a lack of wind shear at the ground and a couple other factors, which is good news. I don't know if that's going to continue, though, over the next several hours as these storms get stronger as they move into southern Illinois. Oh, my goodness. Our personal home weather station, our WR120 NOAA weather radio, is ringing in the background. Either we've got ourselves a watch over here in East Kentucky. No, we definitely don't. That's just from the severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued here in our area. Looks like almost down to Louisa, Kentucky now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a big hail maker going once again. Caused a tornado back here in Indiana, all across Kentucky, completely by itself, unimpeded by anything. And now it's getting ready to cross into West Virginia, probably somewhere around Pritchard, north of Louisa. 1 inch in diameter hail. Get ready for it over there in Pritchard and Wayne. Eventually, this is going to come. I mean, this is going to come daggone close to the weather house here, but I do think it'll miss us to the north. Most impressive rotation is still this storm here. Steven's still has a great view of that base. It's still rotating. It's still trying to produce a tornado, and it's also still not producing a tornado. It's very important to point that out. Rebecca says, Ryan, your live stream isn't pulling up on my tablet or mobile devices. I don't know why that would be happening. Is that a problem for anybody else? It's certainly not anything that we have control over. Blake, hey Ryan, I just got off work and we had a tornado in Madison, Indiana. The damage is pretty extensive. I'm wondering the timing for the next round. So yeah, we were live while that tornado was going on up there. The next round will be much later tonight, midnight or later. And I'm hoping that it's not going to be, I don't think the tornado threat will be that bad once it gets back to you. We've got a bunch of you guys sending in hail photos. The hail is getting crazy out there. Wow, look at this. This is from St. Peters, Missouri. So even more, like this is actually larger than what I would assume just from the radar. Megs, thank you so much for sending that in. So there you go. That was in St. Peters, Missouri. That's up here, right? So now, next in line for some huge hail like that is Maria's Croche, Music's Ferry, Old Jamestown, West Alton, and Alton. Get ready. The hail is really big with these storms. I'd say it's even bigger than that up here, moving into Wartburg, Burkesville, Lemons, Waterloo in Illinois. You guys are under a tornado warning, but I think the hail is also going to be a big problem for you over the next little bit. This is from O'Fallon, Missouri. Man, imagine if we all had the halometers. This would be so much. It would be much easier to tell the size. The halometer is a radial measurement device. But, I mean, you don't really have to have a ruler to tell that is some big hail there in O'Fallon, Missouri. Jeff, thank you so much for sending that in. These guys are all sending these pictures on Twitter, by the way, or X. My handle over there is @RyanHall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. Thank you so much. I would just sit in that chair and you're good. Oh, thank you so much. Dinner is served, y'all. The weather wife. Love you. And our new 2.5-month-old son just delivered me a gourmet meal. So I'm going to have to go have some time with that here in a second. Because I haven't eaten, it's 5 p.m. I haven't eaten anything since, what, 7 a.m.? 8 a.m.? Yeah. $5:30 p.m. here in the East Coast. Yeah, the two storms that I'm most impressed by right now, just simply by the amount of rotation that they have, is the one to the south and west of Springfield, Illinois, and of course the one that we are seeing from our storm chasers down there in Illinois, the one that just went through Festus and moving south of Waterloo now. I bet nobody in the chat can guess what I'm about to have for dinner. I would just about bet you $1 million V-bucks. Nobody in chat knows what I'm about to have for dinner. If you guess it correctly, I mean, you definitely win something. Gosh, man, these hail photos are nuts. This hail, this kind of hail, you know, if you're looking at this stream and you're seeing your town name out in front of these big
New
storms that are
information.
coming in,
This tornado warning
that's
has
what we're
been
talking about
upgraded.
right here. This hail is coming. And now we have a PDS tornado warning for Monroe County, Illinois. So our tornado is down now. Let's talk to Steven. Let's see if we can get an update from him, because he was just on it. Hey, that storm just went PDS. Can you see anything? Oh my goodness.
I am going to get up on top of this hill. I have a field coming up probably in about half a mile. I'll see if I can get a view from there.
That
A
was
new
very
tornado warning
fast.
has been issued.
So the big rotating column that we were just looking at through Steven's feed is now on the ground, and it's a big tornado. It literally, Steven just went around one curve, and this happened in that time. He's about to point back towards it for us, and we should have a view of it momentarily. We've got a big tornado on the ground, it seems like, here just north of Fultz in Indiana. We've got a PDS tornado warning now. My goodness, what? All right, so once again, a PDS tornado warning for Maeystown. This is in Maeystown right now, and it's working towards St. Joe and Burkesville, Indiana, or Illinois, sorry. And Waterloo is included in this as well. Okay, here we go. Storm Chaser.
Yeah, Ryan, from my point of view, I cannot confirm if this is actually a tornado on the ground or not.
I can't either. My goodness. Okay, so, I mean, hey, the National Weather Service issued a PDS tornado warning, which is something that they don't do lightly, okay? They've got to know something that we don't here, right? So let's take this seriously, and let's get to our safe spots as quickly as possible if we're in Waterloo, Maeystown, or any of these places. I mean, that definitely looks like a big debris ball there. I mean, look at the radar. Also, Chandra, can we please put Steven or Freddie, either one of those, in the number 1 spot so it stays above my head? we've got
A
what
new
looks to be like a
tornado warning
debris ball
has been
here.
issued.
We've got a very intense looking couplet. But like, hey, listen, that don't look like a tornado to me. Regardless, National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning, so that means that we need to take shelter immediately. Okay? Some more specific areas that this will be impacting very soon include Burkesville and Tipton. Okay? Burkesville and Tipton. Let's read about this real quick. This is a PDS situation. Take cover now. Radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, so it's not weather spotters reported or anything. It's just radar confirmed. Once again, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, it doesn't really matter. What we need to do is we need to pretend like there is, and very quickly get
A
to
new
our
tornado
shelters
warning
in Burkesville
has been
and
issued.
Tipton. And looky here, we've got another new tornado warning. Another new tornado warning. This one also includes Festus.
A new PDS severe
Now we
thunderstorm
have a
warning has
PDS
been issued.
severe thunderstorm warning for Howell County, Texas County, and Wright County, Missouri. That means that there's baseball-size hail with that storm. Holy smokes. Okay, so there's a lot going on right now, guys. I don't want to. My goal here is never to confuse. Our opinions as to whether or not there is actually a tornado down with the storm that just went through Maeystown are irrelevant. Okay, we need to just heed the warning and take shelter right now if we're in Tipton or Burkesville. We also need to take shelter in Olympian Village and Festus in Missouri. There's other tornado warnings ongoing right now as well. The northern side of St. Louis, Florissant, I've already forgot how to say that correctly. And Spanish Lake and Ferguson in Missouri, you guys are under a tornado warning. Please take shelter now. And now we officially have a tornado warning on the storm that we've been watching south of Springfield, Illinois. This one's got a tornado warning on it as well. That's going to be for what is that? That's going to be for Morgan and Sangamon County, Illinois. And my goodness, we've got one up here in Indiana as well. Son, we've got 5 tornado warnings right now. They're popping up everywhere. New tornado warning in Indiana. This is for Marion, Indiana, Shady Hills, North Marion, Swister, L'Enfant. There's a lot of places included in this one. The rotation here is not as impressive as some of the other storms, but this is also kind of almost in a radar hole. Yeah, you can see it a little bit better there from the Indianapolis radar. Radar indicated tornado warning up here in Indiana. So, y'all, hey, listen, we're going to see more of these storms forming, all right? These are going to form up into Ohio. Okay, these are going to continue to form down through Indiana, back through Illinois. They're going to continue to cause problems. We might see a line of tornado warnings tonight from eastern Oklahoma up through Missouri into Illinois, Indiana, back up into Ohio. This is going to be very busy next couple of hours. So bear with me here as I try my best to go back and forth between all of them. Holy smokes. I feel like things just went from 0 to 60 awfully quick there. So I do want to, reiterate that we've got 2 professional storm chasers.
Ryan, I have yet to see anything that is
Here's one of them.
looked to me like a tornado yet. No swirling debris, no condensation funnels.
We've got 2 professional storm chasers who are literally underneath where the tornado should be, and they're not seeing anything. So that's a good sign. However, it doesn't take an expert to look at this storm and tell that, hey, this is a dangerous storm. It's probably capable of producing a tornado at any moment. So we need to not play around with it, and we need to be in our safe spots if we're out ahead of it, okay? If you're in Monroe County, Illinois, please take shelter. This storm up here to the south of Springfield continues to look very, very interesting. It's also it's rotating very intensely in the mid-levels, but not so much at the surface. So we'll see if that continues to be our saving grace with that storm as well. Yeah, here I thought I was going to take a break, eat some food. Boom, PDS warning. So I'm going to watch Freddie's and Steven's camera like a hawk here, just to make sure that we're not missing anything and a big tornado doesn't pop out of the corner. But I am going to try to scarf down my meal here. And once again, I'm betting everybody, there's nobody here that guessed what it is that I'm eating. I don't even want to show you because it's a little bit insane. But I've got myself three hamburger patties. It's the best fuel for going 12 hours straight just talking. All right. We tried donuts. I fell asleep 2 hours later. Okay, we tried pasta. We tried Mexican food. We had to end the stream early. You know what I'm saying? We tried hot dogs. We tried hamburgers. We tried the carbohydrates. It doesn't work for me. 3 hamburger patties, I'm good to go for 12 hours straight. Let's go. %, thick Wagyu beef.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. We are just east of Mulberry, Arkansas. We were going to go on down towards Clarksville. However, I'm looking at radar, finding a new storm that's just popped up just southwest of Fort Smith. It's going to be heading right up towards us. It's already got the look, so we're going to see what it does over the next little bit, especially as it interacts with that outflow boundary.
That's Chris Hall reporting to us from Arkansas. Looks like Freddie's got a really interesting view now. Reminder, guys, this is the storm that we're looking at right now is the storm that just had a PDS tornado warning associated with it. It is now, it's downgraded back to a radar indicated tornado warning, okay? Lots of discussion about the food in the chat. I promise you guys, if you ever need to go a long time without like being hungry, just eat some beef. Obviously, it's not all. You shouldn't just eat nothing but beef probably like all the time. Maybe, I don't know, but I won't be hungry for a long time after this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No ketchup. No mustard. No mayonnaise. Just salt and water. And like I can already tell, I'm coming alive already. You guys can probably see it in my eyes. I'm waking up. All right, Chandra's got something for us. Go ahead, Chandra.
Figured I'd give you a break to save everybody the trouble from making them watch you eat hamburger patties. So here I am. But anyway, I do have updates. So it seems to be that these storms have packed a pretty hard punch of like hail. So there's a ton of Facebook groups going around right now in Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri and all of those places. And the pictures that we're seeing of the hail is crazy. So it actually looks like it snowed in some places. There's so much hail. And I just want to let everyone know that keep an eye on your cars, your your outdoor furniture. If you know that these storms are coming to you, a good idea maybe to put blankets over your cars or towels of any like manner or anything like that. Just try to protect in any way possible. And just keep an eye out on everything. Share this stream, like share it with everyone, your friends, your family, everybody in the area. You never know when the storm is just going to pop up and just surprise everybody. So we want to be as safe as possible. And also I want to know why you didn't ask us if we wanted hamburger patties, Ron. Yeah. We're kind of hungry back here.
I was surprised by them. I didn't order them.
Yeah, that's okay.
A new tornado warning has been
this little
issued.
Noah radio guy, he's just beep, 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 talking all the time back here. He's got a lot to say. Well, what are you doing?
I'm about to finish. I'm just about done.
Okay, well, I'll just entertain the folks. So,
You're good.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the break. I appreciate it. So, yeah, that was Chandra giving us a little bit of an update there and allowing me to stuff my face. And I'm not even kidding. I'm good for like 24 hours now. Oh, boy. So we still have the
A new
tornado
tornado
warnings in
watch
effect
has
that
been
we,
issued.
we're talking about before I took my little break. But the only difference is now we don't have the PDS warning. Okay, we don't have any confirmed warnings. They're all radar indicated, which makes a lot more sense to me. This one up here continues to look the most interesting, the one south of Springfield. So I'm going to kind of hone in on it. And they're gone. 3 hamburger patties gone. They were big ones too. Okay, we do have, I believe we have a new tornado watch. Yes, we do. So let's talk about that real quick. A few tornadoes possible. This goes till midnight tonight. Once again, Cherokee Village, Batesville, Conway, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, Camden, El Dorado, Texarkana, and then even parts of Texas, Northeast Texas, Mount Pleasant are included in this. Till midnight, a few tornadoes possible. All right. So now we've got a boatload of people under a tornado watch. This adds almost 2 million people to the list. The list of, that was already at 30 million. Burger patty fuel sounds like a new t-shirt to me. I like it. Barbara, thank you so much. Isaiah, will you be live to Indiana tonight? Yeah, I'm not going anywhere, son. I just ate. I'm here for the long haul now. Okay. As long as you guys want me to be here, I'm gonna be here. When I started doing this, I expected everybody to just be like, "Get this guy off my screen. Let's go to the weatherman in the suit." And I was gonna be like, "Okay, all right, I get it." But you guys keep showing up, so I keep showing up. We've been streaming now for about 4 hours. So we're still in the first half. If you're just now tuning in, we are doing live severe weather coverage. We're having an outbreak of supercells right now. We're not really having much of an outbreak of tornadoes, though. The supercells are producing very large hail, some damaging winds, and we have seen a couple tornadoes today, but not a whole lot. So that's good. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case or not, but that's why we're here. That's literally why I'm here right now, is just to keep you updated on what's going on with these storms as they propagate to the north and east. I got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings back here in southern Oklahoma, south central Oklahoma. These are packing a punch with 70-mile-per-hour winds and up to 2-inch in diameter hail. That's continuing to move up towards places like McAllister. I need to mention Dallas. A lot of people were talking about Dallas earlier. I mentioned how I didn't know what was going to happen with Dallas. It depended on whether or not storms popped up to the west. And they are right now. Storms are firing near Fort Worth and to the south. So it looks like Dallas is definitely going to experience a storm tonight. To what degree?
A new tornado
I'm still
warning
unsure.
has been issued.
I do think it could definitely be severe with some strong winds and hail. The tornado threat, however, is very low. So we're going to watch these storms near Dallas. Let's come back up here towards Arkansas. We've got some interesting stuff going on here. Oh, yeah, these storms have big suckers on them, big vacuums. You see that? Lots of air going into these storms that are popping up in Arkansas, in east Oklahoma, sorry. And these are kind of renegade discrete supercells. They are capable of producing tornadoes. We're going to watch those very closely as they move up into central Arkansas. The line of storms that's kind of moving through northern Arkansas and southern Missouri right now is pretty tame. I mean, it's producing damaging winds, 50, 60 mile per hour, and some hail, but it's not, it's not really doing much in the way of, tornadic stuff right now. The most impressive part of this line, and this is actually pretty serious, is up here between Willow Springs, Houston, and Summersville in Missouri. You guys are under a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for up to 80 mile per hour winds. We've got an official report of 66 mile per hour winds from Kabul, Missouri. So this is definitely packing a punch. Anytime you see that backwards C shape like this, that's indicating that there's a lot of wind coming through that storm, and on the front side, that's where you usually get some of the stronger wind gusts, and we're probably seeing damage happening right now as a result of that. So please treat that as if it's a tornado warning. Honestly, treat it as if it's a tornado warning, and get to shelter now if you are in, Raymondville, Yukon, or Summersville in Missouri. Now we just got a call out from Hunter. What's up, Hunter?
Seems like I'm just doing circles today. We're going to be going to the storm that's heading for Herman, Missouri once again, right where the first storm that I intercepted in. We are currently looking at it right now, and there is a beefy mesocyclone on it. Within
in 2 miles, take exit 175.
It's looking pretty good.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I'm hearing him right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he's going to go back towards that other storm. It looks really impressive from what I can tell on his camera feed, but the radar presentation is once again still a little bit lackluster. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to keep an eye on this storm over here to the south of Springfield too. It's pretty decent rotation here south of Divernon, and we've got a tornado warning that includes Pawnee, Taylorville. It includes Palmer, Morrisonville. So please take shelter immediately if you are out here. We also have a tornado warning plumb way out yonder over here in Indiana. I don't know where that one came from. The rotation isn't really there anymore. It was. It's not now. But Van Buren, Dillman, McNatt's, Mount Zion, until they allow this warning to expire, you should probably take shelter. We never want to disregard any National Weather Service tornado warning ever. So get to shelter now. New tornado warning just issued for... So we've got two separate storms, right? And this is actually smart. This is a good move on the National Weather Service's part. We've got two separate storms. We've got one here, and we did have two separate tornado warnings for each of those, but now they've just went ahead and decided to put out one big warning that kind of encompasses the path of both, which is a very good move in my opinion. You get multiple overlapping warnings, and it just becomes so annoying and hard to keep track of, especially if you're somebody who isn't familiar with the warning system. Big bad storm just to the east of St. Louis. By the way, downtown St. Louis really dodged a bullet here. All of these storms kind of skedaddled around the city. Now on the eastern side of St. Louis, we've got a big cluster of storms producing 1.5 inches in diameter hail all across the 270 and I-55 corridor, moving towards Pocahontas, and some strong winds as well. Yeah, everywhere east of this severe weather setup right now is pretty warm. It's 80 degrees here in East Kentucky. That's part of what's fueling these storms. If you're out here in the warmth in Kentucky, Tennessee, and a lot of these places, you're probably also noticing the wind, right? Well, that wind is what's fueling these storms. Hey guys, or hey Ryan, I think we've had the beginnings of a supercell pop up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Yeah, we were just looking at that. And I agree, there's definitely something happening here. They're not exploding as intensely, I guess, as the storms up in Missouri. They're not yet supercells, but we'll see what happens with them. I'm going to check in on them every so often. Sorry. I think I ate I think I ate too fast. Oh my gosh. You guys don't get that behind the scenes content on the Weather Channel, I'm telling you that much. Oh my god. There is a pretty strong storm just to the north of Indianapolis too. It's not necessarily rotating enough to warrant a tornado warning, but just look at how fast this is happening. Moments ago there was nothing. It was a passing rain shower. And now we've got just huge supercells out here. So yeah, it's crazy. Well, looky there. The supercell that could no longer could. As soon as it's crossed over here, it's now in West Virginia. It's no longer severe. It no longer has a severe thunderstorm warning with it, and it is slowly fading into the abyss. Okay. Where's Redbud? Wait, what? Oh yeah, so this storm here approaching Redbud it's still got that big rotating mesocyclone on it, and there's people posting pictures of it, and it looks a lot like a tornado. But there's still nothing on the ground as far as I can tell. But if I'm in Redbud, Illinois, or anywhere east of that, Marissa, White Oak, I'm taking shelter.
Hey Ryan, just a little note on that storm you were just talking about. I think the main reason that it has not produced a tornado yet is we have not seen a strong and well-cut RFD cut, but I think sooner or later that's definitely going to happen, so definitely concerning.
Yeah. Absolutely, I agree, Riley. I agree. Yeah, DFW definitely has storms popping up. We must have a lot of people watching from Dallas. The storms popping up to the west of Dallas right now are not very impressive. I mean, right now they're just rain showers, but we're keeping an eye on them. We'll let you know if that changes. Tammy, thank you so much. Chandra sounds southern as sweet tea. It's nice to hear a comforting voice during these potentially dangerous weather. Absolutely. Tim, thank you so much for that. So the support. Any concerns for Fort Wayne, Indiana? Yeah, there's some concerns for Fort Wayne, Indiana, but nothing crazy. There's a chance of severe weather. Like, unfortunately, I can't say much more than that. That's just what it is, you know. And you gotta kind of stay updated on what's going on to get the latest information, because in these situations things change pretty quickly, pretty rapidly. You're looking at a live view from storm chaser Freddie McKinney showing us the storm approaching Monroe County, Illinois, which is under a tornado warning. Thankfully, I don't see any tornadoes in there, although there is definitely a lowering on the back, so we will be cautious of that. Beautiful storm from Freddie's vantage point. Yep, Fort Wayne, Indiana is under a tornado watch. That is correct. Yeah, the rotation with the storm that we're looking at here, like at the live picture of it, it looks on radar about like it looks in real life. It looks kind of sloppy. It looks kind of big. You need that tight, concise rotation to bring about a tornado most of the time. But man, it looks like something else on the reflectivity, that's for sure. The more you look at it, the more you can see how there is definitely an opportunity for it to tighten up pretty quickly there. And it's trying to do so. These guys picked the perfect storm to follow. Like, out of all the places you could have went chasing today, Southern Illinois was the
A new
play,
tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, we got a golf ball hailer just to the north of Indianapolis now. So these supercells that are popping up north of Indianapolis are going big time, fast. And yeah, we got golf ball sized hail being reported south and east of Frankfort. The tornado warning out here is continuing for Keystone.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Indiana, so please take shelter if you're out there. We'll see if they extend that tornado warning as the storm moves east. Still got a lot of storms forming over here in Ohio as well, but they're still in the baby stages. Supercell that could is officially completely West Virginian. It's going to continue to fade out, I think, as it moves off to the east, but it's still going to bring some heavy rain to Wayne, West Virginia. Those storms back here towards Dallas are very slowly trying to pop up. They're not really there yet, but right now they don't look that concerning. Just to the north, though, near Ardmore, just to the southeast, we do have 70-mile-per-hour winds and potentially quarter-size hail moving into that area. Lots of severe thunderstorms all up and down the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. Some of these are rotating, but not a lot. This one's rotating a little bit more than the rest of them, so we'll watch it. But yeah, most of Arkansas is okay right now. We're just worried about the big hail and the wind. Some really dangerous wind is moving into the Summersville, Eminence area of Missouri, down here in south central Missouri. We've got a very strong bow echo happening. The backward C shape here indicates very strong winds coming in, and we've got lots of damage reports behind this, okay? We've got tons of it, actually. We've got, what do we got here? Trees down, garage doors being blown off. What else? Trees down on Highway 14. 1/2 mile of Seymour Star Road has 4-inch tree limbs down all over the road. So this is causing significant damage right now as it moves towards Mountain View and Summersville. Please treat this as if it's a tornado warning and get to shelter if you're in Eminence or Summersville in Missouri, because we've just got a lot of damage. Ozark got a lot of damage back here as well, just from straight line damaging winds, not even from a tornado, or at least it might have been a brief tornado, but most of that damage has come from those straight line damaging winds. Jesse, thanks for becoming a member. Heather, thank you so much for becoming a member. You guys and your support has been amazing today. Thank you. You don't got to do that. My grammar is great. You don't got to do that. But it's true. You don't got to. We're watching the backside of this twisting storm that's in Illinois here. These guys are currently looking at the part of the storm that's near Redbud, Illinois. And it's still rotating. It's still rotating quite a bit, actually. Honestly, the storm up here in northeast Indiana is looking more and more interesting. The original tornado warning was prompted by a very broad area of rotation. It looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit now over here near Keystone, so we'll see what happens with that. We got a pretty dangerous storm moving towards Keystone and Nottingham, Indiana. Keep that in mind.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're still on I-40 East. We're coming up on the town of Lamar, Arkansas. There is a storm now that is near Mena, M-E-N-A, Arkansas. That is starting to look good. It is starting to turn right. It has the look to it, and it's going to have to undergo some mergers. But if it successfully goes through those mergers, I think that may be the storm to watch here in Arkansas in the next little bit.
Absolutely. Yep, that's definitely an interesting storm that we're going to watch here that Chris is on in Arkansas. No tornado warnings in Oklahoma, Arkansas right now. Also, no tornado warnings currently in Texas or Missouri. All of our tornado warnings are in either Illinois or Indiana at the current moment. Can you please give your opinion on Southwest Ohio, Dayton, Cincy? The last tornado through my area a couple of weeks ago only missed us by a couple of miles. I think that area has a chance of severe weather tonight. The tornado threat is low, but hey, listen, I do need
a new
to make
tornado
it very clear
warning
that
has been issued.
the last time the tornado threat was very low, that happened. Like I know the tornado that you're talking about. We expected a lot of the tornadic activity to kind of, fall off by the time the storms got there. Sometimes that happens. Like sometimes there's a million tornadoes, right? And then like exactly where we thought they would be. And then downstream, there's a couple that happen. And like if you're one of the very unlucky people to be in the path of those, there's nothing you can really do about that. So the odds of anybody in Ohio tonight seeing a tornado are low. Especially down there towards Cincinnati and Dayton. The storms will be mostly linear by the time they get there tonight. It'll be much later tonight. There'll be less daylight heating for them to work off of. So just have a way of getting warnings. If there's a tornado warning, know exactly what you're going to do whenever that warning comes through, and sleep soundly knowing that odds are you're just going to get a rumble of thunder and some wind tonight, okay? But always know that anything can happen. When there's a severe weather risk at all, you should never just think absolutely like, oh yeah, there's definitely never 100% ever going to be a tornado tonight. Like that you should never think that. Holy smokes, look at the hail spike. You see this? This is an error, essentially, with the radar. And it's happening because the hail is so dense or so large in that storm that it's interfering with the radar. We call this a hail spike. So some extremely large hail is currently happening near Ponito and Reifsburg in Indiana. And yeah, this storm is also the one that is rotating pretty decently as well. We've got that new tornado warning for Nottingham and domestic. Please take shelter. If there's a tornado with this thing, it's somewhere near Keystone and it's moving east. I don't know if there's a tornado down, but this definitely could produce a tornado in Indiana. Just north of Indianapolis, we've got some other big storms forming. They're mainly hailers, 2.5 inch in diameter hail up here east of Frankfort. Wow. Take shelter for that one too. Taylorville, Illinois, you're under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. The rotation with that storm doesn't look too impressive, but it's still capable of producing a tornado. I would say the same thing about our storms down here near Redbud, Illinois. I mean, this is pretty much what those look like now. ominous, low to the ground, spinning, but not necessarily producing a tornado. Indianapolis, yeah, you guys will see some storms pretty soon. We're going to be honing in on your area shortly. Joseph, thank you for becoming a member. Southwest Indiana, I think Southwest Indiana is probably in the the zone of highest activity, at least from now on. Like, I think that all of these supercells here in Illinois, southern Illinois, are going to move into Indiana, and they'll probably cause some problems tonight. But very quickly, I think 2 hours from now, the tornado threat's going to start to go down. Okay, so hopefully it takes a while for the storms to get there, and nothing happens during the next 2 hours during what I think will be the peak tornado time, I guess. Everybody's going to get a storm at some point in the Midwest tonight. Even like East Ohio, East Kentucky, down into Tennessee. Like, we're all going to get storms, but it's going to be just regular storms. What we're concerned about are these initial blow-ups of these supercells and their tendency to produce tornadoes and very large hail.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. Just letting you know, I just retweeted a picture from another chaser. Tornado touchdown imminent in Oklahoma.
Okay. So it looks like we might have.
Hey Ryan, if you take a look at my live stream, I got a view of the storm in southern Illinois.
All right. Nick Gorman also has a view of the storm in southern Illinois, if we have the ability to pull him up. And it looks like we might be pulling our attention back to the back towards the Oklahoma area. Where is that town? Yeah, there's quite a bit of rotation with this storm down here near Kiowa. And it looks like we might have some sort of lowering, maybe a funnel cloud or something associated with this storm. So we're watching it closely as well. It's a part of this string of storms that's popped up here in southeastern Oklahoma. The rotation with it is there. It's just not very strong. So as that approaches McAllister, you guys should keep an eye on it. Let's check back in on Fort Worth and Dallas. Yeah, those storms really aren't doing much either, to be honest.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Howard, Tipton, and Clinton counties in Indiana. Y'all please take that seriously. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings means that you've got 80-mile-an-hour winds or baseball-sized hail coming, or both, which can be as deadly and damaging as a tornado. Once again, the rotation here with our storm in Indiana is, at least on radar, more impressive than anything else we've got going on right now. I think one of the things that we're dealing with here, though, is unfortunately, once again, we are in a little bit of a radar hole. Now, the radar is not terribly far away from this spot, but it is far enough away to where we're not necessarily seeing what's happening on the surface. we're seeing a little bit above the surface. And as we know today, the storms have been having a really hard time rotating at the surface and not so much in the mid-level. So I don't know if this is trying to produce a tornado or not, but the tornado warning is warranted here for Nottingham. You guys should take shelter. And there'll probably be a new one issued for Geneva here shortly. According to the Storm Prediction Center, this right here is the greatest very large hail and tornado threat over the next little bit. And this is our storm in southern Illinois, the one that we've been tracking for so much time. Nick Gorman has a great view of it here, right in front of him. He's in southern Illinois near Redbud. More specifically, just to the north of Marissa, looking to the west, Illinois. And so there's that vantage point, and here's another one. This is right underneath it. So you see the shelf there, you see the bottom of the cloud. Here's what it looks like right underneath it from Freddie McKinney's vantage point. Now he's looking towards Nick. Nick's looking back towards Freddie. Lots of people are experiencing very large hail right now. Specifically, if you are in Lynn Grove, Bern, Salient, or Geneva, you gotta get ready for some extremely large hail here in the next little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued,
or radar indication of well over 2-inch in diameter hail. I think that could be close to tennis ball size moving into Lynn Grove right now. Got a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Christian and Shelby County, Illinois, east of Taylorsville now. The rotation on this storm is still there. You can see the rotating part of the storm right here. It's going to be moving towards Owancio, Assumption, Dunkel, and Dollville before too long. Take shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got a new tornado warning in Indiana. And yeah, that's what I was expecting. So that includes Bernie, Geneva, all these places that we were just talking about. And yeah, 2-inch in diameter hail is expected. And my goodness, it doesn't stop today, y'all. We've got a new tornado watch. A couple tornadoes possible for portions of West Kentucky, southern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Add 1.6 million people to the list of people today that are being impacted by severe weather. This watch goes all the way out till 12 a.m. Central. Couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to 2-inch possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely. Evansville, Paducah, Poplar Bluff, Jonesboro, Martin, Hopkinsville, Madisonville. It's all y'all until midnight tonight. Hey, we got a big time generous super chat from Dana Lindley. Everybody say thank you to Dana. I think Dana for the incredible contribution, $50 super chat there. He says, thanks for all you do, squad and chasers. As a firefighter EMT, you are my go-to for preparedness and advice. Hey, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
A new
and I
tornado
appreciate
watch has
everything
been
that you do.
issued.
And I'm glad that we can be a resource for you. You didn't have to do that, but of course we do appreciate it. And if it wasn't for people like you, we couldn't do what we do. It's one thing to do the videos, but the live streams is, there's a lot that goes into it. Jesse, thanks for becoming a member. Cody says, why do storm clouds sometimes have a green tint or color?
Hey Ryan, if you're watching my live feed, the storm's trying to wrap up right now. The rotation has increased.
Ooh. Okay, so this is a live view of the storm near Marissa, Illinois. From
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Chandra, please put Freddie in the number 2 spot as quickly as you possibly can. Nick in 1, Freddie in 2. Yeah, that one. That's probably one of the more impressive looks that it's had. What does it look like on radar here? Yeah, the rotation has picked up on radar as well. So it might finally do it here. It might produce a tornado here somewhere between Marissa and Lively Grove. All right, I wanted to try out this new view here. Yeah, okay. So these are, I believe, 2 separate views of the same storm here. Freddie McKinney is to the south of Marissa, looking to the north. Nick Gorman is to the north of Marissa, looking to the south. They're both looking at the same storm. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of a severe weather outbreak currently impacting areas from Ohio all the way back down to Texas. We're specifically focused in on a tornadic storm and a tornado warning in Illinois, specifically for Lively Grove, Plum Hill, and Nashville and Irvington, because we have 2 storm chasers on that storm giving us a very clear look at what's going on there. We also have the ability to analyze the storm with radar, and we can see that within the last little bit, rotation certainly has picked up here. We've got winds coming in this way. We've got winds coming around this way. They're meeting in the middle. That tells us that there could be a tornado there. That also lines up pretty well with our hook on our storm as well. So that's why we're watching this so intensely. Wow, what a storm. Once again, Nick is to the north looking south. Freddie's to the south looking north. Andy wasn't able to be with us today. He's taking care of some stuff. He's moving. He'll be with us in the next one, though. I knew everybody would miss Andy today, so we made a command in the chat that goes off every once in a while. Yep, so what you're looking at here is a live look at the tornado warned storm in St. Clair County in Illinois. Oh. Yeah, it looks like it's. I mean, it looks like it's trying to do something there. What's happening too is if you look at the radar up here, this is the cell's undergoing what we've been calling a cell merger, and sometimes right at the last minute, the cell merger can increase the likelihood of a tornado. Most of the time, though, it kind of tears the storm apart. But this one has handled it well, and the rotation has picked up a lot in the last little bit. I don't know if it's going to continue to pick up or what, but we've got the perfect view of it here on radar, and we've got two different vantage points of it from our storm chasers on the ground, Nick and Freddie. Yeah, that's until 6:15 p.m. Central. At 5:28 p.m. Central, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Marissa, moving east at 45 miles per hour. The hazards here are going to be tornadoes and golf ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Lively Grove around 5:35 and Nashville around 5:45 p.m. Central. Remember, that's Nashville, Illinois. Woo! Man, this thing has had the most impressive mesocyclone on it for such a long time. This is now the supercell that could. Nick, as I'm sure you know, the cell's undergoing a cell merger. The forward flank of the storm to your south is kind of like lodging itself into the base of the storm that you're showing us. Just from your point of view, is that doing anything to help it in the last minute, or is it tearing it apart? What are you seeing? I mean, the overall rotation is definitely much more impressive.
Yeah, Ryan, this is definitely a constructive merger. We can't confirm a funnel cloud right now off to our right. The rain bands are definitely circulating. I'm going to try to pan the stream over for you. It's just a little funnel. Keeps going up and down. I'll let you know if anything happens, though.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick. Oh, look at that. Freddie's got an interesting view. Look at the smokestack literally feeding into the cloud there. That's very interesting. But yeah, so Nick is saying that we've got a little bit of a funnel cloud that's dropping in and out of the base of the storm there. He's calling this a constructive merger. I think that's definitely the case here. You either have a destructive merger or a constructive merger. This one definitely seems to be aiding the storm more than destroying it. So. Yeah, that daggone thing is feeding the storm, son. Turn it off. Irresponsible. Yep, these guys are currently, I think they're both on Highway 153, if I'm not mistaken. Nick's going south on Highway 153. Freddie's going north on Highway 153. They're both converging on an area called Lively Grove. And that's also where the storm is converging on to. There's a pretty good chance that this is about to produce a tornado here. So we're watching closely with them before we back out and look at some of these other areas. And by the way, there's a ton of areas that are experiencing severe weather right now. It's not just here. But we've got the 2 storm chasers here, and we want to make sure that we let you guys know what's going on. JW Gaming says, I live in Marissa. It looks like Nick is just outside of town. Rondell says, what about Western Kentucky overnight? We'll talk about that here in a minute, but there's definitely a chance of severe weather. It just doesn't look very intense tonight for Western Kentucky. Sarah, thank you so much. And also, if you guys notice the lights changing behind me, that's to help me. It's like a visual cue to let me know that, you know, something's happening, but it can also help you too. If the lights flashed yellow like that, that means that there's a new considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. If they ever flash red like that very quickly, that means that there's a new confirmed tornado warning. And if they flash red twice, it's like a PDS warning. If they flash red 3 times, that's a tornado emergency. Sometimes you'll see them. Actually, I think that's it. I think that's all the different things that the lights can do. Or if they go orange, that means Chandra wants to talk to us. Or if they go green, that means Andy wants to talk to us. So the lights are a big part of the thing here. All right, I'm trying to fix the warnings aren't popping up in the right spot here. I'm trying to fix that. Okay, we'll fix it later. Yeah, so this is Freddie and Nick. They're currently trying to intercept this storm that's going through southern Illinois. I do want to take a moment. We're going to stick with their live video feeds. I do want to take a moment and mention some of the other tornado warnings that are still ongoing. We've got one in eastern Indiana here. Very strong storm. Still got some broad rotation on it, producing very large hail. But the tornado threat might be dwindling down a little bit as it moves into Ohio, where it will continue to drop very large hail over there towards Salina. Large hail, Marion, Kokomo, all these places, we've got just tons of hail with these storms as they dance around north central Indiana. They're all getting larger as well. Indianapolis, you're eventually going to get in on this. Some of the storms are just now popping up to your north and west. Those will eventually become big golf ball sized hail makers as well. So confused. Oh, I see. All right. I think I'm about to fix the bug where the warnings aren't covering the screen. We'll see here in a second. But anyways, we got a lot of storms up there. And also, like, we've been focusing a lot on southern Illinois. We've also got a big bunch of storms happening in Missouri as well. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to come through Salem, Van Buren, Ironton, Ellington, all these places. We've got some big-time supercells popping up back here just to the south and west of Fort Smith. Look at this. Look at that. We got to watch that one. That might try to rotate here. Same thing for these down here. Wow, yeah. I mean, yeah, these are trying to rotate extremely, like they're trying to rotate. If they continue to do so, they'll probably try to produce tornadoes. So we might shift our focus back down here towards Oklahoma and Arkansas in a little bit. Hey, the storm just to the west of Dallas now has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. This is north of Fort Worth, moving up towards Flower Mound and Bartonville. So make sure you guys are prepared for that. You know, if these storms to the south and west of Dallas continue to grow upscale, they'll likely produce some sort of severe weather in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro as well. So we have something like 80 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and only 4 tornado warnings. Mike, thank you for the very, very generous $100 super chat. Mike says, smokestack fueled supercells. Yeah, this one specifically. I haven't really seen an image like that before where you could so clearly see the connection. But, I mean, it's clear as day, son. It was fueling it up. Thank you, AJ. Silver, thank you for becoming a moderate risker. Oh boy, we've got our first tornado warning of the night for Ohio. How many Ohioans do we have in here? It's your time to shine, unfortunately.
A new tornado warning
we're
has
talking
been
about
issued.
Ohio as well with these tornadoes. This one looks, man, it's so hard to tell because you got to remember, we're in a little bit of a radar hole here. We don't have the best view of this storm from any radar site. So we're looking out into the distance, right? So we're looking high up in the atmosphere. But high up in the atmosphere, there is a lot of rotation here just to the west of Findlay. So that's why we've got this tornado warning. There could be a tornado trying to form just to the west of Findlay, Ohio. So let's take shelter. Findlay, Ohio is a pretty large area, okay? So let's get everybody in that town into shelter, and let's hope for the best here. Once again, it's hard to decipher what's going on through radar because we don't have the best, view or vantage point. But there's definitely some rotation here, and we need to take it seriously. So Findlay, Ohio, take shelter now. The only way we're going to know for sure if there's a tornado down with that one is like a report. It's like an actual report. Somebody taking a picture or a video of it. I wouldn't encourage you guys to do that, especially if you can't do so safely. But somebody out there is going to see this thing if there's a tornado and hopefully call it in so we can get some confirmation. But let's just pretend like there is a big tornado out there in Findlay, Ohio, and get to shelter now. Pretty much anybody in Hancock County, Ohio, needs to be taking shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got another tornado warning now in Ohio, Mercer County, Ohio. This is just a continuation of the storm that we've been watching, okay? So this is for the storm that just went through Nottingham and Geneva. This is the same storm. It continues to rotate. It continues to cause damaging hail. And now it's moving towards Mercer, Salina, Coldwater, and Montezuma. So please be wary of that and take shelter if you're over here. Also, up to 2-inch in diameter hail is possible with that storm, so you're going to want to get indoors fast. If not to get away from the potential tornado, then to get away from this. Who wants to be anywhere near a window, especially outside, when this is falling from the sky? That looks like it was designed to hurt you. That looks like a daggone ninja star. I mean, don't it? This is from John. This fell out of the sky in Oklahoma just moments ago. So the storm that's prompted the tornado warning for Findlay, Ohio, is moving through now. Hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot, and also hopefully there's not actually a tornado down, and we're just we're dealing with a little bit of a precautionary warning. But we're going to assume that there is one down, and everybody's going to get into shelter. Also, you guys in West Independence and everywhere in between also need to be in your safe spot up there in Ohio. Hancock County, Ohio as well. You guys need to be in your safe spot. This rotation actually looks a lot more significant, but it's even farther away from the radar than the other one, so it's hard to tell. I'm currently just looking through your tweets. There's so many of you guys that have sent in hail reports. I'm not able to show all of them, but keep sending them.
A new tornado
It
warning
allows us
has
to,
been issued.
kind of forward that to the National Weather Service. There's always somebody that will tag the National Weather Service in there. If you don't know your local National Weather Service's handle, usually somebody will take care of that for you over there on Twitter so that they can get that report. But also I'm trying to show as many as possible. This is from Liberty City, Indiana. And looky there, we got another new tornado warning way back yonder in Oklahoma. And another instance where we're in a radar hole here. We don't really know what's going on, but there's enough rotation here to warrant a tornado warning. For what counties are that? Bryan, Johnston, and Marshall County, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Really strong storm capable of producing 2-inch in diameter hail. The storm down there next to Dallas continues to get stronger. Look at that. It's also starting to rotate a little bit. This one's coming up towards Flower Mound, Highland Village, and Corinth. It's not rotating enough to produce a tornado, but it is rotating enough to send those hailstones higher into the air and potentially cause them to get even bigger. So we'll watch this for the potential for a tornado formation, but mostly for the very real risk of very large hail as it approaches Denton, Texas. Back up here to Ohio, the rotation is moving over Findlay now. I don't know if we have anybody in Findlay. As soon as you can do so safely, please let us know what's going on out there. I'm hoping that this is just a big storm, and the rotation that we're seeing on radar is just up in the atmosphere and not on the surface. Same thing for you guys in Salina or Salina. I know I'm saying, which one is it? Salina, Ohio. We've got a pretty intense area of rotation getting ready to go over you guys as well. You're under a tornado warning. Please take shelter, and then let us know what happened there after the storm passes, okay? Big storms still, oh my goodness, popping up all over the place, all across Indiana, and they're all rotating. Look at this. I bet you we'll see a new tornado warning soon here for areas near Elwood, Indiana. That one's starting to rotate. My goodness. Also, some pretty intense rotations starting to pop up on this storm down here. So all of these little storms are already trying to rotate and cause problems for us. So we'll see what happens with that. We currently have 4 tornado warnings. I feel like there's probably going to be a period of time where we see much more than that within the next couple of hours. We do have a new tornado warning over here in Missouri for New Haven and Marthasville for the concern for some potential spin-ups along this line of storms that's getting ready to come through. The main threat here is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then, of course, there's a slight chance of a tornado coming out of that as well. Nick Gorman has given us a close-up view of the shelf cloud associated with this storm over here near Melissa and Nashville, Illinois. This thing is still rotating. It's still spinning like a top, but it's no longer imminently about to produce a tornado, I don't think. Wolf says Findlay, Ohio has sirens going, but no ground level rotation noted. That's good to hear. We still need to stay in our safe spots if we're in Findlay, Ohio. But hopefully the storm is just rotating a lot in the upper levels and it's not quite reaching the surface. But we do have a tornado warning just in case that's not the case. Findlay, Ohio. Next in line would really be West Independence. So once this gets by Findlay, this will go through West Independence, and we'll see if the National Weather Service decides to keep their warning in place. Because a lot of times, I mean, if you've got a situation like this where you see on radar, there's some rotation, but our radar coverage isn't very good there, so we're going to issue a precautionary tornado warning, right? And then it goes through a city like Findlay, Ohio, and nobody reports a tornado, you're probably not going to continue that tornado warning. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens there. Same thing for this deal over here near Montezuma and Coldwater in Ohio. Pretty strong storm moving across the Highway 29 area between Wapakoneta and Salina. Ohio. I keep asking you guys for the correct pronunciation of that, and then I forget to look at chat after I ask, so I know you guys have told me a million times, but I have no clue. This is from southern Oklahoma. Oh, what the heck? This is from southern Oklahoma, over there near Ada, Oklahoma. That's some big hail. That's tennis ball size.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That'll definitely do damage. Salina. Okay, that's what I thought. I looked now. I know. Sorry for bothering you. I know that's got to be so annoying. You've lived somewhere and you know the name of it, and some guy don't, and he keeps asking you for the name, and then he just ignores you, and then I'm sorry, but I know it now. It's Salina, and the other one is Wapakoneta. Hey, ain't nothing. Wapakoneta, easy. Is it WAP or WAP? Seth, firefighter, storm spotter here, says, how do you think Cherokee Village, Arkansas will be tonight? I think that you guys are going to be all right. I know around about where that is, but I do want to pinpoint so you can see on the map, and so can everybody else. Cherokee Village, Arkansas. I think that you're about to get hit by a pretty intense line of storms, but we're not expecting much here other than some gusty winds, maybe 50, 60 miles per hour, and some small hail. Once that gets by you, we do have to watch these supercells back here towards the western side of the state and see what happens with them. There's a good chance that they come right up towards you. It could be a very long night of thunderstorms, but it looks to me, at least right now, like most of those thunderstorms will be pretty tame. Flash flooding might actually be a pretty bad concern for that area if you live in a flood-prone area, so keep that in mind. Hey, bulls. The storm over here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area is rotating. It's also got a hook on it. It's doing the same thing as all of the rest of the storms today, though, and it's not rotating very much at the surface, which is good news. But it's the reason why this isn't producing a tornado, or probably won't produce a tornado. Huge hail, though. We're talking, tennis ball size or greater. Moving up towards Corinth. Okay, so I think we've got some. Yeah, we've got at least some. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think this storm right here has a tornado on it. The one near Salina, Ohio. I'm looking at a video now that looks to me like it's a tornado over here. So this is one of the brilliant things about storm chasers. From looking at the radar, you'd never know for sure. But it does look like a tornado might be down here near Salina, Ohio, and moving to the east. So Neptune, St. Mary's, Molten, all you guys need to be hyper weather aware and get into your safe spot. Let me make sure this ain't like some troll thing. No, that's real, dude. From what I can tell from these videos, I don't know if it's making contact with the ground, but it's a very distinct funnel, and it's very close if it's not completely touching. I'm retweeting the photos now, or the videos. So we should have already been in our safe spots in Salina, okay, and Northwood, Ohio. But now, if you need another reason to go, I've seen video of the actual tornado here associated with this storm, okay? So get to shelter now. There's still a good chance that it won't hit you, okay? Tornadoes are small. Counties and cities are big. And just hang in there. We'll let you know when it's time to come out of that safe spot. What in the world is teacup size hail? Apparently that's also happening in Salina.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we've got another tornado warning in Ohio. This one's going to be for areas east of Salina. So, once again, I think that we've got pretty good confirmation that this storm was at least producing a tornado moments ago. I don't know if it still is. But now that same rotation that produced the tornado to the west of Salina is now moving towards St. Mary's and Wapakoneta. Wapakoneta. It's easy. So please take shelter in St. Mary's, Milton, and Wapakoneta if you haven't already. And if you're in Salina, okay, keep sheltered for a little while longer. But more than likely, if you haven't experienced any damage to your home yet, the strongest part of the storm has missed you. Okay. Same thing for you guys back there towards Shively and Durban. There it is.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, we've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Hancock County, Ohio. And that's actually going to be the one up here to the east of Findlay now. What in the world? These Ohio storms are popping off more than any of them so far today almost. So we just had the big storm go through Findlay. We had a lot of viewers in here that said that nothing really happened in Findlay. But now it does look like we have a tornado down. Let's see how we know that. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. So a police officer or something has called in a tornado here in this area. So the velocity definitely looks supportive of that. So here we go. We've got a tornado potentially on the ground moving towards Vanlue, Ohio. Take shelter now if you are in Hancock County, Ohio. I actually thought that confirmed warning was going to come through for this storm moving into St. Mary's right now. But no, this is still radar indicated. But I still think that there's a very good chance that there's a tornado down right now. With this part of the storm, it's probably going to travel the not interstate, but the Highway 29 and 33 corridor this way towards Glenwood and Milton. We've got another tornado warning back here in southern Illinois. That one looks like it's starting to fall apart a little bit. Hopefully that continues to be the case. The tornado warning up there to the west of St. Louis is allowed to continue. This is mostly in accordance with the strong winds that are coming through that likely could produce a brief spin-up tornado near New Haven and places like Innsbruck. Take shelter if you're over there. And then we have one other tornado warning, okay? And that's going to be for areas just to the north of Madill, Oklahoma, and Lynn, Oklahoma, okay? 2-inch in diameter hail is possible with that. And my goodness, the storm over here to the west of Dallas has really, it's just turned into a monster of its own.
A new tornado warning
and it's producing large hail here. We've got an official report now of 3-inch in diameter hail near Denton, okay? And that's from a National Weather Service employee. So huge hail. Huge hail falling with this storm in the northwest side of Fort Worth and Dallas. If that's actually producing like widespread 3-inch hailstones, that could be like a multi-million-dollar disastrous storm unfolding here. Okay, so we got another confirmed tornado warning in Ohio, okay? And basically what's happening here is the tornado warning for Findlay, Ohio, has been expanded. And by the way, Findlay, it's over, okay? That storm has made it past you now. But just to the east of Findlay now and all the way down towards Bloomville, Melmore, New Regal, Mexico, Sycamore, Chatfield, Broken Sword, New Washington, and Likens, Ohio. You guys have got to get to your safe spot because, my goodness, we have a huge a huge area of rotation right here near West Independence, likely producing a tornado, and it's moving right towards you. Okay. Wow. Possibly big tornado in Ohio right now, moving down towards Alvada, Frenchtown, and Springfield. Remember, that's Crawford, Seneca, and Wyandotte County in Ohio. If you're in any of those counties or Hancock County, Ohio, you need to be taking shelter because we have confirmed reports of tornadoes in both of those areas.
Ryan, do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a rotating wall cloud heading straight for Fort Smith, Arkansas, and multiple funnel clouds have been appearing out of it.
Okay, thank you so much, Ryan. We're going to look at that. Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm trying to get this set up. Okay, so that's Ryan near Fort Smith, Arkansas. We're going to go take a look at what he's talking about on radar first, and then hopefully, I don't know, hopefully we can get his stream pulled up. Ryan Scholl. Okay, so we have that the large severe thunderstorm that we've been kind of tracking for a while, moving into the Fort Smith area now. And there are tons of little areas of rotation here. This could be one of them that could definitely spark a rotating wall cloud or funnel cloud right over Fort Smith. And in fact, there's one of those. So let's, if we're in Fort Smith, know that there isn't a tornado warning right now, okay? But there could be, this severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. So we need to, in my opinion, I would just go ahead and take shelter as if a warning was already issued, because a new warning could be issued at any moment. This storm is one to watch. Another supercell down here near Hartshorn, Oklahoma. And then this thing is spinning like a top, but it's not at the surface. Look at how dead the surface winds are. But if you look at the actual radar, you can tell that higher in the atmosphere, there's a lot of wind shear. This storm is spinning enough to produce a big tornado, but thankfully, right at the surface, it's not. So at least for now, that could change. Just know that there's basically a tornado about 1,000 to 3,000 feet in the air above you here, okay? And it don't look like it's going to come down right now, but it could as it moves off to the north and east. So keep that in mind in places like Corinth, Highland Village, and Flower Mound. Your biggest concern right now, though, is not necessarily a tornado. It's the hail, okay? That we've got huge hail coming down here in the general Corinth and Flower Mound area, possibly up to tennis ball size or greater. All right, let's go back to our Ohio storms. Remember, these are confirmed tornadoes here. We've got one between West Independence and Alvada, Ohio, moving towards New Regional, Frenchtown, down towards Mexico, Ohio. All right, take shelter if you're down here. This radar is too far away for me to dive into the mesoscale. The actual tornado could be anywhere in this area, okay? Usually whenever it's closer to the radar, we can kind of pinpoint a specific zone, but we can't right now, okay? We just know that there's a tornado somewhere in here, and it's moving almost due east with a little bit of a southward component as well. And my goodness, look at the daggone view that we have from storm chaser Nick Gorman right now.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Nick Gorman is still back there towards Mount Vernon. Okay. Okay, so Nick Gorman is still back there towards Mount Vernon in southern Illinois, giving us a view of that storm as it moves off to the east. Just an update for you on our storm, little in Ohio here, the one that just went past Salina. The rotation was pretty significant just a frame ago, and now it's even more significant. So this could be a pretty big tornado here, just to the north of St. Mary's in Ohio. I can, based off this information, I can give you a little bit more detail about the mesoscale, I guess. Let me see here. Let me open this up real quick. St. Mary's, Ohio. Yeah, so according to radar, this is either right on top of St. Mary's or near the 40-acre pond, all right, north of St. Mary's. Moving east along the highway there towards Wapakoneta, it's going to go through Glenwood, the Milton Township building, and then eventually, if it continues on the same trajectory that it's been on, it'll go right towards Wapakoneta or just to the north, probably on the side where the Wapakoneta Water Park is and the Family YMCA. So if you know about Highway 198 up there or Defiance Street, that would be the part of town that I would be most concerned about. But obviously the entire town is under the gun here for a potential impact from a tornado as the storm gets closer to you. Wow. And yeah, this is now a PDS tornado warning for Aguilez County, Ohio. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. The hazard is a dangerous, damaging tornado. Emergency management confirmed a tornado, and it was producing damage. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Wapakoneta, St. Mary's, Fort Shawnee, Cridersville, New Knoxville, Moulton, Buckland, Freiburg, Kossuth, and State Route 116. We've got a PDS tornado warning now. This is going right towards the town of Wapakoneta. All Glaze County, Ohio. Take shelter. I'm sure the sirens are blaring now in this part of the world, but if that's not what it takes to get you to shelter, I don't know what works, but you got to get there because this is a situation where you need to run, not walk. Because there's a very real chance that this tornado is going to come right through town here moments from now. And even before that, right now it's near Glenwood. It's going to come through Moulton and then Wapakoneta. And then, if it continues on the same path, it could make it all the way over there towards St. John's. This is an official tornado on the ground here. Do we got anybody on that? Do we have anybody in Ohio? Dean Barry's in Chillicothe, Ohio. That's pretty far away. Yeah, that is. Okay, yeah, we don't, as far as I can tell, we don't have any chasers on that right now. If you're just now tuning in, I think we have a pretty big tornado on the doorstep of Wapakoneta, Ohio, near Glenwood. It's moving east fairly quickly, and we do have a PDS tornado warning. And remember, a PDS tornado warning, it means it's a particularly dangerous situation. Every tornado, okay, every tornado is a dangerous situation. But this one is particularly dangerous because it's exceptionally large and producing significant damage. And it looks like there might be some sort of handoff happening now where the original circulation is maybe letting up a little bit, and now a new circulation is popping up to the south. This is still bad news for Wapakoneta because that could come through the southern part of town. Or we could still have two tornadoes happening at the same time here. I'm just trying to see if I can see any more information from this. I'm not hearing anything out of Salina just yet. Or St. Mary's or Moultrie or any of these places. But yeah, that's one heck of a look right there. And what do we got going on here? Freddie McKinney's got us a view of some rising clouds coming into our storm near Washington County, Illinois. It looks like they are rotating a little bit too. So that storm might be trying to ramp back up again. This is back in Illinois. We're mostly focused on our storm near Wapakoneta right now in Ohio. It does have a PDS tornado warning for it for Auglaize County, Ohio. Yeah, there's two areas of rotation. It's either the original rotation is kind of cycling out and kind of getting absorbed into the parent supercell, and then like a new rotation is forming, or we've got twins. That's very possible too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning for Delaware County, Indiana. We're up to 6 tornado warnings now. I do want to bring our attention over there very quickly. We've got quite a bit of rotation here. Dangerous looking storm. Hey, if these storms over here in Ohio are producing tornadoes, then this one likely will too. Muncie, Indiana. You've got a big bad one coming right towards you. Delaware County, Indiana, take shelter now. Muncie, Indiana, take shelter now. I'm going to take a drink of water and get ready for this next onslaught of tornado warnings that's getting ready to come through. And Chandra is going to update us on the news a little bit in the meantime. Go ahead, Chandra.
Hi, y'all. We have been just continuously looking at damage reports, and we noticed that there was a spike in power outage in Carrollton, Kentucky, which is Carroll County, Kentucky. And there was approximately 500 without power in that area. So what we've been seeing is a lot of tree damage, structural damage, significant structural damage. Vehicles were damaged, and a lot of the area, just a little piece of the area, is seeing some massive debris. So prayers for everyone in that area, and we'll hope to keep you posted. So far, no terrible news has came out, so that's good. But we just want to keep on looking for what has happened over the day and really analyze where we need to be. So thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you very much, Chandra. I'm back in the seat now, and yeah, it's just so for anybody that's just now tuning in, we
A
have
new
been
tornado watch has been
kind of
issued.
tracking these storms all day. We started off with a tornado down here in Indiana that went through parts of Kentucky, and then kind of the storm meandered all the way into West Virginia, and now it's completely gone. It's completely dissipated somewhere. Yeah, there it is. That was the last little whisper of it there. And then, you know, we've been tracking tornadoes in Oklahoma, and we've been kind of building up to this point right now. We're in the peak of the system. We currently have 5 tornado warnings. We've got like close to 100 severe thunderstorm warnings, lots of tornado reports. In fact, I think we have we have a couple tornadoes on the ground right now. And we're just covering this whole system from Ohio all the way down to Texas. It's hard for me to hit every spot. There's some of you guys that are experiencing thunderstorms right now that I may not even talk about at all. But just know that my job right now is to focus on the most intense ones, the ones that have the best chance or the greater likelihood of impacting people's lives, potentially being deadly and catastrophic. So if I'm not talking about your town in this time, it's probably a good thing. All right. So I'm going to go through these one by one, each tornado warning here, and we'll try to hit on the severe thunderstorm warnings as well, but I'm guessing we're going to get interrupted by some sort of breaking news or new update before we get to that point. Currently, we've got tornado warnings, all radar indicated. Our PDS tornado warning has been allowed to get downgraded to a radar indicated. We have no confirmed tornado warnings right now, but we have tornado warnings in Delaware County, Indiana, Warren County, Missouri, Algaze County, Ohio, Johnson County, Oklahoma, and Crawford, Seneca, and Wyandotte County, or Wyandotte County in Ohio.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
The first tornado warning that I want to talk about is this one up here near Findlay. Okay, the storm that just went through Findlay, is continuing to produce a very strong area of rotation here south of Tiffin. This was just responsible for a confirmed tornado warning. We had some reports of a tornado back there towards Findlay and West Independence. We don't know if it's still down or not, but let's assume that it is as this approaches Melmore, Likens, Chatfield, and New Washington. Okay, if you're in any of those places in Ohio, you got to get to shelter right now. A tornado-producing storm is on your doorstep. Now, Wapakoneta, same thing for you guys. This was just a PDS tornado warning, but I think what's happened here is the original tornado has lifted, and now a new area of circulation is starting on the bottom side. You guys see that? You see this is where the tornado was. It's lifted, thankfully, right before it got to the town of Wapakoneta. And then, boom, we've got a new area of rotation on the south side of town that hasn't fully actualized into a new tornado yet, but it likely will as it goes south and east towards Lakeview, Russell's Point, and Roundhead. So keep that in mind downstream. Y'all get ready. Now we have a tornado warning for Muncie, Indiana. This is radar indicated. We've got some really impressive looking rotation here, but this is mostly contamination, I think. This is definitely rotating. We've got some huge hail associated with this storm. It could produce a tornado at any moment. I don't know that it is right now, though. We'll keep you updated on that. No tornado warnings right now in Illinois. No tornado warnings right now in Missouri or Arkansas. The next tornado warning is going to be down here in Oklahoma for the area around Milburn. Okay. Milburn, Oklahoma, you're under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately if you're down there. And then we have this huge
A new
storm
tornado
that has
warning
popped
has
up
been issued.
back here on the northern side of the DFW area. Denton, Little Elm, Corinth. You guys have just been getting hammered by hail. Some of these places have received 3-inch in diameter hail, and there's even bigger hailstones on the way, especially if you're in Oak Point or Little Elm. Get ready. The thing about this storm, though, is it's not moving much. Okay, so it's not moving down towards downtown. It'll take it a while to get to Sherman, so it's just it's going to dance around Denton for a while and probably put a lot of dents in things if it continues to drop 3-inch in diameter hail. Another storm is forming to the south. This one could eventually go into downtown Dallas, but right now it's not that big. It hasn't turned into anything just yet. We're going to keep an eye on that. Now, everywhere in the middle, we don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have a lot of suspicious storms that we're watching very closely. Look at all of these. Look at all these. That storm, rotating. Okay? This storm, rotating. This storm, it's broad, but it's rotating. All right, all of these are discrete supercells. They could produce tornadoes. We're watching them as they approach Little Rock, Arkansas. Currently, they're not producing tornadoes, right? But what they are producing is 60-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is definitely happening. So keep that in mind. Whenever there's a new warning, are you guys hearing it? Do you guys hear a new tornado warning has been issued? Because it's not popping up on my end. I just want to make sure that it's working. Okay. Anyways, we've got, I mean, look at this. This storm right here looks very impressive. We have to watch them closely as they go up towards Little Rock. Now, all of this mess up here in northern Arkansas, we've got some severe storms, but this is mostly just rain, thunder, and all that good stuff. Up here in northeast Arkansas, we've got some stronger winds getting ready to come through Pocahontas and Walnut Ridge. It looks like the storm started a little bit earlier than what we thought earlier. The storm started a little bit earlier than what we thought. We've been going for about 5.5 hours now, so the tongue twisting will commence from this point on. But I remember earlier in the stream, we were talking about Cherokee Village maybe not seeing their big thunderstorms until closer to 10 or 11 p.m. tonight. Well, here we are, Eastern time, 7:30. So, we're 3-4 hours off here. And that shows you how dynamic the system is and how unpredictable these things are until the storms start going. A lot of times the storms have to form and they have to start interacting with the atmosphere before we can know what's going to happen next. So yeah, we've got a mess of a squall line moving through portions of Arkansas up here. None of this looks to be terribly tornadic or much of a problem at all, really. It's just your regular average severe thunderstorm. The problems start picking back up once we get into the general southern Louisiana area. These are much stronger supercell, multicellular systems. They are rotating. They've got huge hail with them, and these are going to continue to cause problems in southern Illinois. And, of course, as they move off to the east towards Indiana as well. This one, this one right here is trying to rotate. We'll see what happens with that. I will see if we get a tornado warning with this one. But Bible Grove, I would watch out in southern Illinois. That storm looks like it's capable of certainly trying to produce a tornado as it moves in your direction. These two supercells right here are, in my opinion, troublemakers. All right, we've got to watch those as they move east in southern Illinois. And then in Indiana, we've got once again an incredibly well-defined supercell on radar here just to the north of Indianapolis. Not rotating much at all at the surface, but producing very large hail. We've got more of those forming to the west. So all of this mess of supercells over here is getting ready to move into downtown Indianapolis. And then our big storm here is getting ready to move into downtown Muncie as well, the one that's got the tornado warning on it. It's still radar indicated. I would like for everybody in Muncie to stay in their safe spots, but of course let us know what's happening in Muncie after the storm goes by, because, you know, according to radar, it very well could be a tornado. The biggest threat with this storm looks to be on the northern side, up there near Royerton and DeSoto. You guys are getting hammered with hail right now. Probably close to 3-inch in diameter hail, if not larger. That's going to cause damage, and it's going to continue to do so as it goes towards Parker City, Farmland, and Winchester in eastern Indiana. If you live in any of those places, get the car under the carport or in the garage or something, because that is going to cause very significant damage to your vehicle if you don't do something about that. Man, the storm here, the new circulation that's handed off here to the south and east of Wapakoneta, Ohio, looks more impressive than ever. I'm very surprised we don't have a new confirmed tornado warning. Oh my goodness, this is the most obvious confirmed tornado that we've had so far today. There's your hook, there's your velocity couplet, and then boom, there's your debris ball. We've got, in my opinion, the first real debris ball of the day, of significant concern. And you know, this is heading right down there towards Russell's Point. My goodness, guys, come on. Radar indicated.
A new tornado warning
but it's
has
not
been
a new
issued.
it's not an upgrade. Anyways, listen, you're under a tornado warning right now in Gutman, in Geyer, and Santa Fe in Ohio. You need to take shelter, because I think that this is a tornado that's down on the ground right now. Nick's trying to talk to us. I'm trying to. Yeah, go ahead, Nick. I was trying to talk back, but it didn't work. There
New
it is.
information.
Shelby County,
This
Ohio,
tornado
Logan
warning
County,
has been
Ohio,
upgraded.
Hardin County, Ohio, Owlglaze, Ohio. Confirmed tornado on the ground once again. Get to shelter immediately. Out of everything we've seen today, y'all, this is the one. This is the one that looks the worst to me. Oh, man. The tornado right now is somewhere near Slater, Ohio, and it's moving its way down towards Gutman, Ohio. It'll cross Highway 65 near Gutman and Geyer, Ohio, and continue to move potentially due east towards the general Island View, Avondale, New Hampshire, and Santa Fe regions, Lakeview, Ohio. You've got to run, not walk to shelter. What you're seeing here, okay, what you're seeing here is a tornado on radar, all right? One of the ways that we can tell that there's a tornado is we look at the reflectivity, right? And honestly, with the reflectivity right now, it is hard to tell. But if we look at the velocity, you can see very clearly that right here we've got greens next to reds. We've got winds blowing this way and very strong winds blowing this way. There's rotation right here, okay? And then on top of that, we now have, in my opinion, full confirmation because of this. This is the correlation coefficient product. What this does is it looks in the atmosphere and it says, okay, everything in the atmosphere seems to be a similar size, so let's paint it all the same color. Let's paint it purple, all right? But hey, you know, there's some bricks, or there's some shingles, there's some leaves, there's some twigs, there's some debris here that doesn't correlate with raindrops. So let's drop the correlation coefficient, and it paints this blue blob here. And the deeper the blue, the less the size of the items in the air correlate with the raindrops. So we've got stuff much bigger than raindrops floating in the air here near Slater, Ohio. And it just happens to be right on top of an area where we've got rotation. What else could it possibly be other than a tornado? So we've got a big tornado down on the ground here to the west of Gutman near Slater. It's moving east, okay? It's going to be moving towards Avondale. It's going to be moving towards Bell Center, Roundhead. Make sure you guys are taking shelter right now. This sale is also undergoing a merger. So we'll see what that does. Maybe that will destroy the storm. Hopefully.
A new tornado warning.
We got a
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
warning for Clay and Jasper counties in Illinois. We're up to 7. I repeat, 7 tornado warnings now. Here's that newest one, and it's for the storm that we were concerned about in our sweep earlier. So Bible Grove, Louisville, Ingram, Sailor Springs, all these places we were just talking about, gave you an early heads up. Now it's time to actually take shelter. Now it's time to actually heed the warning and get to your safe spot. The rotation with this one looks pretty impressive. There could be a tornado here in Bible Grove within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Take shelter immediately. Muncie, Indiana, how are you guys? How is Muncie, Indiana? I haven't heard anything from them. The rotating part of that storm has just went to the north of town, so more like Morningside, DeSoto, Woodland Park, Altshire, that area. How are you guys doing? This is definitely a rotating storm. We just don't know if there was any ground contact yet. So let us know how Muncie, Indiana is faring. I think downtown Muncie is probably fine. You're probably thinking, like, what the heck are you talking about, dude? Like, it's perfectly fine here. But on the northern side of Muncie, we could have just had a tornado. So I'm trying to see what's going on there. The National Weather Service has decided to extend that warning all the way out to Parker City, Farmland, Winchester, Saratoga, and Union City over here in eastern Indiana. So now that's, a continued tornado warning for Delaware County, Randolph County, Indiana. Take shelter now. Up to 8 warnings, y'all. 8 warnings. If you know anybody in any of these affected areas, please share this with them. Some people, once again, don't watch the news. They don't think about this kind of stuff. So we need to put it in front of them because, honestly, this is a life-threatening situation. Especially here in Ohio with this specific storm. This picked up a lot of debris. Okay, this did some significant damage over here somewhere south of Wapakoneta. It's likely still on the ground doing significant damage now as it approaches Russell's Point, Ohio. We've got a tornado on the ground likely doing significant damage approaching Russell's Point, Ohio, and Roundhead. Everybody there needs to take shelter now. The best way to do that is to get into a basement. If you've got a basement, thank goodness. Okay, that's good. Get there. If you don't have a basement, what you need to do is get into the most interior room of a sturdy shelter. You need to get into the most interior room of your home on a block foundation, hopefully, on a well-built home. Get into the most interior room of that building. It doesn't have to be a home. It could be a building, right? It could be where you work. It could be, a shelter. It could be, something, just anything that is well built and has 4 walls. Get into the middle of that where there are no windows and protect your head. Just do whatever you need to do to protect your head, because the number one way that you're going to get hurt in a situation like this
has been issued
is by just a piece of wood or something falling from the roof onto your head. So, like, you don't want to be in a situation where you're a casualty or an injury in maybe there's minimal damage, but like your head was vulnerable, right? So protect your head. Wear a baseball helmet. Wear a football helmet. If you've got those in the garage, if the kids have bicycle helmets, make them wear that. Take them into the bathroom, which is more. A lot of people have like interior bathrooms or a closet. And bring if you've got time, bring those helmets with you. Bring a charged phone, tablet with you, and keep me with you. And odds are you're not going to get hit by a tornado, but it's better to prepare now than be surprised. You know what I mean? What do you have to lose unless you don't prepare? Then you have everything to lose. Okay, so that's what's going on out here. We have a pretty serious situation here as a tornado is, in my opinion, still ongoing back here west of Russell's Point. It produced damage, significant damage, I believe, south of Wapakoneta, and it's continuing to rotate as it approaches Russell's Point. It's rain wrapped. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see that one. You're not going to be able to see that one at all. Oh my God.
It's okay. It's okay. Is that the tornado? That's the tornado. Oh my, holy shit. Oh my God.
Language warning. Once again, sometimes we watch tornado videos here without, like, just because we need to see them. And you know, if you're seeing a tornado warning or a tornado, sometimes you can't help what you're saying. First of all, I do want to say that if you are under a tornado warning, the first thing that you want to do is get to shelter. Don't stand in the door and take a video of it. But you know, Gavin Holdgrave, I think, has an incredible view here of the very tornado that I think we're tracking right now in Ohio. Okay, so Gavin is sending us this. It's a pretty good distance away from him, but he should still be in a safe spot. But this is what we are tracking right now, that as it is moving past Wapakoneta towards Russell's Point. Okay, all right, and once again, language warning on that video. I am going to retweet it. If you're seeing a tornado, you know how it is. But anyways, this is the tornado that we're looking at here. The reason I'm showing you this is because you know, it's proven that you know, if you see the tornado, you're more likely to take the situation seriously and actually take shelter. So please take shelter if you're in Russell's Point. That tornado could be a lot bigger than what it looks here. Okay, it looks like it's pretty far away from him. So that's what's coming towards Russell's Point, Ohio, right now. I'm just continuing to analyze the... Yeah, so... yeah, this thing's still on the ground as it comes towards Russell's Point. I want to show you all something. Once again, this is the tornado, and here's what it looks like on radar. Okay, we had it originally pick up debris back here, and then it kind of faded out a little bit. Now it's starting to pick up again, and that coincides with an increase in our rotation here as well. So I think that we've still got a tornado on the ground, still doing damage, moving towards Russell's Point right now. Take shelter immediately.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Texas, y'all. Oh my goodness, we're in Ohio right now, but now we've got to go visit Texas. Of course, it's the Dallas storm. It's on the northern side of Dallas. This storm is rotating a little bit. It's not rotating as much as the storms up in Ohio, but it's rotating enough to potentially cause a tornado here on the northern side of Dallas. So this is far north. Okay, this is up past Plano. This is past, well, this includes Frisco and like McKinney. Okay, that's what I'm talking about in the extreme northern extent of the DFW metro. We've got a tornado warning now for Frisco and Prosper and Hackleberry. Take shelter now. We do have a rotating thunderstorm here. I still think the main problem here is going to be the hail. We've got 3-inch in diameter hail coming down, tennis ball size hail. So protect those cars, whatever. This is a huge, a suburban area, right? So you're going to see millions and millions of dollars in hail damage down here if people don't, get their, if people haven't already moved their stuff inside or whatever you need to do to protect your valuables from hail. That's going to continue to be a problem all the way up through Little Elm, Anthem, Prosper, Ray Mills, and then the tornadic part of the storm will go right
new
up through
tornado
Frisco.
warning has been
It's
issued.
not producing a tornado right now, but it could. That's why we've got the tornado warning. So that's what's going on down there. The storm southwest of Dallas isn't really, it's not doing much. Okay, so we're not going to worry about that one right now. No tornado warnings in Missouri or Arkansas. We did just get a new one in Illinois. Let's check that out. That one looks like it's a precautionary warning. Kimmondy, you want to get to shelter in Illinois. And then also over here, the rotation's getting a little bit more condensed near Bible Grove. So take shelter in Bible Grove, Sailor Springs, and Ingram, Illinois as well. Indiana, you've still got that tornado warning over here to the south and east of Muncie. This one looks like it's rotating, just as much as those storms in Ohio that are producing tornadoes. So this one could be producing a tornado right now. It could be getting ready to go through farmland. And then Winchester, Indiana, even without the tornado, it's got a huge hail threat with it. We're talking about up to tennis ball size hail here. So make sure you are taking that seriously and you get yourself into shelter here soon. And then, of course, we've got our confirmed tornado that's on the ground now near Russell's Point. Okay, it's moving through Lakeview right now, and it's on the doorstep of Russell's Point and Orchard Island. We've got a big tornado on the ground doing damage on Highway 33 between Lakeview and Orchard Island. I will dive into the mesoscale here. Lots of pictures. I mean, this thing is in a pretty populated area, and there's pictures of it all over social media now. This is a real tornado that is coming into Russell's Point right now, Ohio. Orchard Island. Let's see here, Russell's Point. Wow. That is not good, y'all. That is not good. This is by far the strongest signature we've seen today in terms of a tornado. This is the tornado right now is thankfully in a pretty rural area, but it's getting ready to cross the road there, Highway 33. And then if I'm not mistaken, it's probably going to go across the lake. Anybody, if you're watching this and you're familiar with Russell's Point, this is going to go across Indian Lake. Thank goodness for Indian Lake. That lake is big enough to where this thing could do most of its damage over water. Let's hope that that's what happens. I'm not convinced, but hopefully this thing spins itself out over that big lake. But unfortunately, in the middle of its path, we've got Orchard Island, Wolf Island, Tecumseh Island, and Seminole Island. All you guys are in the path of that as well. Okay, and then after it gets past that lake, we're talking about minutes from now. If it doesn't dissipate by the time it gets to the other side of the lake, it's going to continue on that same trajectory over there towards the Fry Cemetery, Bud's Marine, and eventually towards Duff Quarry and Hurley Farms. Okay, so that's about where the tornado is, where it's going. And that's pretty much what I have for you right now. It looks like I think they just now upgraded that to a PDS tornado warning, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, it is updated to a PDS tornado warning for Logan and Union County, Ohio.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
There's a lot going on here.
New
guys.
information. This tornado warning
got a new
has been
confirmed
upgraded.
Tornado warning too. That one's going to be over here for, let's see, New Washington. So this is southern Huron, southeastern Seneca, and northeastern Crawford counties in Ohio. Confirmed tornado warning up here. Let's go visit it real quick. We got to see that. This is, yeah, my goodness. Yeah, this is the same storm that caused us problems over there back towards Findlay, Ohio. Now it's moving over towards Willard, New Haven, and New Washington. It's got a huge area of rotation on it. There's your tornado right there. You see that? Let me put a better locator dot on it. That's what we're looking at for the tornado. It's moving this way. Okay, it's moving towards Celeryville and New Haven. Make sure you guys are taking shelter. This is on the ground now, and it's eventually going to go all the way over to Shiloh, Rome, and Greenwich. Shiloh, Rome, and Greenwich, Ohio.
A new tornado warning
this
has
one,
been issued.
A little bit farther to the south near Russell's Point. This one's a PDS tornado warning. What does that mean? That means that it's a particularly dangerous situation. All right. This, all tornado warnings are pretty serious, but this one is particularly serious because the tornado is doing exceptional damage, more than what you would maybe even think when it comes to a tornado. So, who's in the path of this one? How about New Richland, Northwood, Rushsylvania, Huntsville, Harper, Walnut Grove, Horton, West Mansfield, York Center, Summersville, Byhalia, Horton, and North Greenfield, Raymond, and Peoria, Ohio. Okay, these are all in Ohio to the north and west of Columbus right now. Okay. I'm going to see if we have any more storm chasers. Okay, production room. We need Dean Barry back. Dean Barry is in Circleville, Ohio. He's still pretty far away from these storms, but he's probably going to meet up with them in Columbus, and we need him on our screen whenever he gets there. And then, unfortunately, I think that's all we have in Ohio right now. But old Dean, you can't beat him. My gosh, guys. Ohio has been the most active area today, and of course, not even included in the elevated tornado risk from the SPC. That's why it's important for, regardless of the color that you're under when it comes to those outlooks, you've got to be weather aware. We've got a big tornado coming through Russell's Point right now, moving down towards Huntsville, Ohio. More than likely causing significant damage. We don't know, we haven't heard any news just yet, but more than likely causing significant damage. That's going to continue down towards West Mansfield, Ohio. Please take shelter. If this storm continues, long enough, it'll eventually make it into the Delaware, Dublin, and Gahanna areas on the northern side of Columbus. So we've got to keep thinking of that too. That's a very real possibility here. Okay, got Nick trying to talk to me. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, right now, we're still in southern Illinois. Our game plan is we're going to intercept these severe thunderstorm warnings and make my way back home. I will say I honestly did not expect Ohio to pop off like it is going right now.
Nick, nobody did. Nobody did. I mean, at the beginning of the stream, we did talk about how the Ohio Valley would probably outperform Arkansas. But I don't think we were specifically talking about Ohio. That's why it's once again, it's important that whenever if you go and you look at the SPC outlook, the bullseye for today was supposed to be down there in Arkansas, but if you go look at the thumbnail for my video, we made sure that a lot more than that was covered so that people were interested everywhere where there was going to be a storm, just in case something like this happened. This situation that's unfolding up here near Waynesburg and New Washington in Ohio looks pretty serious. There's a big tornado
New information.
Down here.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And it's moving towards Waynesburg and Shiloh. Okay, so we've got confirmed tornadoes in Randolph counties, Ohio, Logan and Union counties in Ohio. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Crawford, Huron, Richland, and Seneca counties in Ohio. And we've got a confirmed tornado down in Hardin County and Logan County, Ohio. All right. Randolph County is in Indiana. That's that latest confirmed warning, actually. This is just to the east of Muncie, just to the south and east of Muncie. This is now confirmed. And this is moving towards Winchester. Guys, we have, I think, four total big tornadoes down on the ground right now in Indiana and Ohio on their way to fairly populated areas. Winchester, Indiana needs to get to their safe spots. Jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, come on. What's the best radar site for that? Indianapolis. Yeah, Winchester, Indiana needs to be getting to their safe spot. And once again, I say it often, but you need to run, not walk. Run, not walk. You have maybe minutes now before a pretty powerful tornado moves into the Winchester area. You got to get underground. That's your best option to make it through a big storm like this. If you can't get underground, then you want to get into the most interior room of a sturdy building. If it's your house, more than likely you've got an interior bathroom or an interior closet, and you want to pick whichever one of those has the least amount of glass, and you want to bring me with you. You want to bring a helmet with you if you have access to that. And you want to bring a pair of shoes with you. These kinds of storms obviously can cause significant damage to your house, and you might have to evacuate your house. There might be a fire. There might be a gas leak. There might be this. There might be that. You don't want to evacuate a house in a thunderstorm with nails on the ground in your flip-flops or barefoot. It's unfortunate to even have to think about, I know.
A new tornado warning
wear a
has
pair
been
of shoes
issued.
that you would work in, and also wear clothes that you wouldn't care to get wet and that kind of stuff. Get ready and go, okay? You don't have much time. I would just worry about getting to your safe spot as quickly as possible if you're not already prepared. Hopefully you've been watching the stream for some time today, and you've had time to get ready for this and prepare, but unfortunately, once again, the town of Winchester or areas just near it in Indiana are about to get impacted by a pretty significant tornado. Farmland, Winchester, and then next in line would be areas just south of Union City. The storm that's produced the large tornado back here to the west of Russell's Point is still rotating. Okay, it's still rotating, and it's also still tornado warned, but I don't think it's producing a tornado anymore. It might be cycling. Okay, it might be cycling. So let's keep that in mind. In West Mansfield, a potential tornado could be on its way to you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now, this storm up here in near New Haven, I believe, is almost certainly still producing a tornado right now. So if I'm in Tiro, Shiloh, Rome, or any of these places in Ohio, near Plymouth, Ohio, I am getting to shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, they went ahead and issued a confirmed tornado warning for this storm right here, for Western Ohio, in association with the storm that's getting ready to move through Winchester. Once again, Winchester, Indiana is about to take a hit, or at least a very close call to a tornado here. We need that town bracing for impact. And then we just got a PDS tornado warning as well in Ohio. Yeah, Logan County and Union counties in Ohio are under PDS tornado warnings. Sorry, I'm just reading some information that comes in. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. We currently have 12 tornado warnings. I'm trying my best here to hit on all of these. I'm going to go again from top to bottom. Okay, I'm going to go from the northernmost one because those seem to be the most intense ones right now, and I'm going to work my way back down towards Illinois and eventually Texas, where, yes, there is a tornado warning in Texas as well. We have an intense, damaging tornado over here in Ohio, okay? This is our newest PDS tornado warning. New Haven, Shiloh, Greenwich, Rome. You're under a PDS tornado warning. You have a big, nasty, damaging, killer tornado on your doorstep if you live in Shiloh,
New information.
Ohio.
This tornado
Guys, this
warning
is
has
turning
been
out
upgraded.
to be a pretty significant event. This looks like this is going to be a devastating tornado outbreak for portions of Ohio. Okay, so if you're under
new
any
PDS
warning
tornado warning
whatsoever
has been
tonight
issued.
in Ohio, Indiana, or anywhere along this line, you need to take this more seriously than you've ever taken a tornado warning before in your life. All right. We have a dangerous, life-threatening tornado on the ground, ripping up debris, ripping up houses, sending debris into the air south of New Haven, Ohio, and moving towards Shiloh, Rome, and Greenwich. You got to get underground, or you've got to get into the most interior room of your home, and you've got to do that as fast as humanly possible. Okay? We've also got a continued tornado warning from West Mansfield, Ohio, Rushsylvania, Walnut Grove. Same thing for you guys. The tornado has lifted for now with your storm, but it's likely going to come back down. So get to shelter and assume that it's already back down. Okay. Also back here towards Winchester, Indiana, currently being impacted by a tornado. It seems possibly a devastating situation for the people in and around Winchester, Indiana. We don't know the severity of this just yet. But this storm is going to continue to the east and impact places like Bartonia, South Salem, Hillgrove, Sharps Crossing, and eventually Greenville, Ohio, in the form of, once again, a monster tornado, barreling down the Ohio-Indiana border. Those three are our biggest problems right now. Those are the ones that are the biggest tornadoes with the biggest, confirmations that they're still doing damage. But there are several other tornado warnings that I do want to make sure that we cover as well. We've got 13 tornado warnings right now. So let's go to this cluster of tornado warnings over here in Illinois. We do have a pretty significant area of rotation north of Ingraham, Illinois, moving east towards Bogota, Shamrock, Booz, and Newton, Illinois. Take shelter immediately if you live in any of those places. This is wrapping up. I think what's happening is the sun is setting. The sun is setting. We're getting that increase in lower level jet stream winds, and that was just what we needed. All of these storms were already rotating like tops. They were perfect supercells. We saw it all day. Well, for some reason, they're not rotating at the surface. Well, now we know we've got the missing ingredient. The sun's going down. The lower level jet is ramping up, and all of these storms are dropping tornadoes like crazy now. This one's about to do the same thing. Get to shelter if you're in Newton. Illinois. Same thing back here, Louisville, Illinois, Flora, Illinois. Get to shelter now. Things are starting to pick up as well farther south and west. I mean, heck, all the way down here south and west of Little Rock, Arkansas, we've got a supercell about to produce a tornado down here south and west of Mountain Pine. We've got a tornado warning for, let's see here, what counties is this? This is Garland and Montgomery counties in Arkansas. Take shelter now. Okay. We've got a tornado warning still ongoing over here in Oklahoma. Okay, this is for Wilson, Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately. This is a radar-indicated tornado, 2-inch in diameter hail. The lower level jet is kicking in. Tornadoes are dropping everywhere. Take shelter now. We've also got a tornado warning on the northern side of Dallas in Texas, up there near Prosper, Ray Mills, and Bloomdale. The rotation looks less impressive on this one, but it's the biggest storm. It's the biggest storm out of all of them, and it's producing very, very large hail, damaging hail, all the way up there towards Gunter, Anna, Melissa. That's coming towards you in Texas. So take shelter if you are under that tornado warning in Texas. That's going to be for, what is that? What county is that? West Central Collin County. Take shelter now. So that's all 13 of the tornado warnings. Once again, I got to focus on the most pertinent ones so that we don't miss anything here. Once again, a devastating tornado outbreak is currently underway in Ohio, it seems. We currently have 3 PDS tornado warnings. So we have a particularly dangerous monster tornado on the ground in Randolph County, Indiana. And then we've got them down in Crawford, Huron, and Richland County, Ohio as well. So here is the latest on the New Haven storm. It's still the reflectivity, the what we're seeing through radar is really messy, so it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But there's a tornado somewhere between New Pittsburgh and Plymouth, Ohio, and it is moving to the south or to the east, mostly to the east, between Shiloh, Greenwich, and Rome within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So we're going to hope that this kind of swirls out and kind of loses its intensity over time, but if it doesn't, those towns will be directly impacted by our storm. The storm that caused damage back there towards Wapakoneta and is continuing to cause damage east of Russell's Point is still likely producing a tornado or is on the verge of producing a new tornado near Walnut Grove. Okay, Walnut Grove. You're under a tornado warning, West Mansfield, York Center, Ohio. Take shelter right now. You see that big bright area of color right there? That's very fast twisting winds in the air that could produce a tornado at any time. Don't play around with that and get to shelter. It does look like about 34% of the county and Auglaize County is without power, which is a testament to some of the damage that this storm has done. Other than that, I don't think we have any news for you on what kind of damage we're dealing with here. I don't think that we've heard anything else. Obviously, it's going to be a while before we do. Unfortunately, it does look like we have a debris signature here east of Winchester. So the town of Winchester or some place very close to it was almost certainly hit. There's some debris. Okay, so I don't want to say too much. We don't know the extent, but we're waiting to hear more on that. Chandra, what do you got for me?
Unfortunately, we're getting nonstop chatter on the broadcast feeds of Logan County, Ohio. So what is going on is we're getting some injury reports, significant damage, and a lot of just like recovery taking place right now. Nothing is confirmed yet, but there is a lot
A
of
new
chatter
tornado
that does
warning
seem
has
to
been
be
issued.
a lot of problems going on in that area.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. Keep us updated. As soon as you hear anything significant, let us know. I'm locked in, focused on the radar here. But we do have these photos from Genera, Ohio, in Hancock County, of the tornado not too long ago. So unfortunately, lots of damage reports are coming in. This is a video of the tornado. I believe this is the one that went through or just to the west of Wapakoneta, Ohio. I believe that the second iteration of that rotation that went south of the town was actually much bigger than this. And the current ongoing storm that just went to the south and east of Muncie is way bigger than that. Look at this. This is official. Just 5-6 minutes ago from the National Weather Service in Cleveland. A very dangerous half-mile wide tornado on the ground from Huron Emergency Management. Damage to homes, structures.
A new PDS tornado warning
there's a typo
has been
there.
issued.
Damage to homes and structures are being reported. This is a very serious and dangerous tornado on the ground. So the National Weather Service is calling this a half-mile wide tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh boy. And this is the one that is into Shiloh now. So once again, I think it's very important. If you guys know anybody out ahead of these things, let's
New
not waste
information.
time.
This tornado warning
Let's not waste
has been
time.
upgraded.
Let's call family members, loved ones. If you know anybody out here in front of these storms, please let them know the severity of this situation. How many times have you been under a tornado warning and you've brushed it off? Okay. These tornadoes are actually leveling, structures and they're doing big time damage. They're half-mile wide. These are monster tornadoes tonight in Ohio and Indiana. And, we need to make sure everybody is aware of that. I'm going to list off all the names of the counties with PDS tornado warnings. And this might be a record. I don't know if we've ever had this many at one time before. But we've got a PDS tornado warning for Ashland County, Ohio. Everybody in the whole county needs to be underground or in a very, very safe spot with their head protected. Huron County, Ohio, Richland County, Ohio, Randolph County, Ohio, Drake County, Ohio, and Randolph County, Indiana. I'm sorry. All of these are areas where we know for sure we have giant tornadoes currently causing massive damage in Ohio right now. Chandra, what do you got for me?
There's a lot going on right now. Unfortunately, we're listening to some hard stuff. So right now, there doesn't seem to be enough ambulances for the people that are injured in Logan County. Also, there was possibly a school that got damaged, an elementary school. And there just seems to be an outpouring of injuries happening in this area. So if you know anyone or have any loved ones in the area, please reach out to them. And we're just praying for everything is okay. There is a lot of power lines down. Just, a horrific scene for that area specifically. So we're trying to keep you guys updated as quickly as possible. A lot of information. If you have anything, please send to myself or Ryan. We just want to get that news out there as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Unfortunately, lots of bad news coming out from Ohio, and we're still in the middle of these storms. These tornadoes are still on the ground. They're still causing damage. Mute Chandra. I still hear her mic. I think. Yeah, you got to mute it.
You gotta mute my mic. Huh? Mute my mic.
Mute. There we go. Oh, you had it. Almost.
It's not working.
Oh my God. Okay, it's muted. Okay, all right. So we've got a serious situation unfolding here, and it's not over. I want to make that very clear. I know we're already talking about news. We've got to make sure that everybody ahead of these storms continues to take this seriously, and we don't focus too much on what just happened. Now we've got the big tornado coming between the Indiana and Ohio border near Union City. Okay, South Salem, Hayesville Corner, Hillgrove, Sharps Crossing, Coletown, eventually down there towards Greenville, Ohio. Y'all need to be in your safe spots. You need to be taking shelter, run, don't walk, all that good stuff. We do still have that tornado warning over here for West Mansfield, and this still looks like a very impressive area of rotation to me. But this is still radar indicated. We don't have a confirmed tornado here, but I would still be underground. You better bet I would be underground if I was in West Mansfield, Ohio, Raymond, Summersville, or York Center. Okay. And then, of course, where we've got that reported half-mile wedge tornado over here in northeast Ohio, moving towards Bailey Lakes, Shiloh, Rome, and Ashland. All of you guys need to be underground as well and sheltering for a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Okay? Let's put old B Dean. Let's put B Dean on in the number one spot there, if you don't care. We've got one storm chaser in the state of Ohio. So we're going to try to get him up above my head so you can see what's going on with him. I'm trying to check in on all of these rotations here and make sure we're not seeing anything crazy. Yeah, well, Marshall, Ernst, Snyder, all you places, all you guys in Illinois, you need to take shelter. The tornado warning north of Dallas has been allowed to expire. The last couple of frames here, I got to tell you, last couple of frames here on our big tornado that went near Winchester have looked less concerning. So hopefully the rotation is letting up here as the storm goes into Ohio. But man, we don't need to bank on that. Ansonia, Greenville, Rossburg, and Ohio, you guys need to be underground. You got to this big blue blob right here indicates that this tornado ripped up a ton of debris near Winchester. It's still floating in the air. Something is keeping that suspended. It's likely a rotation or maybe even a continuing tornado moving through the southern side of Union City towards Greenville and Ansonia, Ohio. And I think the deal with our West Mansfield storm is it looks to me like the rotation is broad. The rotation seems a lot more broad than it did earlier, so I don't know if we still have a tornado down with this one or not, but West Mansfield, you need to be in your safe spot. Mansfield, sorry. I'm just trying to analyze all these storms as best as I can. I'm tempted to say that we're seeing a little bit of a down trend with the rotation here. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, though. This one, it's too hard to tell. It's just, the radar returns aren't really great here anyways. But you can see how we had a very significant rotation signature back here closer to Washington and Plymouth. That's when the National Weather Service reported this as a half-mile wide tornado. And now it's moved past Shiloh. It's moving towards Adario, Bailey Lake, and Nankin. And it's still got debris in the air. It's still got a strong rotation signature. So we're going to stay in our safe spots, okay? Here's what I'm hoping has happened. I'm hoping that we had all these storms in place, and what needed to happen was that lower level jet kind of, increased. That's what caused the tornadoes. And now that the lower level jet has increased and it's getting to a more stable spot, there won't be any more mechanism to keep these storms going or to allow new storms to root up like that in the near future. I could be wrong, but hopefully just over the past hour or so, the mechanism that has allowed for this massive uptick in activity is kind of winding down, and we don't see a lot more of that for the rest of the night. But we've done this before. Things happen, and we very well could be here for the next who knows how many hours, continuously reporting on new tornadoes as they rip across Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and I mean, heck, all the way back down here towards Oklahoma. We still got a tornado warning down there as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Texas, so let's go check that out real quick, and then we'll come back up to Ohio. This is once again for our storm north and east of Dallas now. This is probably the most impressive the thing has looked. So if I'm in Melissa or Anna or Tom Bean, Texas, I'm taking shelter. Chandra, put Dean Barry's location as Dublin, Ohio. Dublin, Ohio, and check in with me every 5 minutes to update that, guys. I want to make sure that we've got his location up there. I can send you the link so you can keep up with that.
A new tornado
yourself.
warning has been issued.
I'm sending that. So this is a map of all of them, and you're just going to want to find that green dot in Ohio. That's Dean, and that's his live location, and just try to keep that updated as much as you can. Dean is currently on the northern side of Columbus, Ohio. So the video feed you see above my head, that is a storm chaser who's going to try to give us a view of these storms as they approach Columbus. I know we got a lot of people from Columbus now watching. We do have a tornado warned storm kind of descending on the greater Columbus area. It's not one of the ones that has a PDS tornado warning right now, but it is tornado warned, and it will likely continue to be as it grazes the northern side of Columbus. So we're gonna have Dean to walk us through that one. Here's some. Yeah, there's all kinds of photos and videos coming in now of some of the damage out there. Or at least of the tornado. I've seen a couple of the damage. Bear with me as I try to soak in some of this information here. I do want to make sure that we continue to update you on these ongoing storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The rotation looked less impressive. Unfortunately, that may not be the case anymore over here in northwest of Ashland. So yeah, if we're in Bailey Lakes or Polk, Ohio, we need to be taking shelter right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Go ahead, Chandra.
Okay, so we're getting some news with the scanner report, scanner radio. Alert for Logan County Public Safety in Logan County, Ohio. Fire, mass casualty incident, tornado damage reported across the county, possible trailer park hit, triage collection point being established, report house fires in Russell's Point, and it just has a lot of different information as long as there too. So not good news coming from Logan County. We're going to try to keep you updated as much as we can, and it just seems to be getting worse at this point. So,
Okay. Thank you very much, Chandra. So,
oh, before we turn off, people are trapped in trailers.
okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chandra. So, I mean, it's not surprising at all to hear that. You know, sometimes the radar tells the whole story, and you just, you wait for stuff like that to confirm it. So, unfortunately, what the radar is showing us here tonight is reality. Okay. We've got these big storms coming through. They're causing significant damage. We've got probably lots of people displaced from their home tonight. We've got lots of people injured, and who knows what else. And we're still in the middle of it. I want you to look at Dean Barry's feed here as he drives north into the storms that are approaching Columbus. If you're in Columbus, Ohio, and you look north right now, this is what you see. You see that electricity back there? That's one of the storms that has caused all this damage tonight. It's still, like, whenever you see that much lightning activity in a storm, it's not weakening, okay? It's not going anywhere. It is certainly continuing to cause problems. All of these storms may try to recycle a couple of times before they die out tonight. So we've got to make sure we're hyper-vigilant
has been issued.
and we stay prepared, not scared, out ahead of these storms because they're going to continue to do damage tonight. Hopefully it's not to your neck of the woods, but if it is, you're going to be much better off if you start preparing now, get your go bag ready and all that good stuff. You're not just scared last minute, like you don't know what to do because you haven't prepared. Go ahead and think now. What would I want to do if I knew with 100% certainty that a tornado was going to hit my house? Start making those plans, and hopefully it doesn't. More than likely it won't, right? But if it does, you're going to be miles ahead of most people in that situation. Okay, so back to the radar here. Dean is going to continue to drive up towards our storms here in Columbus. We do continue to have a confirmed tornado warning for Greenville, Ohio, so we need to be in our safe spots over there. We've got a new radar indicated tornado warning over here for the storm that's north of Columbus. This is the one that we're looking at through Dean's camera. Okay, all that lightning activity that's coming from the storm north of Columbus. In my opinion, out of all the storms that we're tracking tonight, this is the most impressive one. It's got a huge rotating core, and I don't know if it's going to do it again. It already produced a big tornado. It looks like it's going to try to produce another very large tornado here momentarily here, somewhere between Raymond, Peoria, and Fairsburg, Ohio. Okay, so we need everybody in that area to please get to shelter and just hunker down, wait for it to pass, and hope for the best. And don't be out on the road. Don't go out on the back porch. None of that stuff. This is the real deal. Okay, this is the real deal. Over here in Bailey Lakes, the storm that was producing a mile-wide tornado near Shiloh earlier is now over you, but the rotating part of the storm has become less surface-based, and it's now no longer producing a tornado, it seems. There is still a tornado warning, though, and we want you to stay in your safe spot because that could change. It could come back down, okay? So that storm's no longer producing damage. The one down here, as far as we know, the one past West Mansfield isn't currently producing damage. The storm that went through Crawford and Findlay earlier is no longer producing damage as far as we know. The tornado that's likely still down is the one over here near Greenville, and that tornado is near Woodington, moving towards Pikeville, Stelvideo, New Harrison, Bradford, Red River, and Circle Hill in western Ohio. Okay. Oh man, this one, that's not good. Hold on. My goodness. Yeah, that's not a good sign. This is the storm that produced the tornado earlier, way back there between Russell's Point and Wapakoneta, right? It's been in a weird recycling phase since then.
Hey Ron,
and
it's just letting you know we're calling it a chase here in Arkansas. We're en route to Ohio.
Okay, all right. You know, we're just moments away from seeing the next scan, but over the past couple of scans, we've seen nothing but an uptick in the winds, the circulating winds here associated with this storm. So this could be just about to drop another massive tornado here just to the north of Marysville. So I hope not. This one looks like it could be even bigger than the last one. So if you're in Magnetic Springs or Ostrander, this is something that you should be taking extremely seriously. Don't let your guard down, and get to shelter now and brace. I think that this is going to be a pretty big storm coming through your area momentarily. Greenville, Versailles, Bradford, Ohio, you guys need to be sheltered as well. I need to talk about the storm back here in Indiana. The rotation with this one is also looking fairly impressive. The storm as a whole looks impressive. It's got a well-defined hook. This is likely producing a tornado or about to, and it's moving towards Newcastle, Vanlue, and Hillsboro in Indiana. Okay? My goodness. Way back here in Illinois, we've got another potentially tornadic storm south of Marshall. Illinois, moving into Indiana towards the southern Terre Haute area, and Prairieton and Allendale. You guys need to be preparing for that potentially as that continues to move off to the east. This storm looks really impressive on radar, but the velocity really isn't there. But there is still a tornado warning for Noble and Olney in Illinois. You guys need to take shelter. Back down to Texas, we've got a tornado warning for Anna and Tom Bean, Texas. This is definitely a spinning storm, potentially producing a tornado, but it's 100% producing large hail, and we want everybody in that area to know that that's also a possibility. It's not just the tornado thing. We're going to have a lot of hail damage tonight if people don't heed that warning. We've already got multiple reports of a couple of 3.5-inch hailstones back here towards Frisco and Flower Mound. We're going to see much more of that up towards the north and east as these storms continue to skedaddle. The 9th tornado warning, the last one here, is for Stringtown, Oklahoma. And this one's also got some big hail associated with it as well. Take shelter now if you are in that vicinity. Yeah, we've got thousands of people without power now in some of these counties that have been hit by the stronger storms in Ohio and Indiana. Dean Barry is getting awfully close to our storm. He's heading north. He's currently in Plain City, Ohio. He's heading north towards the storm that is, in my opinion, probably about to plant another huge tornado here before too long, if it isn't already. Remember, the only confirmed tornado warning we have right now is going to be for Drake, Miami, and Shelby County in Ohio. The rest of these, at least for the moment, are radar-indicated tornado warnings, which means that we don't know for sure. This one, though, we are pretty sure there's a tornado down near Pikeville, Ohio, and it's moving towards Stelvideo, Gettysburg, Bradford, and Covington. You want to take shelter right now. Yeah, unfortunately, some of the pictures and stuff from Wapakoneta, Ohio are looking pretty daggone significantly bad. This does look like something that the Y'all Squad will respond to. As you just heard, Chris Hall he's going to drive from Arkansas all the way up to Ohio. He'll help us out up there. Chandra, I'm sure, is already working on what we're planning on doing. So people are going to need stuff tomorrow and the next day, and we're going to try to be there for them. If you want to help us, the y'allsquad.org, that's the best way to go about it. It's an official 501c3 nonprofit organization, the y'allsquad.org. You can make a tax deductible contribution to us over there on the y'allsquad.org. And every penny will go towards helping people recover from disasters. We're going to bring truckloads of supplies if they need it. We're going to put people in hotels if they need it, just depending on how much we have in terms of funds. We're going to see what they need, and
A
we're going to
new
do everything
tornado
we can.
warning
The more
has been issued.
we have, the better off we'll be. And I'll work on getting a graphic on the screen that shows how much we've collected today, just to add some motivation to the pool. But yeah, if you want to donate, if you want to do that, don't do it here. Do it on the y'allsquad.org. Okay. I really, really appreciate it. Now back to the present. Okay. We've got a massive storm still wrapping up here to the north of Columbus. I really don't like the way this looks. This is pretty unsettling, the way the storm is wrapping up here as it descends on Columbus. This is looking like it's about to drop another massive tornado just to the north of Marysville, Ohio. If I lived in Ostrander, Scioto, any of these places in Ohio, I would be running, not walking to shelter. All of our tornado warnings are now radar indicated. Okay, so we don't have any more confirmed tornadoes. There's been a lull in activity for the last little bit, but that storm, specifically that storm north of Columbus, is really trying to get back on the train. Valenius the cat, thank you so much for the incredibly generous contribution. Thank you so much for that. And we'll make sure. We will make sure. Everybody say thank you to Valenius the cat. A $500 contribution there. We're getting a lot of information too from these places. I'm sure Chandra's going to fill us in before too long, but it's just really sobering, some of the stuff that we're hearing from Logan County specifically. Not enough buses or ambulances to transport the people that need to be transported. They're setting up triage. There's a pregnant female trapped. Trees are down. Yeah. Just lots of stuff that that's really unfortunate. Okay, so my goodness. Okay, hi. Here we go again. This is another massive tornado coming together here near Stelvideo in Ohio, moving towards Webster and Bradford. You guys can't let me look away from the screen for too long. Wow, dude. So this is currently a radar indicated tornado warning. I expect that to be upgraded very soon. Bradford, Covington, you've likely got a large tornado about to head your way. Let's take shelter. Let's take cover immediately. You want to get into the most interior room of your home or underground, preferably. Bring a helmet. Bring something to protect your head. These are the kinds of storms that will cause significant damage to your house. I don't care how well built it is. There's a piece of plywood. There's a 2x4. There's something that could very well potentially hit you in the head. And, a helmet could be like all the difference between coming out fine and coming out not fine. A helmet. If you don't have a helmet, bring the mattress off the bed into the bathroom. Bring blankets. Bring something to put over your head to protect yourself until the storm passes. It might sound ridiculous, right? Like what if a tornado doesn't hit me? Then I've gotten a helmet and I've got in the bathroom for nothing. So what? So nobody cares. Like, just go. You're going to wish you did if you don't now. Massive circulation coming back together here near Stelvideo, Ohio. Now it's moving towards Bradford and Covington. This is a life-threatening situation about to unfold here. Take shelter now. All these are still radar indicated. I'm waiting to see if we're going to get another confirmation. But I'm surprised we haven't yet. This is an incredible rotation here that we're seeing near Ferrisburg and Magnetic Springs. We'll see what happens with that as that storm continues to dive down towards Delaware and Dublin. There is a tornado warning for Delaware, Ohio. You guys should be taking shelter. Brand new tornado warning now for Hagerstown, Webster, and Richmond, Indiana, as this very convincing tornado signature moves towards Hagerstown. I would just about bet my bottom dollar there's a tornado there. If not yet, then very soon. Donor box.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded. A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm sorry, give me just a second, y'all. Trying to finagle something here. Okay, so we did just get a new tornado warning. I want to go inspect that for you. That's going to be for Arkansas. Okay, so these storms down here are continuing to look very impressive. A new audience that needs to be concerned about these incoming storms is Little Rock, Arkansas. This one that's coming into Hot Springs Village, I'd say 2 seconds from now, we're going to get a tornado warning for it. That's going to come up towards Little Rock, and now we've got an official tornado warning for Mount Ida, Alden, and Sims, Arkansas. That storm's also going in the general direction of Little Rock, so you guys need to be getting ready. There is a tornado warning for Mount Ida. You all need to be taking shelter right now. Still a tornado warning up here north of Dallas. White Mound, Cannon, Pilot Grove, White Wright. Please take shelter immediately, okay? We are back to having a confirmed tornado warning back here in our storm. Yeah, the one near Stelvideo. This is the one that we talked about just recently becoming this monster storm once again. It is officially on the ground, and it's coming right for Bradford and Covington. Let me dive into the mesoscale here. This is an official big tornado on the ground once again. Goodness, y'all. Right now, there is a large tornado, potentially life-threatening tornado to the north and west of Bradford. Okay, that's somewhere around the what we know as Stelvideo or Horatio. It's near the Oakland Church of Brethren. All right, near the Horatio Harris Creek Road. It's moving to the east with a little bit of a southern component, right towards the area between Bloomer and Bradford. Okay, so some of the places that could be impacted by this, oh my goodness, are of course, the Stillwater RV Park and Campground. If anybody knows anybody there, please let them know. If you know the manager, If you know the daggone somebody that owns an RV there, like figure out how to get, if there are people in RVs up here at the Stillwater RV Park and Campground, you're in just about the most dangerous place you could possibly be on earth right now. We gotta figure out how to get those people into a safe spot. But we're minutes away from this, the rotating part of the storm being in that general vicinity. That specific campground is right in the bend of Highway 185 right here. Okay, once it goes past that, we're going to see this go towards the Maple Ridge Reserve. We're going to talk about it going past the Stillwater Prairie Reserve over towards Miami Memorial Park. Okay, so if you know a Highway 185 to the north of Bradford, that's about where I think the storm's going to ride for the most part. But of course, there can be sporadic movements. It could dip to the south. It could dip to the north. Everybody in the whole polygon should be taking shelter, including all of the residents of Bradford, Clayton, Covington, Abe, and Polo, and Bloomer in Ohio. Yeah, there's your debris. It's already starting to pick up debris. You can see it here on the radar. Oh my gosh! Look at Dean's view of this. This is the storm. What we're looking at here through Dean Barry's live feed is the storm that's currently to the north of Columbus, Ohio. And that storm is crazy on radar. It's absolutely nuts. It's surprising to me that it's not producing a tornado right now. But it's very close to it. It could at any moment. But it's so powerful. We've got almost nonstop lightning here near Ostrander, Ohio. Dean is right up on the thing. He's honestly, he's too close. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. This is a live look at the tornado warned storm that's coming through Ostrander, Ohio right now from Dean Barry's point of view here. Holy smokes, man. Be careful. He's specifically in the part of the storm that would be considered the rear flank downdraft. Okay, so if there's a tornado, it's a little bit north of him. And my goodness, I would just about bet my bottom dollar there is. I mean, that's a strong rear flank downdraft. The inflow is a little bit to the north. The tornado, in my opinion, would be closer to Brindle Corner or Warrensburg. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, and we've got hail now, too. You can see it bouncing off of his roof or off his hood. So this very dangerous storm is going to continue to spin about, produce large hail, damaging winds, and a potential tornado as it approaches Delaware, Ohio. Please get to shelter if you're in Delaware, Ohio, or anywhere near it. Yeah, he's going to lose service there.
A new tornado warning.
Okay, we got a new confirmed tornado warning, and that's going to be associated with our storm that we've been watching, the one that just went through still video. Now it's going through Bradford and Clayton. And this is now expected to continue as it goes towards Piqua, Ohio. It's your turn to take shelter now. Oh, goodness. Look at this, y'all. I didn't even notice this. This has picked up a significant amount of debris. I want you to watch, okay? Here's where the tornado was, 30, 40 minutes ago. All right? Now watch what happens here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm going to push it forward a little bit. The tornado debris is down here, but what do you see happening up here? You see this? You see all this? That's debris. It's connected. This tornado has sucked up debris, sent it tens of thousands of feet into the air, and now it fills a space in the sky, several, tens of miles away, all the way over there. It could be raining debris from western Ohio and central Ohio here before too long. This is all pieces of trees, maybe homes. This is just debris floating in the sky here that's been sucked up by the tornado. That is something that we don't see unless it's strong. We saw it with the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado. We saw it with the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado. We saw it with only some of the most significant tornadoes that we've tracked in the past. So that's not a good sign, y'all. Our hope would be that most of that debris was picked up in a mostly rural area. Most of that's trees. But of course we can't depend on that hope. Okay, so Piqua, Ohio, you need to be in your safe spot, okay? Also, another place that needs to be getting to their safe spot is Hagerstown and Richmond, Indiana. That looks like a pretty significant situation about to unfold there. And my goodness, I'm still just blown away by how incredible this storm looks. The one just north of Columbus, the one that's moving towards Delaware, is one of the most intense looking storms I've seen in Ohio ever. It doesn't look like it's currently producing a tornado, but it's it's so close. It's almost too powerful of a storm to produce a tornado. That's what it seems like. But it's on the verge. Please take shelter if you're in Delaware, Ohio. Anyone in Miami County, Shelby County, or Drake County in Ohio needs to be in their safe spot. You're under a confirmed tornado warning. Oh boy. Here's some photos from Indian Lake. Yep. That reminds me of, some significant tornadoes that we've covered in the past. These were some very, very strong tornadoes, guys. And yeah, it's not over yet. We've still got a lot to go here. I'm just trying to take a moment to take in some of the damage, just to try to assess like how serious, what's going on out there. Obviously, things are still very preliminary right now. All we've got is a bunch of nighttime damage photos and reports. I'm sure Chandra will come through if we've got any sort of major breakthrough in what we know. Oh man, here's another vantage point of the tornado that we saw earlier. Somebody sent a video of it to me. This is from Chad Steinke. I think that's the name. It's new video of the the tornado that went through the Wapakoneta in Ohio. This is an even closer view of that. So this was before they got big. You know, there was 30 minutes from this moment when we started hearing about the half-mile wide ones and stuff like that. So even this right here, this one produced a lot of damage where it hit. So obviously the damage is going to be more intense the farther you go into the future past this specific tornado, because we saw that they got larger. And guys, just from my one mention earlier, we've already together raised $11,000, almost $12,000 on the y'allsquad.org. We're going to send some people up there to some of these towns and try to help them out over the next couple of days. A
new tornado watch has been issued.
Sometimes waiting on insurance, sometimes waiting on the big FEMA or whatever to show up is a lot right after you've lost everything in a tornado. We've got storm chasers. We've got people like Chandra who can get there really quickly and help people out in a lot of different ways. So far we've got $12,000. Obviously, we've got funds, outside of that too that's going to help us. So if you want to help us do a lot, if you want to help us, get out there and do something crazy that's really helpful for people in the aftermath of this storm, go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax deductible contribution to our nonprofit organization. And of course, we'll make a video about it, and you'll see what happened with that and all that good stuff. So it's unfortunate that we have to do that again, but I'm very grateful that we have you all allowing us to do that. I know for certain that we're going to go to Logan County. I don't know where else we're going to be needed.
A new tornado
as these storms
has
are
been
continuing to cause significant problems as they go farther to the south and east. And I'm sure the mods, if somebody will put a link to the y'allsquad.org in the chat and in the description. As these storms continue to go to the east and to the south, they're continuing to cause a lot of problems, mainly the ones in Ohio. Okay, the ones farther south have yet to really get going. So, don't get me wrong, we've got a lot of tornado warnings, we've got storms starting up, but the ones in Ohio are mature and they're causing significant problems even still up to this minute. So we're going to continue to watch that. My goodness, there's another picture of the debris floating through the air. I'm not even kidding. If you are in West Liberty or Urbana, in Ohio, pieces of debris are about to fall from the sky from the tornado, almost 100 miles to your west. When we went to Rolling Fork, we saw large pieces of sheet metal up to 40 to 50 miles away from where the tornado actually happened. So, it sounds ridiculous, but be careful if you go outside. Like there's pieces of a neighborhood or a forest that are about to fall on you with this incoming thunderstorm. It's not a joke. It's probably not sheet metal at this point. We're pretty far down the line, but small pieces of debris can still be dangerous if blown around by wind. Right now, we've got our newest our latest circulation going through Delaware, Ohio. We've been screaming, hooting, and hollering Delaware, Ohio for the last hour or 2 hours. So hopefully everybody in that town is very much aware of the fact that they need to be in their safe spot. We don't have a confirmation as to whether or not there's a tornado down there, but it looks like there definitely could be. Okay. The storm up to the north is both of the more northern storms here in Ohio are dying out quickly. That's a very good sign. That's very good news. Okay. So now, all the way back here to the south and west in Little Rock, guys, we're experiencing a 7-state tornado outbreak right now. This is nuts. All the way back here towards Little Rock, specifically close to Hot Springs Village, We've got another storm that looks to me like it's almost certainly producing a tornado right now, right here near Mountain Alley. If you are in Mountain Alley or Hot Springs Village, you've got to take shelter. Also, Blotcher pretty much those areas in Arkansas, take shelter now. That looks like a big nasty tornado coming together right now in Arkansas. There's another one trying to come together back here towards Odin. And the unfortunate thing about the Hot Springs storm is, if that's allowed to survive for a significant period of time, that's going to go right up towards Little Rock. So we're going to be watching that one closely. The tornado warning back here towards Dallas has been allowed to expire. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for places like Tom Bean. Y'all need to be paying attention to that, okay? Tai Chu, thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat. It says, I had a friend hit in Willard, Ohio. I know this will go towards great use for whatever you guys use it for. Thank you so much for all your coverage and supporting these people throughout the years. Tai Chu, thank you so incredibly much for your support. I really do appreciate it, and everybody in chat should thank Tai Chu as well. If it wasn't for people like Tai Chu, we couldn't do any of the stuff that we do. Over on the y'allsquad.org, we are up to $19,000 raised in just, 30 minutes? That goes a long way. Thank you guys so much for that. Once again, it's a nonprofit organization we created just for moments like this. We've done a lot with it in the past, and we plan on just always doing more with it. So the tornado warning that's approaching Little Rock is concerning, okay? But we've got to revisit our storms in Ohio, because these are also continuing to be concerning as well. We just had that huge storm go through Delaware, Ohio. Not sure if we got a tornado down or not, but if there is not a tornado, it's probably about to happen as it approaches Berkshire and Sunbury now in Ohio. So take shelter if you're in those areas.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, what's up?
Just giving you an update. We're almost to Conway, Arkansas. Going to drop south on I-40 and get out ahead of this tornado-warned storm going towards Little Rock. We've been playing in the trees, but we're kind of finally getting out here to the interstate. So,
all right. So we've got professional storm chaser Jordan Hall that is going to be back on our roster here, giving us a look at the storm approaching Little Rock. So Chandra, if you can, okay, Chris Hall's already there. We got to keep Chris Hall up. Now let's add Jordan Hall in place of somebody else who's parked. Maybe Ryan, Joel. I don't know. Somebody who's taking a break. Maybe Freddie. And let's get Jordan Hall back up there so we can see this storm as it approaches Little Rock, Arkansas. Unfortunately, that looks like a debris signature to me. So it's official. We have a tornado down near Hot Springs Village in Arkansas. We need to take shelter now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We're watching that storm back in Little Rock. I know I said we were on our way to Ohio, but we're going to watch that storm in Little Rock. It looks like there may be a CC drop on it south of Hot Springs, so definitely need to watch this as it moves east towards a very populated city.
Thank you very much, Chris.
New information.
Okay,
this
so they
tornado
have,
warning has been upgraded.
That tornado now in Arkansas. That is a confirmed tornado warning for the storm going through Hot Springs Village right now. The next in line here, honestly, it's pretty rural. It's a pretty rural area out here to the north and east of Hot Springs Village. But we got Blotcher, and then a lot of different campgrounds in the direct path here. What we're hoping is that this cell merger that's happening. You see how that storm is kind of crashing into the big storm there. We're hoping that destabilizes the balance that was established that allowed that first tornado to form, and that it dissipates. Okay, but we could see a constructive cell merger and the tornado just gets bigger. So if we're in Little Rock or if we're anywhere to the west of Little Rock, we need to be watching this one very, very closely, okay?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris one more time. Just retweeted tornado damage already from this tornado in Arkansas, already doing damage.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this storm in Arkansas is already doing damage. And we can see that through radar. You can see the debris signature right there. The little blue dot indicates that there's stuff in the air that doesn't correlate with the things around it. Shingles, tree limbs, whatever it is, all that stuff's floating around in the air. And it's right on top of a rotation signature. So that tells me that there's definitely a tornado down here. And it's moving up to the north and east. Let's just hope it doesn't last too long. Once you get Jordan Hall back up, Chandra, put him in the number 2 spot. Let's go back up here to Ohio and check on those guys. We've got 8 tornado warnings here. The most impressive signature on radar by far is still the one north of Columbus, Berkshire, Sunbury. You guys need to take shelter now. It's not where we don't think that there's a tornado down, but the storm is spinning so rapidly. It's going to happen at some point. So just go ahead and take shelter. Rossville and Piqua, the rotating part of your storm is currently overhead. Hopefully the tornado has lifted. It could come back down though as it goes towards Fletcher. So you guys need to be in your safe spot as well. So that's, thankfully, it seems as if, for the most part, there are no tornadoes on the ground at this very moment in Ohio. That could change very fast, but at this moment, there's no tornadoes down in Ohio. There is one down, though, in Hot Springs, Arkansas, over here towards Little Rock. So I'm going to briefly kind of move my focus over there. Koala says, I've only been in one tornado and I wasn't prepared. The calm demeanor and urgency has since made sure my safe space is prepared and me and my pets are safe. I cannot thank you all enough for my peace. Koala, thank you so much. I'm glad we could help. Kay Thomas, thank you. Milleranda, thank you. Yeah, this is definitely doing some big damage in and around the Hot Springs, Arkansas area. Unfortunately, it's hit like the hilly, residential zone here. But fortunately, now it's just going to be going through a very rural area up until it gets to Perrin, and we can just hope that it just lets up before it gets to past that. But we don't know for sure that that's going to happen. Right now, there's a tornado right in this area. And, if you zoom in on your Radar Omega app at home, you can do the same thing. These are houses. This is, what is this? Astura's Way, 29, 27. These are houses right here. All of these are, this is a residential area. And that's right exactly where the tornado is. And it's moving towards this way, more residential zones. Just a really unfortunate situation here. All we can do at this point is say, please get to shelter. Going to go back up to Ohio because I feel like you can't leave those storms alone too long. Every frame is a new surprise. Yeah, there you go. I mean, are you kidding me? It looks like things have wrapped back up here significantly just to the west of Sunbury, Ohio. Hopefully everybody in Sunbury, Ohio is in their safe spot right now. Sorry, I'm trying to read something very small on my screen. It looks to me like this is back on the ground. We haven't gotten anything confirming that yet. But I mean, goodness, that is one heck of a signature there for Sunbury, Ohio. Downstream from that, it's going to be Johnstown and Hartford. The Hot Springs Village tornado is still down. It's still doing damage as well. It's moving up towards Blocher now. Please take shelter. The supercell looks to be handling the merger well, unfortunately. So that means that more than likely this will survive as it moves on up towards Little Rock. So get ready for that in the greater Little Rock area, especially just to the west of Little Rock. Look at that, guys. Holy smokes. I'm hearing that a lot of older people live in that Hot Springs Village area, which is not good. There's definitely been damage in that vicinity already. Lots of information pouring in. It's unbelievable how much information. This is honestly one of the most active nights of weather coverage we've had, especially for this part of the world, up here in Ohio and Indiana. According to some of the scanner reports, anyone with medical experience is needed to assist
A new tornado
in
warning
victim
has been
triage
issued.
in Logan County, Ohio. It's going to be located at the Indian Lake State Park. Yeah, I mean, if this isn't producing a tornado right now, it's certainly producing an incredibly incredible display of winds in the Sunbury area. I'd take shelter in the Center Village and Johnstown area as soon as you possibly can. I'm just trying to soak in some of the information that's coming in about the damage, and then I'm going to get immediately back. Oh, smokes. This is from Tate, and that's some of the damage from Indian Lake, Ohio. We're going to get back. I'm going to go back through all the different radar views here in just a second. I'm just looking through all this stuff. Things also seem to be pretty bad over there towards west. What was that place? Winchester as well. I think we've got something from Chandra. Chandra, you got something for me?
Yeah, we have so much going on in Logan County still. It seems to be that civilians or like people in the area are actually taking their own trucks and vehicles and transporting people to the process point to where they can get screened and looked at and for immediate help and attention. So with that being said, there's still so much damage going on. And we're trying to keep up, but there's just so much. And this is an area that we're really looking into to potentially try to help. It just seems like such devastation. And their big thing that seems to be going on is a lot of power lines down, fires. Of course, people hurt, and also there's power lines down in water, so that seems to cause a lot of chaos in the area too, and not enough emergency responders. So just want to give you an update on that.
Thank you so much, Chandra. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the news coming out of Ohio is not good. It's continuing to prove to be not good, and we're going to continue to relay that to you as we learn it, just so we know what's going on. We're down to 5 tornado warnings. The most significant rotation that I'm seeing outside of that Arkansas storm is still going to be over here in Ohio. I would be on high alert all the way down towards Johnstown, Newark, Ohio, Hanover, Ohio. This is going to be a long night of severe weather. Just go ahead and get ready for it right now. I'm going to close out of that. The storm down here near Hot Springs is still, that's still a tornado. It's still down. It looks to me, unfortunately, like the cell merger was no problemo, and it's going to continue to try to cause problems as we go forward. So this could try to continue to produce a tornado all the way up towards Little Rock. So we're going to track it as it goes in that direction. Those are the only tornado warnings we have right now. Okay. So we're gonna try to focus on giving you updates on those, and then also news because that's going to be the biggest new influx of information over the next little bit. There's lots of people in the chat right now saying, please talk about this area. Please talk about this area. I can't talk about every area, every town. What I can do is assure you that if I'm not talking about your town right now, it's probably a good sign. It's probably a sign that there's not much to be worried about. Now, don't get me wrong. I do want to be very clear that there's severe weather that's happening tonight that I am not being able to talk about. All right. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings right now in southern Illinois and Indiana, over into western Ohio, even in northeastern Arkansas, back here towards Tennessee, back in Oklahoma as well. But those are not life-threatening storms. Okay, those are severe thunderstorms. Like they're dangerous. Don't get me wrong. But tonight we've got mile wide, monster tornadoes that we have to kind of focus on as well. So I'm going to try to cover everybody. I'm going to try to go over everything. But just know that if I'm not hooting and hollering your town name over and over again and mispronouncing it, that's probably a good thing. All right, that probably means that you don't have much to worry about. Just keep an eye on those warnings and watches as they come out, and I will eventually get to you. I promise. We've got 2,000 people without power in Delaware County, 1,000 in Union, 5,000 in Logan County. And by the way, we're up to $31,000 raised, y'all. Thank you so much for helping us. The All Squad's going to get out there as soon as as soon as we can, and we're going to do everything we can. Some of the top donors, we got Joseph Gant with 2,000. Billy with the 1,500. Thank you guys so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. And so will everyone else that this helps down the road. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to be here, not only before the storms hit, but during them and after them as well. It's a very important to us and what we're doing here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Radar indicated. New tornado warning for Urbana, Ohio. Let me see what that looks like here. Yeah, so that was a pretty intense area of rotation to the west of Piqua. Produced a tornado, I believe, back there near Still Video, Gettysburg and Bradford. It's recycled, and now it is kind of coming back together here as it goes towards Westville and Urbana. So Millerstown, St. Paris, Ohio, Westville, and Urbana, and everywhere in between needs to be taking shelter. There's a tornado warning. That storm looks healthy. Scott Ollier,
hey Ron, it's Chris. We're coming back into the Little Rock Metro. Looks like the storm has went on a merging phase. It has a new hook handoff. At least that's what it looks like to me. Worst case scenario on that hook handoff, though, that brings it even closer to the Little Rock Metro. So we're watching it very closely.
Yeah, I see what he's talking about right here. The original circulation's back here, but now we've got a new hook kind of dipping down like this. So this would, that would actually put it closer to the Little Rock Metro if it continues in that direction. Let's hope it doesn't. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with now. New tornado warning's likely going to come out here soon for Perrin and Bland in Arkansas for a tornado. So y'all get ready. Heads up. I gotta say, I'm not going to be able to get to everybody, but I need to thank as many people as possible for some of these contributions. Scott Ollier, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Stephen, thank you for that. Stephen Meyer, huge shout out to Koala. You guys are all awesome. Thank you. Indiana State Police has confirmed that a trailer park was hit by a tornado in Winchester. So we know that much, but we don't know the extent of what happened there. Yeah, I'm hoping that things calm down here over the next little bit. It's currently 9:26 on the East Coast, and we've been streaming now for 7.5 hours. And I honestly, the first 5 hours wasn't very eventful. I mean, just to be honest, the first hour was with the tornado in Kentucky. The middle chunk, we were just kind of waiting, and then all heck broke loose here in Ohio not too long ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning. There it is, the one that we were just talking about. It does include Perrin and Bland. Look at that. Look at that. So that new hook is going to try to produce a new tornado down here in Arkansas, and it's going to go up towards the general western Little Rock area. Perrin and Bland are the two places that we're looking at. Bobby13, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Every single one of you. We're up to $33,000 raised. The y'allsquad.org is the best place to contribute to that. Once again, there's a link in the chat going out right now, and yeah, we're currently devising plans as to what we're going to do with that, and how we're going to put it to use. Yeah, we're not done. There's still more to come here with these storms. I'm honestly just preparing for the next round, soaking in some information, and trying not to completely throw out my voice before we get to the next big push. If there is one, I think it's going to be probably down here in the Little Rock area. Hopefully we're done in Ohio, but it's not. I mean, we currently still have tornado warnings up there, so it's not for sure. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I'm trying to do this on the screen so I don't have to holler about it and all that stuff all the time. That's because that's precious time that could be spent just analyzing the radar. But hopefully this is descriptive enough to get the point across here. You're just now tuning in. I've been streaming for about 8 hours. Just giving my voice a little bit of a break here before we go for the next however many hours are left. And then also making sure that everybody knows about our relief effort thing in a simple way that I don't have to deal with. It's just automatically going to update. Boom. Okay, I should just be able to refresh. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I mean, there you go. Group, selected items. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, all right. Thank you guys for that. I'm just going to keep that up in the corner. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to track a severe weather outbreak across the 7 or 8 different states. We just had a significant tornado outbreak in parts of Indiana and Ohio. We're still assessing the extent of the damage, but it seems bad. It seems like it's pretty bad, and we are going to keep you updated on that. But we're also going to keep you updated on the actual storms, okay? And that's what we're doing right now. We've got a tornado warning right now for areas just to the west of Little Rock. That storm did produce a tornado back there towards Hot Springs. Currently, at this very moment, it doesn't look like it's still producing a tornado, but it's probably about to produce another one here. So we're watching it extremely closely, okay? We're watching it extremely closely. The tornado warnings up here in Ohio, there's a couple still going on, so let's talk about those real quick. They're both radar indicated, so we don't have any confirmation of a tornado being down. Our big nasty storm that just went through Delaware, Ohio, is starting to fall apart, thankfully. But there's still so much rotation right here, getting ready to cross into Patton's Corners, okay? So if I'm in Patton's Corners or Utica, Ohio, I am taking shelter. I am not disregarding that storm. And same thing over here for Urbana, Ohio. There's a lot of rotation with that one, but these storms are a lot less potent than what the ones were earlier that we were dealing with, okay? So that's what we are looking at right now, are some major storms in Ohio, but no tornadoes on the ground at the moment. We are down to 3 warnings. We were up to what, 13, 14? We're down to 3. Things are calming down. I don't know if it's a lull. I don't know if things are going to start ramping back up. But I'm using this downtime to try to just prepare for that if in case it does ramp back up. Okay, so it looks like we have an official report from Fox 59. Fox 59, so far, it seems like at least 3 people have been killed after the tornado in Randolph County, Indiana. So according to Fox 59, So far, the death toll is at 3, and that's in Indiana. I haven't heard anything about, Ohio yet. And I believe that's from the. The trailer park incident that we heard about. So we do have a new not new. That's not new. We have some updates from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to get to in just a moment. Nothing for Ohio yet. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about Ohio. It does seem like some of the more extensive damage, at least that we've heard about, has come from Ohio. So let's hope that trend doesn't continue there. Still a lot of rotation on our storm approaching Little Rock. It's not producing a tornado right now, though, thankfully. Hot Springs did take some damage. We're starting to hear more about that. Lots of structural damage reports coming in from Lakeview, Ohio. The Wapakoneta tornado also seems to be one of the more extensive as far as damage goes. Lots of damage there. Lots of homes seemingly heavily damaged from that. See lots of insulation in the trees. Is Chandra in there? If she is, Chandra, can you update Dean's location?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning in Indiana. Well, let's go see what's up with that. That's actually in our line here that we haven't been talking about. So this is good. It's bringing our attention to another line of storms here in Indiana. Let's see here. And I see what they're doing. I think my radar might be a little bit behind. Let's see if we can move over this way. So yeah, that is definitely something that we've got to be concerned about. Is the lines of storms that form tonight? They're all going to have the ability to kind of really quickly throw out a kink in the line that could potentially produce a tornado. That's exactly what's happening here. That's a huge punch out. Just to the south and east of Lancaster. I don't know why the tornado warning starts way back here. This should definitely include Allendale and Patton as well. If it doesn't, Allendale, Patton, take shelter now. You've got a developing tornado coming towards you right now. You've got minutes. You've got minutes to prepare. Yeah, they missed. They missed the tornado warning. Like they put it in the wrong spot. It should be back here. I mean, I think that's okay. If you guys hear about 120 seconds worth of annoying popping, Chandra's making popcorn. We've been here for a long time, and that's the only snack we keep on. That's the only snack we keep. Okay, there we go. Yeah, of course this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Whatever that was, whatever caused that, is bad. It's wrong. That, like, the National Weather Service, great, love it, glad we've got them. But
A new
that,
tornado
whatever that was,
warning
that
has been
sucks,
issued.
and you got to fix that. All right. Okay, so we do have a new tornado warning now in the Ohio. That's going to be a radar-indicated tornado warning for Licking County, Ohio, and that's going to be for the storm that's impacting Urbana now.
New information.
Back in
This
Indiana,
tornado warning
we've got
has
a
been
confirmed tornado warning. My goodness. And that's going to be for this area of circulation that we were just watching. Now, I want you to look. Dude. So we have a tornado. I want everybody to understand that in Adams Corner, Allendale, Little Rock, that's the one in Indiana. We've got a tornado on the ground coming towards you, okay? But why do we have this tornado warning here? It's observed. This one's radar indicated. This one was issued 5 minutes after this one. Not cool. Not cool. But get to shelter if you're in the path of this thing in Adams Corner, Allendale, Little Rock, Sisson, Decker, Iona, Ridgeville, or Monroe City in Indiana. There is a tornado down officially, and it's producing damage. Wow. John is sharing some pictures with us from his, I'm assuming his area of Wapakoneta. Wapakoneta. Sorry. I've said that like a million times today. I'm still screwing it up. Unfortunately, we've got some significant damage to a house and lots of damage on the side of the road here, but some incredible shots of the tornado as it was happening. And Dean is in Sunbury, Ohio, and he's come across some damage there in front of him. Channel 3 now is saying pretty much some of the same stuff that Chandra was saying not too long ago from Logan County, Ohio. This is a mass casualty event. Multiple building collapses with people trapped in Russell's Point after a tornado, gas leaks, accidents, fires, and power lines down all around Indian Lake. Triage collection area has been set up. So we're going to keep in touch with Dean there as he's assessing some of the damage in Ohio. And we're also going to continue to monitor this storm as it looks like it's continuing to produce a tornado as it moves towards Adams Corner, Illinois, and towards Little Rock, Indiana. It's right on the border there. I do want to go back and check on our storm in Arkansas as well. Because it looks like the rotation is separating a bit, so that's a good sign. Hopefully, we don't see any more convergence there. Still got a lot of rotation with our storm south and east of Urbana and moving towards Mechanicsburg in Ohio. So
hey, Ryan, it's Jordan.
Pay very close attention to that. We got an update from Jordan, who's down in Pulaski County, Arkansas. Go ahead, Jordan.
We are dropping south on 430, getting ready to get to that intersection level with downtown Little Rock and see if we can't get a visual on this couplet for you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Jordan Hall, for giving us another vantage point of the storm that is impacting the western Little Rock area right now. We've got a tornado warning out there. Dean was able to make it past the little roadblock there in Sunbury, Ohio. He's still assessing the damage down the road. Looks like there's quite a bit of tree limbs and general debris. This is not one of the areas that was hit by one of the larger tornadoes. This is just where that big spinning vortex was. I don't think there was any ground circulation. It was just what was left of the big spinning storm that originally caused all of those tornadoes and just led to a very strong wind event down here that still caused quite a bit of damage, it seems. Yeah, for the most part, most of these storms are dying out, so that's very good news. I think that we are almost certainly in the downward spiral phase of like the intensity of the event. But as we go down, there will be a couple of moments where some spin up tornadoes happen. So we're going to be here for the next little bit, relaying news and making sure that we get that information to you as it comes out. If there's any new tornado warnings or anything like that. Yes, we've heard the official reports from the sheriff in Logan County, Ohio, about it, calling it a mass casualty event. And we've heard a lot of really unfortunate things out of Ohio so far. It seems like Indian Lake and the Waka area is the hardest hit. Wapa. There's quite a bit of tree damage here. let me make sure. His exact location is now a little bit more like he's to the south and east of Sunbury. I mean, that could technically be tornado damage. That'll obviously have to be kind of monitored and looked at by the National Weather Service over the next couple of days. Just call it Wapuk. All right. I know how to say it. I said it wrong so many times in the beginning that it's just like a built-in reaction now to just assume that I said it wrong.
Hey Ryan, do you have a copy by any chance?
It happens every time we go live. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
You have seen the newest mesoscale discussion for the Little Rock area. If you haven't, they are talking about the strong tornado potential over the next 60 minutes for this cell that is coming straight towards Little Rock Metro.
Oh boy. This is the cell in question. Potentially a strong tornado, maybe about to form here with this supercell as it approaches Little Rock. I'm going to find that SPC graphic for you. Wow, I mean, that's pretty rare, right? You don't see that very often. They literally, on the graphics, it says strong tornado possible in the next 60 minutes. Definitely see the reasoning behind it. This storm is riding the outflow.
A new tornado warning
the boundary.
has been
You see
issued.
this boundary coming out right here? I mean, that's going to keep it going for quite some time. There's obviously a lot of warm, moist air out in front of it.
Tornado sirens are now going off in Little Rock.
We've officially got tornado sirens going off in Little Rock. So, yeah. Hold on, give me just a second. I'm gonna drink some water. So, if you are just now tuning in and you're from the Little Rock area because the sirens are going off, just know that there is a tornado warning. Right now, it's radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation that there is a tornado, but the National Weather Service believes, and honestly, I believe that this could turn into a pretty bad situation over the next hour. We're watching it closely. I mean, the storm definitely looks healthy, and it could produce a big tornado soon. So get ready to take shelter in Maumelle, Little Rock, Westbrook, Holly Springs, Hickory Hills, Walton Heights, Camac Village, Ferndale, and all these places, okay? The lights are orange, so that means that Chandra has something for us. Go ahead, Chandra.
Hey, we have actually got update from Indiana as well. So Selma and Winchester, Indiana, are experiencing a little bit of a similarity to Logan County. So what's going on is it's having significant damage as well. We're listening to the radios. There's a lot of house damages. Some people are hurt that we are hearing. So we're going to have 2 places to keep a close eye on and to follow up with reports.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chandra. We've heard some stuff from, obviously, we've heard some stuff from Ohio, and now we're starting to hear more from Indiana as well, from Selma and Winchester. And it's all bad. Everything that we're hearing is it pretty much confirms what we thought we saw on radar. Unfortunately. Yeah, so there is a tornado warning now for Little Rock. Little Rock, Arkansas. You guys are under a tornado warning. Right now, I would just go ahead. I would get to my shelter, right? Like I would go get ready now, bring a helmet, bring the shoes, bring all the go bag, get ready to take shelter, right? But outside of that, right now, the storm as a whole doesn't look that like it doesn't look that organized to me. We're expecting some organization to happen over the next 60 minutes. There's definitely some rotation. It's a big nasty supercell. It's got the hook. It's just not, all those ingredients haven't come together perfectly just yet. Yeah, we've been streaming now for 8 hours, and I think that after this Little Rock storm, I really do think that things are going to start calming down significantly. Hopefully that'll be the end of the coverage. But hey, if we're needed, if there's more tornado warnings, if it looks like another area is going to pop off at a different point tonight, we will stay here as long as we're needed. The storms up in Ohio are still rotating, but they're not producing confirmed tornadoes like there were before. We've got tornado warnings in Ohio. If you are under a tornado warning, if you are hearing tornado sirens, you should be taking shelter. But there's no big tornadoes to track right now. There's no tornadoes on the ground right now in Ohio as far as I can tell. Okay. We do have a confirmed tornado warning in Indiana. Okay. I think that tornado has lifted, though. I don't think that that's down anymore. But you should still be in your safe spot in Petersburg and Monroe City in Indiana. So that's all of that is why we're kind of really focused on Little Rock now, because sure, we don't have a tornado down just yet, but this one, it looks like it's about to produce a tornado pretty soon. And if you're wondering what that number is up on the top right, we've raised almost $50,000 in what, a little over an hour now for people impacted by the storms. We're going to send some storm chasers, Chandra, and our Y'all Squad team out to these towns to help them in whatever way is needed. We're just going to use that $50,000 in whatever way makes sense, whatever helps the most people, whatever stretches each dollar farthest, whatever gets things to people before insurance can, before FEMA. Like we want to fill the gap between those things. Thank you guys for giving us that opportunity. Link is theyallsquad.org if you want to help contribute. It's a waiting game now as we just wait for this Little Rock storm to start to pop off. The rest of them are dying out. Like, thankfully, the rest of them are really starting to die out. We've got a storm up here north of Pittsburgh, severe thunderstorm. It's garden variety. Akron, Ohio, you've got a pretty strong storm coming through, moving towards Atwater, not tornadic at all. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio are your typical everyday average severe thunderstorm warnings. Even the tornado warnings that are left over, if they continue to not rotate in a similar way as to what we've seen, those are going to be allowed to expire very soon. So that's good news. The big hot spot now, the area that we're watching the hardest, I would say, is going to be down here near Little Rock as our storm is rearing up. That is one heck of a hook. Yeah. Also, y'all, if you're sending me stuff on Twitter, I really appreciate it. Pictures, videos, whatever it is. First of all, please only do that if you can do so safely. And second of all, make sure you also tag your local National Weather Service as well, if you know how, if you know their if you know their symbol. I know a lot of you don't. Why would you? So don't really worry about it. But if you do know, then go ahead and tag them. And if you want to, look it up, figure out what your local National Weather Service is, and figure out their Twitter handle and tag them in everything that you send to me. Because it'll help them out a lot. I think we had multiple instances today where the first actual videos of a tornado that was on the ground were sent to me. And the National Weather Service probably, had to find that through my Twitter, which is fine. That they have computers, they have the internet. But it would be nice. It would be cool if everybody also tagged the National Weather Service as well. Now, Winchester 2 has also been deemed as a mass casualty event. This is over in Indiana, some of the damage coming in there. Dang. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing coverage from Ohio all the way down to Texas on this severe weather outbreak with multiple tornadoes. But right now we're kind of honed in on this storm near Little Rock because we believe it has a pretty good chance of producing a tornado here soon. Not sure exactly when, but it's certainly trying. It's trying really hard.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're coming up on this hook echo right now on the west side of Little Rock. Definitely noticing a lot of lightning. So this is a very electric storm. But the sirens are going off on the east,
Use
north,
the right
and
lane to
south
take
side
exit
of
1 onto Springer Bowl.
All right, so Chris is approaching our storm here in Little Rock. He's going to give us a view of it. I think Chris and Jordan Hall both are getting awfully daggone close. You can see their little blue markers there on my map. You see them? There's Chris, there's Jordan, and when the radar data shows up, they'll become harder to see, but that's where they are. They're approaching the hook, and it looks like that hook is trying to produce a tornado here south of Ferndale. Like if we see that area of rotation increase in intensity over the next little bit, we probably got ourselves a tornado genesis ongoing here to the west of Little Rock, Arkansas. We got reports of the Taco Bell in Winchester, Indiana being completely leveled to the foundation. Yeah, I'm just still reading. Logan County. Gosh, some of the videos coming out of Logan County are actually really, really unsettling. And here's some photos from Bestie King of Plymouth, Ohio. This is also some of the more impressive damage I think we've seen. Definitely Indian Lake and some places in eastern Indiana look a lot worse than that, but associated with that storm specifically that hit Plymouth, that looks pretty significant there. We've officially hit $50,000 raised tonight over at the y'allsquad.org. Thank you all so much. We're going to put it to good use. Last time we deployed the Y'all Squad, it was in December after the tornadoes in Tennessee, and we got like, I don't remember what the total was, but it was, $20,000, $30,000, something like that worth of Christmas presents, and delivered it to people who lost everything right before Christmas. Stuff like that, and then also, truckloads of supplies and all that good stuff. That's, we've gotten really good at that, but we're also just always asking, like, what can we do, and trying to fill in the blanks wherever we can. And we couldn't do it without your contributions. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people suggest that there's a funnel cloud associated with this. I wouldn't doubt it. There's definitely some rotation there. There's definitely, this is definitely spinning. It's trying to produce a tornado. So, I'm sure there is a funnel cloud associated with it. Yeah, I believe the storm recently underwent what is known as a cycle. This produced a tornado down near Hot Springs. In fact, it's produced a bunch of damage down there near Hot Springs. And now it's just kind of getting its act together, and it's about to produce another tornado, I believe. Chandra, if you can hear me, if you can update Brian M. Finger's location to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Looks like Brian is assessing some of the damage in Hot Springs. And wow, it looks, I don't know exactly what we're looking at here, but I think I see a concrete foundation for some sort of metal building on the right side there. It looks pretty significant from what I can tell from this vantage point. And this is the storm that's moving up towards the western side of Little Rock right now. But yeah. Yeah, look at that. A new tornado is forming here, y'all. On its approach to the greater Little Rock area. So everybody in the path here, all the way up towards Holly Springs, Ferndale.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. If there's not a tornado down already, it's very close to occurring just to the west side of Little Rock. This is a very serious situation starting to unfold.
Holly Springs, Ferndale, Shady Grove, Hickory Hills, Walton Heights, all these places, you're in the line for this thing. If it continues to develop in the way that it has seemingly developed so far, yeah, we're gonna have some troubles here with this one as it comes up closer to once again the western side of Little Rock, especially towards Hickory Hills and Walton Heights. Once again, thanks for all the support. Claudia says, you called it, Ryan. You told Winchester to run, not walk for cover. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amber says, Hot Springs is not hot. Okay, Hot Springs Village and Hot Springs are two different areas. I see. Gotcha. Hot Springs Village specifically is the area that was most significantly impacted by the tornado that happened earlier. Hot Springs was very close by. Hot Springs Village is the area that was hit. So we'll see what happens with the supercell here. Is it looks really impressive. We'll see what happens with it over the next little bit. Let's hope that it continues to just try to produce a tornado and then doesn't. That's what we like to see. That's a retirement village. DE says, I'm posting from Hot Springs Village. The tornado missed me by about 5 minutes. I got the warning from your stream before I got it from anywhere else. Thank you. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you for being here and for trusting me. I'm going to go check in on the warning up here in Ohio. By the way, all tornado warnings, except for the one in Little Rock, have been allowed to expire. There are no tornado warnings. There's only one. There's no tornado warnings in Ohio right now. There's a lot of thunderstorms. It's probably lightning and thundering. It's doing all that stuff out there. There's no tornado warnings in Indiana, Illinois, Missouri. There's none. Only in Arkansas, and it's right there around Little Rock. That's why we're focused on that area. Now, we are about to get another new tornado warning right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Indiana. But the good news here is that this looks like it's going to be a spin-up tornado. If you're in Littles, Winslow, Campbelltown, or Ayrshire in Indiana, you do need to take shelter. But this is going to be a very quick thing, okay? It's going to drop a tornado very quickly. It's going to go away. Whoa. We've got a new tornado watch for Lexington, Kentucky, for Campbellsville, Bowling Green, Louisville, all the way up to Portsmouth, Ohio. This is a lot of central Kentucky here. 4 million, 3.5 million people now added to the list of people who are under a tornado watch. And this goes until 4 a.m. 4 a.m. And that tornado watch is not for, so the storms that we're watching down in Arkansas,
A new tornado watch has been
issued. The supercell, right? This is one kind of storm that very commonly produces tornadoes. They're big, beefy thunderstorms that, you see where they are, that you know what they're doing, and you just track them. And usually these are the ones that produce the long track tornadoes and the most violent ones. And then you have storms like the one that just prompted the tornado warning over here in Indiana, right? This is not a big beefy supercell. This is a part of a line. Okay, you got a big line of storms, and a little bloop of it has decided to kick out in front of the rest of it and then swirl up and produce a tornado. Those tornadoes are still very dangerous. Don't get me wrong, and you should take them seriously. You should definitely heed those warnings whenever they're issued, but that's not the same thing, okay? And that's the kind of tornadoes that we need to watch out for tonight in Louisville, Elizabethtown, Lexington, Portsmouth. There's going to be a line of storms that comes through, and then there's going to be a very hit or miss tornadoes that happen within that line, all across parts of Kentucky tonight. It's a very common thing, what's likely to happen in Kentucky later tonight through 4 a.m. Our team here, once again, we've been streaming now for a little over 8 hours, going on 8.5 hours. We're going to see this storm through Little Rock. And if it's still not doing anything by the time it gets past Little Rock, we're probably going to wrap up our coverage, or at least begin the process of wrapping it up and sticking around for a little while to make sure nothing crazy happens with these storms up in Ohio or something like that. I don't think we're going to be here till 4 a.m. I just want to let you know that even when this stream ends, you're going to be fine, and as long as you've got a way of getting warnings, nothing bad's going to happen with these storms, especially not in Kentucky tonight. That's a more, you're used to that kind of tornado watch. Jessica says, we took shelter at our tiny town's fire station with our dog, all thanks to your stream. The tornado that went through Union City passed just north of us. We are out of danger now. Thank you, Ryan. Jessica, thank you. And I am so happy to hear that you are okay. I'm glad that you took shelter. Thank you. Cynthia, thank you so much for the support. Thanks for being here. Oh, man, I did not know that it was going to scroll that far. Unfortunately, I don't know how to... Oh. Okay, yes. Anthony says, Ryan, I appreciate all that you and the Y'all Squad do to keep us informed. I was able to warn my cousin in Monroe City, Indiana tonight. Y'all called it. Waterloo says, stay safe, everyone. It's not worth losing your life for a grainy phone picture. That's a good point. Yes. Go to your safe spots if you're in the path. Yes. Thank you, Waterloops. Will Cato, Arkansas be hit? Yes. Every part of Arkansas before the morning hours, before you wake up tomorrow, more than likely, it will be hit by some sort of thunderstorm. Yes, absolutely. And there is a tornado watch.
Hey, Ryan,
for
if
the
you've
vast
got a
majority of
copy,
Arkansas.
tune into my stream for a minute if you've got it up. Getting continuous cloud-to-ground lightning here in downtown Little Rock. Continuous.
This is a live feed from Chris Hall in downtown Little Rock. Actually, Chandra, can we get Chris in the number 1 spot, and then if you can update Brian Imfinger's location for us, that would help out a lot. Oh, is it just not working? It's a Holly
I think
Springs
lightning may have just
Village.
hit a transformer or something. Just had a large power flash from that lightning strike.
Holly Springs Village is where he is. Okay. So this is a live look at the storm coming into Little Rock here. Chris Hall is, he's in Little Rock. He's on the western side. He's looking at the part of the storm that would produce a tornado if a tornado was to be produced. And there's a lot of lightning activity coming from that storm. That's for sure. And then, Chandra, if you can put Brian in the number 2 spot. Brian Imfinger. Also, don't want to miss this one. To view. Sierra Netheron also sent a very generous $500 super chat. She said, I also sent a donation directly to your foundation. What you do is invaluable to millions of people. I live in Clarksville, Tennessee, and on December 9th, our town was hit hard by an EF3 tornado. I know what these communities will be facing when they wake up. Thank you for everything you do. Sierra, thank you. You did not have to do that, but obviously it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And everybody thanks Sierra. I mean, there's just a lot of support tonight, and I'm very thankful. And I'm eager to make sure that, especially with the funds that we have kind of put together for our Y'all Squad initiative, I'm eager to put them to use and start to try to help as many people as possible, because you guys have given us the opportunity to do that. Outside of that we're really just watching this storm move into Little Rock. Okay, we're seeing what's going to happen with it. It's rotating. It's trying its best. Who knows if it's actually going to produce a tornado or not. It's getting pretty close. But if I'm in Maumelle Marsh or Camac Village in Arkansas, I'm taking shelter just in case, because this is a nasty, big, nasty storm. Okay. yeah, just continuing to look through some of the stuff. There's a lot of really interesting imagery of the tornadoes tonight. I'll be looking over. We might do something in the future.
A new tornado warning
like
has
a
been
review
issued
or something, to talk about each one of these because they're so. These are tornadoes that'll be talked about for a while, you know. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a developing tornado maybe moving into the western side of Little Rock. We've got a tornado warning out there. It's the only tornado warning we have outside of a tornado warning in Indiana, which we will check on here for you right now. We just got a new addition to that, the one in Indiana, by the way. And it's the warning is mostly cautionary because there's a little pop out, part of the storm that could cause a brief spin up tornado. The big threat here is going to be 1 inch in diameter hail and potentially winds up to 60 miles per hour. And there's a tornado possible within that. Okay, so Jasper into Indiana, just get to your safe spot, wait for that line to pass, and then come out. More than likely, everything's going to be fine. It's a little bit more of a serious situation down here closer to Little Rock because this is a supercell thunderstorm, and if that little dangly bit hanging off the bottom of it there organizes enough, it will likely produce a pretty serious tornado. So far, it hasn't done that, and we're going to hope that continues to be the case. Once this gets past Little Rock, and if the supercell looks like it's going to continue to be mostly a hail maker and a wind maker and a rain maker, maybe we can kind of stop helicoptering it so much here. Okay, we got another new tornado warning. Of course. Bro, who's doing that? What is that? What is that? How's that even a thing, bro? People, there's like tornado sirens, there's phone alarms and things that are dependent on this. Why can't we just draw a square, a circle, a triangle? What is this? That's so confusing. That's so unnecessarily confusing. I hate it. I hate it. But anyways, essentially that new tornado warning is just the same thing as the one that was issued 5 minutes ago for Jasper. But I guess it's like in a different, National Weather Service zone, so they had to kind of like compartmentalize part of it and work together to get them out. I don't know, but like whatever it is that makes that happen, just get rid of it. Just stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? If you live in America, you're very lucky to have the National Weather Service. We have the best weather system ever. Like if you go to another country, their radars suck. If you go to another country, their forecasts a lot of times suck a lot worse than ours. There's no way to surveil the weather anywhere in the world better than you can here in the United States. We've got all the tools. We've got the satellites, we've got the radars, we've got the this, we've got the that, and it's all thanks to the National Weather Service. So, obviously, we love the National Weather Service, but this is dumb, and they should fix it. Remember, just because something is the best doesn't mean that it can't get better. One warning. Yeah, that's in Indiana. It's associated with a spin up tornado here. And honestly, in my opinion, the actual spin up part of the tornado is not even in the warning. It's up here a little bit farther to the north. But if I'm in Hayesville, South Martin, Yen, Hillam, or French Lick, I'm taking shelter immediately. But also Jasper, St. Anthony, Shelbyville, Indiana, you guys should take shelter as well. Let's just wait for that line to pass. More than likely, everything's going to be okay. And then once it's over, okay? This will be the last storm of the night. You can go to sleep. Big storm moving into Little Rock is still a big storm, and it's still moving into Little Rock. But it's not got a tornado attached to it, thankfully. The National Weather Service out there did just issue a brand new, very large, severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this thing for 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll see if that means that they don't issue a new tornado warning for it. But speaking of new tornado warnings, I think we are about to get one, maybe. Yeah, up here in Indiana. Oh, no.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. I'm looking north directly into where this rotation would be. There is a lowering on it. It's going directly in front of me right now. I don't think anything is on the ground as of now, but there is a lowering on the north side of Little Rock right now, visible by lightning strikes.
Okay, so yeah, you can see above my head Chris's stream there. That's the storm that's going past Little Rock right now. We've taken a detour up here to Indiana, to this cluster of warnings that's all kind of focused around this giant cluster of poorly drawn polygons is all for that tiny little area right there. Okay, we've got a potential tornado trying to form in here, and that's going to continue to be a problem for us, potentially for South Martin, Yen, Hillam, and French Lick. And it's not fair for me to say it's just for that little area. I mean, any part of this line could kink out and become a problem and produce a tornado. But specifically right now, the only evidence that we have is right here, and it's going towards Hillam. So take shelter now, please. One polygon for all. Let's start the one polygon movement. Yeah, in today's world, there could be like a national, like the Storm Prediction Center could probably issue tornado warnings. Right now, the way it works is like, each National Weather Service has their own person that issues a warning. And that's great. That provides more jobs. That's, there's people from the local areas that are more in tune with the local, terrain and how that affects storms. Oh, let's tune into Chris here. He's got something. It's a little bit of a ominous, an SLC up there and a scary looking cloud. But, we've got, lots of meteorologists with jobs, and it's, we love to have like somebody that grows up in Arkansas and watches the weather and studies the weather there their whole life. It's probably good that they're the ones issuing tornado warnings in Arkansas, right? But in today's world, look at Andy, right? Andy finds these things all across the country. A lot of times, meteorologist Andy Hill finds them long before there's ever a tornado warning. And he's just like kind of one person talking to a group of other weather nerds in a Discord chat. and like you know what I'm saying? Like there could be an office of like a 5, maybe 10 people, I don't know, in one place that issues all the tornado warnings everywhere. And that would solve the problem with the whole border thing between the National Weather Services. And then the people who do the warning coordination or whatever at each weather service, I'm sure there's something that they can do. I'm not saying that we need to get rid of those people. But like this is a problem. And I'm just trying to think, how do we solve it? It's not my decision to make. So like it don't really matter what I think. What in the world is Chris got here, son? I keep getting freaked out. Is that Fugazi? Is that real? What are we looking at here? Hold on. Let's go back to the radar. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation here still. I think we're just seeing some scary looking lowerings, some SLLs. I don't think there's anything on the ground. There could be. We'll obviously hear from him if that is something that he can confirm. But the tornado warning has been allowed to expire down here in Little Rock. There is no longer a tornado warning. Yeah, that was definitely an SLC. Good call, guys. Good call. Now we've got 3 tornado warnings, which is honestly, it's actually about one. It's actually about one. It's all focused on this area up here. To be fair, they could issue a tornado warning for the whole daggone line, because there are multiple areas of a potential rotation, and that's going to continue to happen throughout the night. We're going to see probably multiple little spin-up tornadoes all across southern Indiana and eventually into western Kentucky over the next several hours. We do have some cells popping up out in front of that line. But I don't think we have too much to worry about. I don't see them. They're not spinning. They're not spinning as much as some of these other storms that we've seen today. And also the environment, the favorable environment for tornadoes is a little bit farther north than this. So like even if these storms grew exponentially, it's very unlikely that they would even have the ability to produce much in the way of tornadoes. But we're gonna watch them for the next little bit and make sure. Somebody said there's loud thunder right now in Nashville, Tennessee. In fact, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Nashville, Tennessee, just for a general garden variety regular spring thunderstorm moving up through Franklin. This is going to bring about maybe some very, very small hail and some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts as it comes up towards Brentwood and eventually into Nashville. Looky here. I want you all to look. Old Bryce Moss. I caught you, dude. He says, y'all posting this thinking someone's going to respond. You think I don't read the chat, bro? You think I don't read it? I see it. Obviously, I don't see every message. But, I see a lot. I try to answer as many questions as possible. A lot of times, if you see me go in another direction here on the radar, it's because I've looked over at chat and saw somebody asking about a certain area. I'm always looking at it. I'm always trying to decipher what you guys are, saying, what you're asking. So yeah, I might not directly respond, but I'm here. You're reaching me if you're in the chat. I just want to see what the storm looks like after it gets past the radar here, and then we'll go from there. Very strong winds associated with this line coming through Jasper, and this will eventually make it to Louisville.
Hey Ryan, we are right under. We may be a mile away if it's down. Definitely getting a lot of wind shifts here. We're getting winds out of the. We're getting wind shifted to the southwest. We're back on 40 now. We're watching very closely just north of that radar site. You can see that hook extending out just a little bit more.
Yeah, I was noticing that. That's one of the reasons why I want to wait until after this gets past the radar site. Because I think that's trying to curl up right here in the last minute. We currently have no confirmed tornadoes anywhere. We've got a couple tornado warnings in Indiana, Martin, Du Bois, Orange. All those counties in Indiana need to take shelter. There's a line of storms coming through that has a small chance of producing a spin-up tornado. Take shelter just in case that happens to happen right over your house, and then once that line of storms goes by, you're fine. Christopher, thank you. Decimus says, thank you again for your coverage in Ohio. I have friends in St. Mary's and Salina, and I live within 3 miles of the tornado that went by Greenville, Ohio. I saw a house missing a roof and barns completely missing. Wow. Some more truly unbelievable footage from Ohio. Near Freiburg, Ohio here. That's nuts. This is from earlier today. This is the storm, one of the storms that caused a lot of the damage up there in Ohio. This is not recent. That's from Chris Steinke. Super says on Twitter, he says, I'm on the ground in Russell's Point. It's a very bad situation. I'm just there's so much to read here. There's so many reports and stuff. We'll know a lot more tomorrow as we start to assess the plan for how are we going to attack the situation. How are we going to use the y'all squad funds? Where are we going to go? When are we going to go? And all that stuff. We're going to learn a lot more about the severity of the damage and exactly what happened. And we'll let you guys all know that, even if it's not tonight, it'll come in an extra video or in the next live stream or in the video that we produce in association with the Y'all Squad event that we do. So another good person to follow other than just me on Twitter is going to be Chandra. Y'all it's Chan, at Y'all it's Chan on Twitter or X. She says, long scary night happening on the live stream. We're doing everything we can to help and keep y'all safe and informed. Thank you for helping. So I'm going to retweet that if you guys want to go follow Chandra. Chandra will be going to some of these places and probably posting a lot of photos and updates from some of the impacted areas of how the Y'all Squad will be helping and assisting. Yeah, go ahead, Chandra.
I didn't realize we were doing it so soon. It's okay. I just want to give you an update on power outages. There seems to be an abundance of them, which is kind of what we expected. Allie, do you have any graphics pulled up or anything for them? Okay, that's all right. So, around 29,000 out in Ohio alone, and Indiana's looking
A new
like
tornado
10,000.
warning has been
So,
issued.
if you're not talking to your loved ones or anything like that, no worries. The power's just probably out, and it's gonna be a little while for it to get put back on. So we're keeping updated. I'm kind of waiting on the governor to issue a state of emergency for Ohio. These pictures are looking awful. So that's kind of what I'm waiting on to kind of figure out where we're gonna go with the Y'all Squad and what we're gonna do. And if any of you all know any EMs in those areas, emergency managers, feel free to reach out and give me any information. That way we can get to those areas as quickly and efficiently as possible. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Working hard with the Y'all Squad. We got a new tornado warning just then. It's way back here in Arkansas to the south and west near Mount Ida. Yeah, so there's a lot of rotation right there. This could be producing a tornado as it comes up towards Mount Ida. There's also a lot of rotation with this storm up here just to the north and east of Hot Springs Village once again. But I believe that's mostly elevated there. This one's associated with the base, the hook there, so we've got the tornado warning with it. I'm not hearing anything out of Little Rock, so it looks like it's fine. It looks like there's no damage or anything to report on just yet. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We did also just get a brand new tornado warning over here in Indiana as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's going to be for Youngs Creek, French Lick, and Paoli and Chambersburg. Okay, and that's going to be for that very similar area that we were tracking earlier. There's potentially going to be a quick spin-up tornado. The main threat here is going to be the wind and the hail. There's going to be everybody's going to get wind and hail, right? But there might be a few unlucky people that get touched by a brief spin-up tornado. So that's why we've got the tornado warning there. Take shelter. Get underground. Get in your most interior room of your home, just in case you are the unlucky person that does end up having to deal with a spin-up tornado. Matt Hopkins says that he's also listening to the Russell's Point and Island, the Logan County, Ohio, like emergency management communications, and it seems like the first responders have hit their stride, and it sounds a little less panicky now, which is good. It always is, obviously, in a situation like that, it's always nuts right at the beginning. There's people screaming, hollering. You know, there's people saying things, and then there's other people saying the opposite things. And it's a very chaotic situation. It's really not it's not awesome to kind of listen to that and try to interpret what's actually happening. That's why, even though those guys back there were probably hearing a lot more than what they said, we don't just come out and say everything. But at some point, they do hit their stride. Things start to calm down a little bit. Things get organized, and it seems like that's finally starting to happen there in Logan County, Ohio. And we'll start to get some more. We'll start to get some better information, and we'll also be able to contact some of those people to see how we can help. And thanks to you guys, we have almost $60,000 to help with now, on top of the other contributions. And the other funds that we are going to bring with us to different areas in Ohio, okay, and Indiana. That's big. That's huge. Just looking at more stuff. You guys have sent me a lot of stuff today. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. Jeff Beavis, thank you so much for that. You're awesome. Thank you. Here's a pretty ominous photo of one of the tornadoes that happened in Ohio tonight. Up there towards Plymouth. We're down to 2 tornado warnings. We're getting pretty close to our main storm, getting past the radar site here, so we can really inspect the underside and see if it's still a supercell that's going to try to produce a tornado. Once we get a good look at that, if things don't look bad with it, we're probably going to wrap it up here. Going on 9 hours now of streaming. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast. I've been up since 4 a.m., so you can probably tell I'm getting a little tired. But honestly, maybe I should just go get some more hamburger patties, and we can just keep going. Because that worked for a little while. Chandra, what do you got?
Speak for yourself on the hamburger patties, pal.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to tell you.
All right. I swear by it. Central and Southern Ohio Red Cross tweeted out that the Red Cross has established an emergency shelter at the Bellefontaine Church of God at 1000 East Brown Avenue. That's actually pretty fast. That's awesome. If anybody needs to, there's that information. If anybody needs that. The hamburger patty fuel. I mean, I have plenty of energy as far as like, the hamburger patties that worked, but now it's sleep. I don't think that you can just never sleep and just eat a bunch of hamburger patties. I don't think that's how that works. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, Bell Fountain. Okay. Cincinnati is getting nailed. Oh yeah, Cincinnati getting in on a pretty good storm. It's not severe. No tornado concerns or anything like that in Cincinnati right now. Just a good old fashioned thunder boomer. Let's look at what the rest of the night is likely going to look like. By 2 a.m., there's going to be a pretty decent squall line of storms moving through Memphis. Okay, we're going to have some strong winds, maybe some hail moving through Memphis, Little Rock. Probably flash flooding is going to be a problem back there towards Little Rock and northeastern Texas. Some of those storms will be moving back into Nashville as well. They're going to be coming into Lexington. Those will move through eastern Kentucky. They'll be completely into West Virginia by 4 a.m. They'll be moving past Nashville, down past Memphis, and into Mississippi by 4 a.m. as well. These are slow-moving storms in Tennessee tonight. Flash flooding will certainly be a problem. But all of this line here, tornadoes are really not what we're going to be concerned about. It's mainly going to be straight line damaging winds, okay? And flash flooding. Those are going to be the biggest threats. And then tomorrow, I think there's a very slight chance that some of these storms try to re-spark up down here in Georgia, maybe in the Carolinas. But the severe weather threat is very low tomorrow compared to
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We're now
today.
northeast of Little Rock. We're back on 40. I don't know if you have anybody closer over towards the radar site, but from my vantage point, there possibly may be a wall cloud back off to my northwest from my location right now.
Chris is I think Chris is our closest person that we have right now. Jordan Hall continued on to the west. He's about towards Hot Springs right now. So, yeah, we'll continue to we'll watch that. Man, is this producing damage right here? Dang, dude. Out of everything that could be producing a tornado right now, this is the most convincing. Down here just to the north and west of Mount Ida. Chandra, go ahead.
Have an unconfirmed update, but an update. So we have word that Indian Lake High School has canceled classes for tomorrow and is opening its doors as a shelter because they have backup generators. So if you have anyone in Indian Lake area, that would be the place for you to go if you need shelter, immediate shelter.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. That's very, very useful information. So yeah, hopefully that gets out there. And stuff like that's going to continue to be relayed throughout the night and into tomorrow. That's why I really hope that you guys follow us on Twitter and on X. And, the Ryan Hall Y'all tag works everywhere. It's on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all these different places. If you want to stay up to date with us, even when we're not live on YouTube, that's the best way to do it. Twitter, probably most active on there just because it's easy. It's text-based. And a lot of like weather sharing stuff is just photo and text-based, Go ahead.
Get an update after update, so I hope that's okay. But Sergeant Scott Keegan If I could talk, I'm actually having a stroke right now. I've been up way too long. So anyway, Indiana State Police are currently assisting local search and rescue efforts in the city of Winchester after a possible tornado touchdown at approximately 7:59 p.m. We are requesting that the public avoid the area. Any civilian volunteers can go to White River Volunteer Fire Department. So again, Indiana State Police is urging the public to avoid that area. And then if you have any volunteers to go to White River Volunteer Fire Department.
All right. Thank you so much, Chandra. So Chandra's going to be monitoring that stuff for a while. Eventually, we're going to have to sleep so we can prepare for tomorrow. But once again, I hope you guys follow us on Twitter and all those places so we can keep you updated even when we end the stream, because I think I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to cut it. We're going to rest up and get ready to go help some people tomorrow with the Y'all Squad funds. Once again, we've got $60,000 in just tonight. In new funds that we can use to help these people. If you want to add to that last minute, even like just $2, $3, if you want to do anything you can to help us really make a difference out there, please go to the y'allsquad.org. There's a link in the chat, and it's an official registered nonprofit organization. You get a tax deductible a donation there, and the people who are going to be spending the money, you can follow them on Twitter and on YouTube, and like the way that we can ensure that we can help more people in the future is by posting about it. So you're going to see where it goes and what we're doing with it and all that stuff, which is not the case with a lot of different organizations like that. So thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to be able to do that. And thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be here talking to you for 9 hours straight, when there's severe weather going on, and being able to get in front of so many people. It means a lot to me, and I really appreciate you guys. I'm going to see I want to see how many we reach. Close to 2 million people saw this live stream tonight, only because of you guys and the way that you've shared it and everything like that. So that's huge. That's big. That's bigger than a lot of TV stations and stuff like that. So, we're doing something right, and it's, when I say we, I mean all of us. So seriously, thank you. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to see me do this for your area, subscribe. And anytime there's a 10% hatch risk of a tornado, or there's a hurricane making landfall, or there's a widespread blizzard, I'm going to be live here. And then I make videos all the time as well. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay. Goodbye.